That's not why they're here, right? They're not here for that, right? I think you guys are here to watch them as a shop. So start the timer for the team club. Hell yeah, dude. Well, shout out to you guys for posting my motherfucking shit on the Reddit. Mr. Successful Nick, 8345 posted the Stan song. It's the most liked 1.1K upvotes. I don't matter, dude. It's just, you know, we out here doing our thing, dude. The comments were amazing, dude. They were three things. Chili out, pickle it out, parmesan. Yeah, like I can put it backwards. I mean, they're just people were shooting from the hip, yeah, you know, and some great comments, man. You want to read some of these? Sure. One of my favorite parts of Chang's is some of you cats put more effort in these posts than any of these chuckle fucks do for these podcasts. So he's talking about, not talking about TFAK, he's talking about Nick's podcast, Flagrant, and Pretty Much Show, Tiger Belly probably, you know, which is, I mean, it's Bad Friends, which is offensive to us because we're funded by Tiger Belly. I will fuck you up. We're on there, definitely on their radar as far as Lipscoop. This one's posted by Joe Rogan. That's crazy, right? It's posted by Joe Rogan. Joe J. Rogan. Oh, Joe J. Rogan. Gotcha. It says, Joe Rogan says his famous comedian friend went down a rabbit hole. If you can't get that, it's because of all the hate comments. Who do you think it is? I haven't seen this yet. I've seen it now. And then Young Hawk was on there. Hawk. Mike Hawk. So, you know, I mean, I had this actor friend of mine, we shared dressing room. One day he came in, he was great in the show. He came in and just his whole energy was dark as a yardie. I went down a rabbit hole last night. Read what people are saying about me on the internet. Everybody thinks I'm terrible in this play. They're like, they don't like your character. You know, like, people are not so brilliant. You know, it's not true. Yeah, oh no, you didn't know. You don't even get it. It's like people are done. That's, you know what that is? That's social media. Yeah, it's not real, dude. That's social media. This isn't real. Fucking not understanding the first rule of show business. That's social media, dude. You don't matter. Facts. Genius is out there chiming in on what a jerk you are at 3 in the morning. Right, okay? They just you don't have to take it serious. But yeah, they're like holes. They have profiles that are like cats. It's like they work at Starbucks. Like, it took him weeks to get his mojo back. Because every time he would step out on stage, just imagine this chorus of hate. I had the exact same conversation last night with a famous comedian friend of mine. Really? That's the narrative. I wonder who's a famous comedian. Ranger? Well, there's only 2. So we can whittle it down to this thing. It can't be Brendan Shaw because he would never say that. It can't be me because I don't talk to Joe. You know what I mean, though? No chance in Shaw. Yeah, no, he loves it. Well, Shaw's not a famous comedian, but he would be something wrong. Like, if he was a famous truck guy, then he would go to the Shaw. I sat down with my guy. He used to do comedy. He's a big truck guy. He makes it very obvious in the shop. He used to do UFC. I'm not going to say who it is. But he went down a Reddit rabbit hole. This is really the fun of the kid. I like ginger. Ginger could be ginger. This is really the fun of the kid. I like ginger. Ginger could be ginger. Ginger is called ginger. I mix it up. Ginger's a mix up. I'll say ginster instead of a hipster. Yeah, hipster. Ginster. Oh, ginger. That's endearing. Gingy. Gingy. Be like Gingy. Be careful. He ties along. You gotta be careful that one, but that's also a rapper. That's my bailout. Gingy's a rapper. Yeah, Gin. I don't know. Gin like that. Why did they call him Chin Chin? I thought that was super racist. I can't do that. I call him Chin Chin all the time. Yeah, well, you're racist. That's cute. Chin Chin's not. You're a closet racist. No, Chin Chin. Especially as a hat on Chin Chin. Yeah. Chin Chin. Chin Chin. Chin, what is your real name? Chin. I fucked up. Chin? Yeah, when I became a national citizen, I changed the Chin. Do you know what a Chin is? A Chin is a man, a supernatural man, who kind of a demon who leads wayward men astray. Yeah, it's a cool name. Everyone kept calling me. They call me Chin or Jim. I'm like, no, it's Chin. They kept calling me Chin, and then eventually everyone started calling me Chin, so I changed it to Urban Texas. Yeah, Chin is, but now I regret it. Chin is like, you got pretend my people. Chin is a drink. I know, it's K-I-N Chinese, and you guys call them that. Do you know what I wanted to name? I wanted to name my kid Karate Callan. My wife was like, I'm kind of down. And her mother was like, you can't. Oh, I didn't know. Karate Callan. I think it's a great name. Karate Callan. How about Tripoli? How about Tripoli? It's like Karate. How about Tripoli? It's like I'm naming my kid Ghost. And he did. And I went, absolutely, dude. He goes, you think? I'm like, fuck yeah, that'd be cool, man. Ghost and Tim. That's so sick. My name is Ghost. Ghost? I think it's their middle name, though, right? I don't know. I think his wife's like, I'm down, but that's their middle name. Karate Callan might be the greatest name ever. Callan's great. Isn't that great? My wife has to be Callan. I like Tom Pickens, the train. That kid needs a train from birth. Or it's just a girl, you know? I don't know, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, karate? Nope, I sure don't. I was really into karate. Karate Callan. First day at school, I was like, what's your name? Karate. Are you a job interview? My name is Karate. My parents were assholes. That would be great. It's pronounced karate. My dad says karate, and it's karate. You just call me karate. Spell it ka. It's H-H, ka. Well, they're either going to excel in karate, or if it's a female, it's going to be a stripper. Or it's coming to the stage. Karate, never around. He was a comic chasing approval. Jason, you're ready. Take it. Tell us what you're facing. The high Things are coming. It's Karate Callan. Moose is on the thighs. You can catch 78-year-old Brian Callan at the San Jose Hip this weekend, Friday, Saturday. Hey, are you a fan of Karate Callan? Yeah, she'll do a spinning back kick and hit you with her titties. That's all. Her dad needs help sell tickets this weekend. San Jose. She does take money. She does take money. But her dad can't sell tickets. She'll take your money, but then also help her dad out. He's in the corner over there. His Hollywood dreams never really came to fruition. He's banking on his dollar, collect at least $100, right, gentlemen? Go ahead and give it up for Karate Callan. He's been really successful in the business. I know them. Give him a part of the movie. Hey, you guys like Karate Callan? Yeah, she's fantastic. Gives the best hand job. Hey, listen, her dad could sure use some help. Maybe you've seen Hangover 7. Oh, you haven't? Well, fuck me. Unless you weren't born by then, but he's still cracking, guys. 78 years old, still flying coach. Here's the thing, everybody. Also, if you see him in Gordon Group D on Southwest, give him a wave. He's still posting videos, funny videos on Instagram. Remember Instagram? He's never been able to figure out his social media. He is trying. He keeps showing ass shots of Karate Callan. He's still asking Brennan about jiu-jitsu. 70 years old. He's not on testosterone yet because he claims it's still high. Ah, fuck. I love this DJ. Karate Callan. She is related to Brian Callan, the comic. I see you guys scratching your head. Well, we're going to play some of his hangover clips over her dance. Well, fun fact about Karate Callan, yeah, it's not just those big tits that are awesome. Her dad was in the Hangover. Give it up for Karate Callan. Her tits are about as saggy as his nutsack. She can't afford fake ones. Sad music stops. She slowly walks off. She's here. She falls. Just no rhythm. Yeah, we're back though. Nick's back. Nick at this point, and I'm a guest. You're the third co-host. Yeah. You're looking a lot smaller. You know, Worst thing to say to a guy. Worst thing to say. I know you're joking, but it's still healed. Because I was about to, ask her, shit, my girl's mom got me this shirt, and the shirt's not as tight. It's a little loose. It's a Lululemon shirt, though. Lululemon, baby. Lululemon, you be careful with that. You seem to be doing a lot of duck hunting, it seems like there's a lot of camo going on with you. Yeah. I wore camo in a while. I guess I wore my campaigns out on Monday. Yeah, well, I was just going to say, because I have to leave. But that looks like a First Light shirt or something. That's did you get that from archery country? No, this is my boy Mike Studs brand. Okay, it's a brand. Are you getting full boards onto that? No, it's like camo. I can shove my bone arrow maybe twice. That's like a classic. Yeah, I just don't have time. Yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to go on a hunt. I'm going to hunt in February, but also, if I miss, I miss. It's all good, baby. You're not honing yourself. That's the thing about bow hunting. Like, the first day I went to the bow hunting place, I was like, fuck, I need to get a bow. And then I just didn't go back for like 2 months. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know when I would go. Yeah, I love it. And I'm still going to go on hunting. It's what we do. It's just like shooting a gun. Like every time you do that, we go out and shoot guns and stuff. I'm like, I need to get a gun. See, I don't get that from guns. I get that from bow and arrow. I got guns no matter what gun. I was with some soldiers yesterday. Yeah, I was with soldiers yesterday who were like elite guys, and they said, "Dude," my buddy goes, "Dude, pistols. I suck now. I mean, if you're not practicing all the time," and I was like, "Well, I will always suck at pistol play." Oh yeah. Do you remember the time? What city we were in where we shot with some Seattle, that Delta guy? What's that? No, Tom. Do you remember the time that? Because I've never seen someone shoot a sniper rifle before. Brian shot. I know we shot AKs on the road, and Brian did not realize the kick they were going to have. He sliced the top of his fucking nose. That was a silenced AK. No, that was a sniper rifle that shot back and hit me. I heard slit the whole time. He went on stage still bleeding. Yeah, hours later. Yeah. Because I shot this sniper rifle and the kid went, "No." Was that the 15 cal sniper? Better. No, it was just a regular sniper rifle. When you shoot with a scope, you got to lean forward and you have to have your eye back. I had my
to, my dad's like, I was a sniper in the Marines. I'm like, okay. We go to, he had the 370, which is what you use to shoot like big game. And it's, didn't know. Because when you shoot like an M1 or an M16, it's just not as loud. It's loud, but those I think it was like a 370 is a big rifle.
I learned about time. I'm such a noob.
Is this big?
When they say the numbers, I'm like,
dude, he lies down to shoot it, and he didn't know the kick was going to happen, so he never shot it. We also didn't know how loud it was. He shoots that gun, dude, and it was outside. I was like, Jesus Christ! His fucking, he comes up with a round. He walked around Alaska with his hilarious.
That's why the first time you took me shooting, I remember hearing the guns, and I'm like, movies don't make sense at all. When they fucking shoot people inside of a house, silence, and everyone just hanging around.
Silence suppressor,
we were using headphones, and even then, I was like,
did you grow up? Did your dad have guns and shit?
My dad did. My dad was law enforcement, so he had guns. There's nowhere to go shoot in New York City.
Oh, I told you.
No, he told me how to take apart a gun, safety stuff like that. Stuff like that.
You know more than we did.
No,
I literally shot. I bought an AR from Terra Tech. I got my AR, 60 grand or something I spent on it. I had earplugs in, just earplugs. I shot it outside, and it was so loud that I was like, I can't shoot this. He goes, no, you need earphones. And I go, well, I want this for my home. I can't shoot this in my home because I'll go deaf. He goes, yeah, you have to have it. I go, I don't want it, and I gave it to my friend Tony.
Yeah, that's why the most unrealistic thing about like a John Wick movie is every time you shoot somebody else, go fucking ow.
You guys also bitches because I have the same gun and I have the
It's also really fun.
You can't shoot it out. You can't shoot it. You need to be suppressed.
Even that, it's not even that. I thought
also use a shotgun with slugs. That's what you do.
I knew so little about guns that I thought a silencer would actually silence it. Then we shot the silencer, I'm like, it's just a different noise.
Now if you shoot a 22 silencer, that's very quiet.
Is there actual silencers, or is that just like made up?
So you can suppress an AR, but you need what's called 360 blackout. And 360 blackout is a subsonic round. It doesn't break the sound barrier. That's what makes noise. And you have a suppressor, and then those are so quiet you just hear the slide. That's what those elite guys
really.
Yeah. Because they'll use it. They're expensive. That's what I think those Delta guys when they want to be really quiet. Yeah. But it's like those are you have a suppressor in the round is subsonic. So it goes slower than 750 miles.
You need a suppressor, bro. Now you know. I'm still a pussy. I'm still like, fucking ears. Such a pussy. I want to get good with guns, but it's just like, it just seems.
You just want enough where you can defend yourself.
I think as a dude, you should be able to shoot a gun and change it.
So one of the biggest problems, by the way, when you those guys train so much, those guys do.
I learned on YouTube University.
Those guys train so much that they get lead poisoning. They train so much that lead poisoning is a major problem. And they would put their shells in their hat. They collect their shells, and then they dump the shells and they put their hat back on their head. And a lot of those guys get brain cancer and stuff. So if you want to be good, if you want to be like a Delta guy, and they also practice shooting live rounds inside, that's super good for your lungs. Yeah, so many things we never think about. So many things.
The Delta people we have met, the stories that they told us, I'm not.
If the three of us had to go into a house and do CQB, close quarter combat, and clear a house, you know what would happen? We'd end up shooting each other. That's what happens. You're like, oh, what's the bug? You sweep a guy's head, come on, you hit him,
without the training.
Yeah, you need training. And a lot of hitching would be alright. I use throwing stars. Yeah.
You're a nunchucks guy, right?
I'm a nunchuck throwing star guy. So, I use a bow staff.
Oh, dude, remember when Dana did that thing with Gary Braga and it showed his actual physical age? Remember that? Do we believe that stuff? The reason I bring it up because Ways to Well has this app, right? And so I was there doing all my shit right here with Braga. And then it goes, your age, shows your age, his actual age is like 34. I'm like, I don't know. None of that makes any sense to me. I guess it's going through it because it's going based on your blood panel, right? Like I don't know. No, even that guy Brian Johnson, the other guy who like dedicated his life to it, has that guy's dedicated his life to science and being just like a guinea pig for science. And even he has de-aged himself only like a handful of years, and that guy's dedicated. So when like
all the time, bro. All the time.
yeah, he's still getting
I'll tell you, they have Brigham from Westwell sent me that really interesting thing where they have taken human skin cells and reversed, somehow figured out a way to re-engineer their aging. But like, so what Gary Brick was probably looking at was Dana's, cardiovascular health, his high blood pressure, and you can compare that to metadata and say, look, people with your blood pressure, your profile, a lot of times don't live past 63 or have heart attacks.
But there has to be some to it because people like 40 or shit. I'm 40. When you look at pictures of people in the 90s and the 40s, there's something to the cheer. There's something to it. Well, you know what it is? There's something to it. This is going to sound fucking crazy. The biggest difference between now and then is the consumption of water. People were not hydrating their bodies back then. Like, that sounds insane. But people weren't sleeping right. They weren't smoking cigarettes or shit. And they weren't drinking water. Drinking water is, people underestimate how much drinking water is.
So Dan had sleep apnea. That's a huge problem. Like, that's all I'm trying to eat. It's really bad.
He's oversleep.
Yeah, if you have sleep apnea, that's like really bad. You're not getting sleep.
I remember we just saw Dana recently. He was great. He was in great shape. I know. Years ago. It's like now it's all back.
If you go back to your habits,
you think? Do you like this Gary Brick guy? No, God. Let's take a little break and chat with the boys. You don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it with Stash. Your New Year money goals can quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Stash isn't just another investing app. No. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with expert personalized guidance so you don't have to worry about gambling or figuring it out on your own. We got you. Stash is simple, smart, and stress-free. Choose from your personalized investment. Let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. Or pick a combo of both. Stash is there to guide you every step of the way. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/buyer to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/buyer. Get.stash.com/buyer. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients and not guaranteed. Investment advisory service offered by Stash Investments, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, offers subject to terms and conditions. Stash. It's just some of the things he says are just like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't really fuck with idiots.
Like D&D, D&D. If you're watching this ever, you're so nice, and you just made part of my day, bro. Your zero fucks attitude is courageous. Fuck yeah, baby. Why? This shit's right. Dog. Why don't you fucking block him? Shit. I have to walk all the way over there. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, I've seen athleticism. I'm telling you. This motherfucker is just the most athletic motherfucker ever. Really? Definitely. Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Echad.
There's almost bad on your body like a cold plunge, and then you go and he's selling cold plunges.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mind
Hydrogen ones, hydrogen water.
Yeah, that would mean all the people who live in the projects where their heat's turned off are just full of high tests.
Yeah, there's a lot of when you're let's see what it looks fucking great though.
He doesn't look like that right now, which I don't. He just lives a life that you can't like. You can't. It's hard to keep up with that. That's serious agree. You think so?
So I think it's easier to keep up with.
I think it's easier. So you have the resources to everything. You have a chef to make your food. You have every resource possible. I expect with flying around constantly and all that stuff, it's probably hard to keep up with sleep. Like sleep, people don't realize how important like you're not getting sleep, you're not gonna you're not gonna
There's a lot of stuff.
cortisol raises, your ghrelin raises, all that shit.
But he probably stress eats. Like a lot of people do that.
If he's never gonna put this fucking UFC card together, he's not gonna fucking sleep. You see, it looks like there, like somewhere we not now. It could just be a Flappy neck. Because when you're older, you're that good.
Yeah, but he's not just something. He looks like
His name looks like Kingpin. He really does. He is real life Kingpin. Johnson might just be like, fuck you. Whatever.
Well, I think I always say this, like, people say, well, I gotta start working out, I gotta start eating properly. Okay, but don't make it a job. Just try to be inspired about it.
It's also really easy to get in shape once. And then lose it. The amount of how many people have you ever seen that they're like, I'm gonna get in shape, they get in shape, and then they just go to shit.
Yeah, but still,
to keep up, getting in shape is easy, but keeping in shape, way harder.
I just try to get it in every day, even if it's 20 minutes. Why are you laughing?
The thing about you don't give up nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I always try to, I still work out. Like,
I know, but even if you did it, you wouldn't be fat. You wouldn't be fat.
I don't need to get,
that's what I feel like with your body type, you have the metabolism and eating habits of a fiery falcon.
If I stop working out, I get skinny. Like, my joke is I have a crust like this. Christian chicks like, take it back right now. Yes, I got an itch. Don't say that. Don't ever compare.
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton's ass on layman.
I think about that all the time. I think about his ass. I look at my dude.
It's distracting.
It's distracting. You have.
He's in jeans and like him and his wife are staring at the sunset like. So is that other guy. He's looking.
Now, only excerpts. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. All right, are we all ready?
This is a show that good that I have to watch.
The public service presents now only excerpts. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. All right, are we all ready?
Season 1 of the Landlord.
He's great. He's so skinny. In a way, he's season 4 later. Yes, that show's great.
I'm not saying Tony Soprano was the night to kill Mike Johnson. I was so worried. You talk about
It's great because you gotta see it coming that way.
Actually, because I feel like sometimes the execs don't listen to the people. Like when it comes to what would be good, everybody wants a Jon Snow spin-off show. And everyone would fucking kill to see that. And they're like, nah, let's not do that. They do it Marvel all the time. Like, let's make Dr. Doom. And they're like, how about She-Hulk? Kind of that working right now. And like, no one wants that. Netflix is doing it.
Oh, she's right out there. She's sad.
I am done being schizophrenic about trying to do this. I'm kind of good.
She's right out there.
Because you were the one, you were like, I think there's going to be an episode.
I was 100% sure. I'm like looking at the backgrounds of their pictures, like the cast. I'm like, there's an 11 on the clock. It's going to happen. 11.
You were into it, man. And then because you sent me the fucking video that it was on
So I'm listening to these other fucking schizophrenics.
my whole algorithm was just all this fucking. You know what? My daughter has been reading since she was 3, and she read like all the Harry Potter, all the like what is Lord of the Rings. This girl would read at 13 years old. She was reading 1,500-page books or some shit, and she got to the point where she knows stories so well that we'd be watching something like Stranger Things or a movie, and And she would go, oh, she's going to die. I go, what? She goes, it's foreshadowing. And she was right every single time. She'd be like, and she'd go, she did it, or he did it. And I'm like, no, he didn't. What are you talking about? She goes, of course he did. Why do you think? And I'm like, it's like watching football. She knew the pattern. Yeah, she knew the patterns. She smiled. She ruined the story for me.
Which is crazy because you've been in Hollywood for 75 years.
I know. I mean, that's why. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm sorry, a lot of my brain is still playing with crayons.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing that my ex and my
Acting
daughter,
school was successful acting.
and they know way better. They know that story way better than I can.
When she's read, there's tendencies.
You know, people I can read, like my father-in-law, my ex-father-in-law, he's like, I read everything by Mark Twain. It takes a long time. It's a long word. I mean, you probably understand. You probably know this. Like, from what I heard, there's only X amount of storylines. There's like every movie. There's only certain. They all fit. A stranger comes to town. You know, Boy the King. You know, all that stuff.
Yeah, which fits everything. Was it 13 different like styles where it all fits into this?
All of the same shit. Yeah.
Just there's a different spin on the same story. Yeah.
There's trauma, which is like, you know, the character wants something, and usually they're really selfish about it, and they're with singularity, like, I'm going to get this thing, and then they realize, oh, I got to give up what I want, but I get something else, I get what I need, and I become a different person. So, yeah, I'm still poor, because I gave the money to the girl. I've been chasing the money the whole movie, and I'm like, you know what, this person, for the first time in my life, I realized somebody else matters more than me. I give the money to somebody else. And then it's like, man, he's a good guy after all, that kind of stuff. And tragedy, you know what a tragedy is? You know, the tragedy would be, what's a good example of that? Anytime there's a crime movie or something, the guy won't give up. He won't give up what he wants. He holds on to it in the end. That's what Moby Dick is. He still wants to kill that white whale and get sucked under.
Because that's why Game of Thrones is so good. Because, like, I'm not saying they broke. I'm old, but, like, that's much I've ever seen where every time you think there's a main character, he's 2 episodes later dead. You never know who the character. Yeah, you're like, all right, that's everybody I knew. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The first
A lot of times in that, Game of Thrones, remember,
Breaking Bad.
a lot of it's the good guys lose, they die. You know, and you get attached to them, and it's like, wow, this is a rough part. This is a rough.
Which is why the ending of it is so sour. I mean, spoiler.
The Mother of Dragons is ultimately she was the defender. Yeah, she was pretty desperate.
Yeah, she becomes the Mad Queen.
Power corrupts.
And John, I don't have an issue. Do you like the ending? I don't know. I love season 8. I thought it was cool. Except, I liked everything except for Jon Snow just getting sent back to the wall. It's like, you had this whole character arc for nothing to just be sent back, and you're just a fucking.
I like it. You ain't shit.
Really?
Thanks for the word. Have we seen those actors in much since?
Yeah, Jon Snow's done some stuff, sort of. I mean, I think there's rich. Peter Dinklage will always work. Peter Dinklage.
Yeah.
How Cersei's is crush.
She's doing how rich they are.
Oh, well, look at the contracts for the last 5 seasons.
Yeah. Rich.
Highest paid show of all time.
How much would I make an accident?
Bring it up. I don't know. Especially when you figure what 8 episodes per season. 10 maybe? I don't think anyone's scrounged for change from Game of Thrones.
I've seen that movie before. Have you seen it?
Yeah. 1.2.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. So let's go through it. You want to go through it? It's a lot of money, but after your agents and after taxes, you're seeing. So how many episodes they shoot a season?
But you also got to figure
It's you'd be fucking amazed.
But they're probably getting money for life.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, the way those contracts are run, it's different.
You go on HBO? It's not like a streaming service.
It's like, so
Yeah, someone's buying the rights to it. And, I mean, they probably, the main characters might be close to 30-40 million. Yeah, if you're broke after that, you're 8 seasons.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. So is it 8? How many episodes per season?
It's probably 8 to 10 per season.
Let's just say it's 10.
So they can get royalties. Yeah. So how many episodes?
So, let's just talk this out. Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Folks, I'm going to summarize this for you as best I can. You all recognize athletic prowess. Do you know what prowess is? Do you even know what prowess is? Because you're seeing it in the fucking flesh and bones. This motherfucker is so athletic. How athletic is he? This motherfucker is so athletic. They, one of the most athletic people we've ever seen in the history of the world. In world history. Oh, wait. You got Jim Thorpe. You got the first guy who ran the fucking marathon in Greece. And if they had sex, they still wouldn't be one tenth the athleticism as this motherfucker that you're witnessing. you recognize that this motherfucker is so fucking athletic that this motherfucker shits agility. You know anybody else who shits agility? Like, this show sucks.
I mean, if I'm so say 1.2, it's $12 million after taxes and after commission. You're going to see $5 million realistically. Still, it's a lot of money, $5 million. So $5 million years though. Yeah, but they're not doing it for 8 years. It's actually the last 4 years. 5, 20 mil, and you get royalties. Yeah, the royalties are shit. But 20 mil in the bank, if you're, let's just say that's
Royalties are shit for
making. Yes. But you still get.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like the guard in Shawshank Redemption. When Andy Dufresne's like, I could save you that money. He's like, get me a lot of my guard and keep it fine. I'm like,
you know how it is. $20 million a lot of money.
we're bad with money. They might be really good with it.
Well, history would suggest otherwise, but I'm just saying that actors, like you make 20 mil, yes, it's a lot of money. It's just amazing how fast it goes.
I'll say for that promotion, that's how you live.
Yeah, right. You buy a $5 million
That's how you live.
house.
You know, and they're also a lot of them are older too. I bet some of them are just with most shows like people who are that ingrained into a character. It's so rare you ever see them do something. So this show, out of all the shows, I think is doing the best. I think the people who are going to do the worst is actually Stranger Things. But did you see them on SNL?
Oh, terrible.
It was just you're like, oh, I can't. You'll never see them as like you're never gonna see Dustin as not Dustin.
Yeah, it's
like what other toothless character can you play? You know what I mean? Cersei's has been on a ton of shit though. Cersei's was just on a Netflix show. She's on a bunch of shit. But keep working. And this might be it's just the reality of it. Because me and my girl, we watched the newest season of Stranger Things, and like, there's something about I don't know if they got worse at acting, or if you just give kids grace at acting when they're younger, but when they're adults playing kids, you're like, this kid kind of fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I think you might just give a grace to a kid because it's easier when they're actually an
I've worked with a lot of kids in my career, like just on Seventh Heaven or on Cold School. And a lot of those kids come up just like with boxing, they were acting since they were in Hollywood since they were 5, 6, their parents were there. Yeah. And then and it's interesting because some of them, like Matthew Perry was a Disney kid. So was Justin Timberlake. So was a lot of people that started and they just hit it. But yeah, it's not as though when you're always on the set, you become a great actor. You become reliable. You just become reliable. Yeah, like so
but then also those kids too. Like how long was between season 4 and 5? 4 years. Right, Chandler, how many were going to class and have, you know? And once it gets off and like, oh shit, it's like that's not the old clean type probably. So those first two episodes, that's I don't know why that's that. Except for the girl Sadie sing, the girl, the redhead girl. No, she's great. She's gotten massively better. Yeah, she's good. Everyone else, you're like, this is cool.
she'll probably have a 11 special though. The girl plays 11.
Yeah. Special. She was a little wonky this season, but I think it's also because she's a mom.
She's
a married mother who's playing a girl who doesn't talk in high school. You know, it's just like it doesn't fit who she is anymore. That's when she started. She was like this. Now she's like yeah. She has titties. She had lip injections. Like what happened in the Upside Down? Yeah, what's going on there? Like yeah, what? Hey, who's the Botox? Who's the Botox guy? Wanted an Upside Down, right? It's weird when you see it outside of the Stranger Things, like it's sad. Yeah. Oh yeah, she showed up on my feed for like she has her own like kind of like sexy clothing line or something like that. And you're just like, I feel like I shouldn't be saying this. This is crazy. She's 23. Yeah. But like I still see her as a fucking teenager. She started. We saw her when she was like 6. Her name Bobby Millie Brown. She showed up on my feed too. Randomly. I don't know. I don't even watch her. She's a pretty girl. She's English, yeah. British actress. Who married her? Bon Jovi's kid. Oh, what? Bon Jovi's son. Oh, wow. Jake Bon Jovi. Really? You see it?
Bon Jovi and that whole group are good people. He's a traditional. He's a New Jersey Italian guy, conservative New Jersey. I think he's still married to the same woman. Bon Jovi's not British. No, Bon Jovi. Oh my God. Bon Jovi, bro. Bon Jovi is Shaptula. Is that a British guy? Oh man. He's as Italian. He's as New Jersey Italian. Conservative dude.
Am I confusing him for you too?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bono. She's doing a Bono. Bono is Bon Jovi. No, he's
British this whole time.
John Bon Jovi. His brother, I think, is the drummer. Also in there. It's the Bon Jovi brothers. And I remember
This watch thing last episode. I know I'm a fucking idiot. But you have to just give this example. This whole time I thought he was a British man.
You didn't grow up listening to him because it's like not actually your generation. It's mine. So
That's American nation, though.
yeah. I remember that the whole band came to my show in Nashville, but John did, but everybody else did. And they couldn't be more normal Jersey guys. They're just a bunch of Italian. Maybe I don't know. They're mostly Italian, just regular.
I was with the Red Sox.
Oh, you are with John. Cool guy, right?
Cool. Hello, brother.
Yes. What's it? Hello, my name is John Bon Jovi. Hello.
They don't look British, do you?
I mean, they're copying the Brits. You know what I'm saying? So the American bands, but the American bands back then, this is British. You know who they're the Beatles? No, but they've done a really interesting thing about this. So the 80s bands in America, who is it? Motley Crue, John Bon Jovi, no, but the 80s bands. What were they doing? They were copying Led Zeppelin,
Black Sabbath. Yeah.
That's why they was. It was so hot. That's Robert Plant. So they were like literally the definitive heavy metal band of all time was Zeppelin.
It's dicey though, because they're slowly turning into chains. Like you're wearing a fancy chair and a woman's power suit.
Well, again, the glam rock was started by Robert Plant. You know, we have Robert Plant from the 70s. Now take a look at what
the curly hair there. He was at the party, and I legit thought he was dressed like that.
Oh yeah.
I was like, you look like a vampire.
You know what? You're right.
Less on.
Also, you're 60. You're 65.
Like it was a vampire.
Yeah, you're 65. We got
Oh, dude, no, he had a blood. It was like a maroon, like nice, like John made his coat up with a collar eye, like weird vampire.
Okay, so what do you notice about him right now, John? Do you see his shirt? Do you know what he used to do? He would always he'd wear the girl's shirt from the night before. He'd take her shirt and he'd be like, I'm wearing the shirt. He'd wear it.
That's kind of badass.
So he was always wearing a girl's shirt.
Hey, look, just because you hate it, it's badass, but it's true.
It is a true story.
I'll tell you what's not badass. Dude, that guy, if you're just buying female clothes,
No.
insane.
But John Plant started the whole thing.
It'd be so funny if he banged a fat chick the night before he's wearing some loose fucking dress. That is a giant move.
She's diabetic.
Well, speaking of high voices, I got on this rabbit hole the other night of seeing what's the name, Axl from Guns N' Roses like. Same thing. He sounds like Mickey. Have you heard of him?
Now?
Well, yeah, come on. So now he's a legend. But Slash is playing with cover bands now, so he can actually play with someone who actually sounds like Axl. But if you heard Axl is because he's destroyed his voice over time. Just doing that with your voice, you can't do that forever.
He was trying to be Robert Plant. That's another guy. Long blonde hair, same thing, kind of like androgynous. It was all wrong.
Did you ever watch the series they had on Netflix on that man? Machine Guns N' Roses? Yeah. No.
I like Machine Gun Kelly. I like him. I've heard him talk and like he's a guy who's very aware how you feel about him. He's aware about how he feels about himself. It's like,
That was
a special guy.
You don't watch any good?
It's so hard to listen to.
This is BC. Next Mickey Mouse changed his head.
I saw him.
It'd be like watching Larry Bird fucking get my boy. Larry Bird's still got it. Maybe. Let's say a bad back in Asia.
That's actually a great analogy.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's a great analogy.
Yeah, Jen.
I brought the party down.
Yeah, Axl Rose's voice. It's so sad. That's what how I'm feeling right now. Suddenly he just brings everything down. Oh man, it sounds like Axl Rose's voice in here. That's I can't hear it. Jen, I like the.
You guys watch the? You guys are on the World's Cup weekend?
Yeah, we're in San Jose across.
Do you miss the UFC?
We'll miss the UFC.
Oh no,
Go and see it.
no, because this time we're not gonna have to. I'm so happy that Paramount is fucking doing this. I'm so fucking pumped. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And trying to figure out how to use AirPlay on the television. Like
I was never able to illegally stream it. I always have to buy it on that tongue. I did. I don't know how. No, there was a time where somebody said MMA share, and I watched it on that back in the day, but after it was done. But now I don't know how to.
Do you remember the time I forgot where I think it was somewhere in North Carolina. Some guys like, dude, we're gonna play it at our bar, and we thought that he bought the actual thing, but he didn't. He used the Russian live stream, and the whole time, remember, it was skipping. Like it would go 10 seconds at a time. We missed the whole. You have to pay 10 grand.
I mean, I just think it's easier just to pay the sound at a boss.
It was at a nightclub, and they gave us a VIP, and they tried to legally stream it. I remember you were bugging the fuck out. You're like, we need to get the fuck out of here. Okay, let's take a little break, because the UFC's back, baby. UFC 324 is going down this Saturday in DraftKings. Fuck out of here. Okay, let's take a little break, because the UFC's back, baby. UFC 324 is going down this Saturday in DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sports book for live betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just free fight picks, because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight. One punch, one kick, one takedown. New to DraftKings, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins with the code FIGHTER. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code FIGHTER. Let's go with FIGHTER to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boonville Casino in Kansas, with your tax pass-through may apply in Illinois, 21 and over in most states, or in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must only receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see pkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
What do you think about this stuff? Don't you think that it's going to make UFC blow up even bigger? What? Paramount? I don't know. You don't think so?
Why not? Easily accessible.
No, I think it is what it is. It's open to a lot more. I think it is what it is. I think the UFC is in cruise control. I don't think there's any growth in the United States. I think they've maximized growth.
No way.
Is that the
Giant.
problem? We don't have any American champions.
I just think it's what it is. We've reached as high as we can go. This is what it is. So, if an American champion comes along,
Right.
give us a little bit. But it is what it is.
No, it's going to be the number 2 biggest fucking thing in the United States.
No one even knows this. They don't take Paul keep it alive. Yes and no. Like you fight, I don't say year, but it's like boxing. Nobody's taking no. It's they have no TV right deals. There's no TV right deals. There's boxing. No, they don't like the top rank, the zone. They don't have any TV right deals in the United States right now. There's no big fights coming up. Canelo's next fight's in Riyadh, whatever the fuck it is. So for that big, whose fights on Cinco de Mayo, that was always in Vegas. That's a big deal. Well, half of influencer boxing is all that's really gone. Like, did you see? Boxing, like no one's realizing this, but the sport of boxing is kind of dead. You saw who's boxing influencer was? No. I sent it to you, Jen, which was, I think he's your boy, actually. Adam 22.
Oh, yeah, he's fighting.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Adam's a big boy. Have you ever met Adam? Adam's a large-boned guy.
Jason Love is a bigger guy.
I've seen dudes built like Adam give as good as they get, though. He's a big kid.
I don't think either one can fight. But I guess it's a whole narrative. I'm sure they'll both make a bag for it. It makes sense.
Jason Love
Imagine some guy he cracks his wife and then also cracks him. That's fucking terrible. Yeah, I don't know about as long as that's making money. But back to UFC, with the lay of the land, it's just, it's kind of heartbreaking. Like, everything across the board is tough.
How excited are you about these fights?
Pretty. Which fights? The fights this weekend. Like, I love the UFC. I don't miss anything. But like this weekend, Justin, you're not excited about that? Yeah, I'm excited about the main event, but the card's not like, like they don't stack cards anymore. Like, this is an okay card. It is a weird card to start the year off with. Because the UFC got a $7 million deal. They have to put on whatever 45 fights a year. So these kind of watered down. Look at this. I mean, if you're the UFC, they're going, you made $7 million. Like, no, I know, but the sport of MMA is actually dying in America. There's no other leagues. They destroyed all the other leagues. There's only one show in town.
When you say they destroyed the other leagues,
meaning they took all the talent, like the UFC is the NFL of MMA, so nobody else can survive, which I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's really interesting. They're the best at it, but
I'm not that excited. You're right. There's not a lot I'm excited about.
Things I'm excited about. I guess the White House card is kind of the narrative. Hopefully that goes well. The more I look at this card, the better this card actually looks to me. Because Patty Justin obviously got a great fight. And we got Sean O'Malley or Song. That's going to be a good fight. Derek Lewis is fireworks every single. There's never a time where Derek Lewis puts on a show, except for Francis. That one was a constant. Won't let that. I love watching Rose fight. Like Rose, I did too 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, I love the way she plays.
You know what though? She has gotten neutralized by wrestling before, but like, I don't know. She's never not. Who's the one that she fought where they just circled around the ring for all 5 rounds? What was that? No. Wrestler Carla Esparza? Yeah, Esparza. Besides that fight, every other fight she's had, she's throwing. She's fun. She's just on her very last 2. You think so? I know so. Do you think there's any chance for getting the belt back? Not a chance. Really? No, it's the show's over. And then for Gaethje too, like Gaethje loses, show's over. Sugar Sean loses, show's over. Well, that's actually, I mean, Derek Lewis loses, show's over. If Gaethje does well, Sean's still young. You think if Gaethje loses, he retires? Yes. I think so. O'Malley's not going to retire. I'm just saying, as far as him being the face of America, which he was for a long time, that's all. And then lose 3 out of your last 3 fights, like, you can't do much. Silva, beast. The way he fucking manhandled Bryce Hall. Yeah. And Bryce Mitchell. Yeah. Fucking beast. Like, that's gonna be a good fight. He doesn't go like he goes in there like a fucking animal. Yeah, Arnold Allen's a beast. Yeah, Arnold Allen's that's gonna be a good fight. No, Arnold Allen's dad was a strong man. Was he? And would tell him he would do steroids and tell him not to. Really? Yeah. He's like absolutely not. It's funny, his dad's got so much. Arnold Allen's a featherweight. He's a monster. He's so strong. What's Arnold Allen's record? No, he's a fucking savage. If he did lose to, I think he lost to Max Holloway, but he's lost to Max, and there's the evil. He's a fucking beast, though. That could be, I mean, even though they're not all the biggest names, I think that could be, because sometimes you get these big cards where it's these big names, and it's not as interesting. No, that's my sleeper fight on the card. Yeah, that's a good fight. Again, the card's not bad, like, and you got an undefeated fighter in the ruins, right? Yeah, you got Homeboy, who's a fucking monster. Where's he at? No, the fucking, yeah. Fucking, no, we got, Tiva, right? Yeah. He's scared. Who is it? But they should put him on the main card. He's like one of Silva and Rose. He's like the next big thing. He's a bodyguard too. You ever seen his guy? Get ready to get your cock insert from him. I love this guy. African, chiseled. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure fights like a fucking beach. What's his thing?
striking fucking people. That's like just exploding in your face.
Like a Morales type of fighter.
Yes, not as technical. Yes. We're enough because again, it's he's a real problem. Him cards are fucking good, but you know what I'm saying? Like the UFC on Fox card, if you remember that, or the ESPN, like I don't know. I mean, so it's just like, to me, it's like the UFC, even Dana White. You know, I'm not saying I do anything different. It's like they're in cruise control. They're cruising altitude instead, and they're like, we're good.
Let me ask then, for the White House card, you could build the perfect White House card.
We talked about this last time.
Did you?
That's gonna be a bonus on Patreon. So I would say, what's your three? I'll tell you what they have to do. So I think it's like gonna say Jones Pereira. It's gonna be a royal disaster if you have Jones on there, Alex on there, or Connor. If those three are on there, or two out of three, it's a fail. I don't give a fuck who they put on there. There's been so much pressure from those three fighters themselves, and then also from the public to make sure they're on the White House card. And Dana knows this. He's fucking the best to ever do it. He knows we're expecting that. And for whatever reason that doesn't come to fruition, it's a royal fuck up. They're going to get so much pushback. And again, UFC's like, okay, don't watch it then.
Yeah.
That's their thing. They're like, okay, don't watch it. Like, I know, so watch, but still.
The one thing that worries me is the same thing happens with UFC 300, where for months in advance, he was talking about we're going to have the best fights we've ever seen locked in. And then a month before, he admitted, like, I don't even know what we have locked in.
It's tough. Now, now I was very critical of UFC 300. That was an awesome card. It did come out. It wasn't even big names. It wasn't what you expect. Card was fucking great. Sure, to his defense, that card was great. But the White House is a little different. It's never going to happen again. This is our one shot.
Yeah. This has to be
Jones, Bo Nickel, Chandler, Connor.
You want Bo Nickel on it?
Fuck yeah, I do. Yeah, unless you're from North Korea, you gotta have him on.
That's true.
You know?
Do you think he's ready? He has to be a pretty long fight now.
I mean, they're saying there's gonna be, who would Bo Nickel fight? Colby Colby's too small. Colby's asking for the smoke.
He's asking that's why he's
smoke. Yeah, he asked for a lot of smoke.
We saw him at Murray talking all that shit.
I know, but he's one of them. And this is my debate before. This is my thing with Colby and Luke. And who knows I love. We're talking all that shit to Bo and MMA. Wrestle. You two wrestle Bo and
Bo tech falls. Colby's round one. Not even close. Colby has a much better chance than MMA octagon. Even though he's not, but Colby knows that.
Well, that's why they're like, I'll fight in MMA. And I was like, but we're at RFA, let's wrestle. They're like, don't be ridiculous. There's a reason for that.
I think you have
to pull out the big boys. They have to for this fight.
You have to have John Pereira. That has to happen.
Even if they're not fighting each other, they have to be on the card.
They have to fight each other. Because who else is John coming back for his legacy? That's not because he didn't fight. And I think he was right. Well, a lot of people talk so much shit to John Jones, like, oh, you're a duck, oh, you're a duck. And not saying that, Aspinall didn't get taken out in the worst way possible in that fight, but that round was a lot closer than you would have expected. Not saying, but
I think John looked like he was kind of getting the best.
That's what, and the way that John handled Cyril, that showed that John was kind of right about that. Okay? John was right. Because if he can handle Cyril in less than a minute, and John, and he's and then Aspinall's getting handled by him, that's not the fun. Like, now that the want for that fight, no one really gives a shit.
Also, like, looking back to the White House card, I'm not the one who said that there's going to be 8 title fights. I'm not the one who said it's going to be the greatest card you've ever seen. That was what was fed to me from the horse's mouth. You're just waiting. So when you tell me that, I'm like, all right. Well, this is what I would do. Would you put Cox out on that card? He's got to fight, right? No, he doesn't have a fight. Again, there's a lot of stuff they're doing where they Hamzat could be on that card.
Who do you put him against in that fight track?
I say Bo Nickel.
I would have loved to see that. I don't think Bo has. I love Bo.
Bo's not going to be striking with him. I'm saying Hamzat, if you look at Hamzat, Hamzat's not looking at you last double. where that high elbow where it gets under his head, your armpit.
But you're talking about wrestling, you're not going to see.
But that's what I'm saying. Is going to knock them out. Hamzat's strength is being able to get you on your back and hold you. It's not actually striking. When he tried to exchange with Gilbert Burns, he got as good as he gave. There's a lot of stuff. So it's not like we say comes out striking is what's going to take you out. It's his wrestling that's the problem.
It's Bo. He has such an advantage striking. Bo striking is so bad right now.
Yeah.
Hamzat would knock him out. You're seeing no wrestling. Right. It also ruined Bo's career to do it. He's not even in the top 15. You jump him to the gym. It's just not happening. It's he's not there yet. He hasn't figured it. When he does figure it out, it's going to be a fucking problem. I think he's the champion. Yeah. But if you were doing it now, you're going to ruin his career. You're literally ruining. Keep him. He's our great white hope. He's fought one. He fought already on. Against Starch. So it's like, all right, he looked good in his last fight. So we got to slow it down. Otherwise, you're going to ruin this prospect. You want to throw him on the biggest card of all time. Yeah, because then he's going to be trying to shoot. He's going to be trying to shoot doubles and singles. And also, remember, this is what's up in America. He ain't going to win that fight. So you have this Chechen mud-stomped hole. He walks up in front of all the Trump's like his card. He's so good. Trump's going to look at Dana like, what are you doing? Yeah. And Trump promised a lot for this one. And even the promise he made, I'm like, this is greater than saying we're taking. Remember, Trump and he says we're going to have Chris with John. What do you say we're going to have? Trump is going to fight Greenland back. Trump's going to. It's going to be the fucking premier of Denmark and Donald Trump in the octagon. How's it going to be? That's one of the title fights. Also, Putin Zelensky. Putin would take my money. Putin beats the shit out of everybody. Putin beats him like Hamzat beat Bo. Yeah. He won that age. Oh, yeah. His judo is sambo to Putin. Mops the floor. Also, what you might get too is, and this would be big, if Justin Gaethje beats Patty, which very well happen, you get Justin versus Ilya. The only reason I say that, you already get Patty Ilya on there, even though they're not. I think Patty Ilya would be really interesting. But on the White House card, sure. I think Conor Gaethje. Conor Gaethje or Conor Masvidal. Problem with Conor Gaethje, Conor's not making $50. How's it go? He's not making 70. I mean, you do Masvidal, Gaethje's bigger. I think Gaethje would bump up for a fight. Gaethje's got a bigger frame than Conor, so I know why. Gaethje's big. Yeah. I think him Masvidal would be great too. Gaethje's it's with the Conor Masvidal. I think I could call it that third trilogy. Yes. Let's not throw you out. What's they do? No, they fuck yes. Oh, you're right. Music is always the that's the one that goes once. That's the good fight to hear that go back. I mean, it's like watching people fight at that point. You take that money. That one goes. They just had the main event. I don't even talk about this. I mean, oh my God. I can't believe they pulled it off. John Alexander. You could have all three fights. They just go to
Look who the fuck it is. It's Rod Comedy's newest champion. How'd it go, big dog? Dude.
Okay.
Tell me all about it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go too much into it, but everyone, a lot of people thought I should have won. I could get wild carded, but a lot of people thought I should have won, and it kind of was some bullshit. But yeah, it is what it is.
What happened, dude?
So this woman rocks up, right?
Right.
She doesn't even come to open mic nights, right?
Right.
I killed my set. Like everyone said, it's the best set they've seen me do. Killed my set. This woman doesn't even come to open mic nights. She's not even a comedian. She's a slam polar. She comes in. I mean, I don't even see her set because I'm backstage, but like everyone's like, oh yeah, she does slam poetry. She doesn't even do comedy. She comes in late for one. She was nearly like not going to go on stage because she was late. The thing that pisses me off is she was late and they still let her on. Like really fucking late.
Okay, and what happened?
And she fucking won somehow.
They only have one winner?
For the 8, yeah.
So you beat Chelsea?
There was 9 people in the 8.
Okay. Do you...
Chelsea was Chelsea won the previous 8.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's pretty good. Chelsea's pretty good. Okay. So, you got second, or did they not rank them?
No, they don't rank him, but there's a possibility that I could get wild card.
Okay, so how do they give you wild card?
After all the heads are over, the wild card people.
How many wild cards do they allow?
1 or 2.
Okay, how many heats are there?
5.
All right, so you basically, and there are 9 people for each heat or so. So out of 45 people or so, you have a chance of 1 or 2 of those get chosen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm proud of you, dude. If people said that you did it better than you've ever done it, did you mess up at all?
No.
You didn't say and you didn't say sorry or anything like that?
Probably did, but not to the point where it was off-putting. Like, I paused a lot because I was laughing. Like, the crowd was fucking laughing, so I kept on fucking pausing a lot. That was because I was
Okay.
normal.
Okay, so do your set. Let's hear it.
Nah, you already heard it.
That's it? You told one joke? That's it?
Yep.
You didn't fill up your...
Nah, it's like 4 minutes. You know what I think it was, Rabbi?
Hold on. What do you think it was, Zoo?
One of the judges, like, has seen me before. Like, one of the judges comes to open mics night and they've seen me perform other nights where I've bombed. I feel like that might have had some influence on it, but I could be wrong.
Okay, did people say that the slam poet was at all funny?
They said she had that one good line, one good point.
Okay, do you think that people thought that you didn't have enough material? I mean, you did like 45 seconds worth of 5 minutes of material that you could do.
No, I did 4.5 minutes.
With that one joke?
No, I did multiple jokes.
Okay, what other jokes did you do?
It's really late here, Rabbi. Like, people trying to sleep in my house.
So you're talking to me. You can say it slowly. You can whisper it. Whatever you want. You did the joke about RFK Jr. What other jokes did you do?
Every joke that I sent you a video, I did into like one set, except for the pedophile stuff.
Okay, that's good.
But
Okay, why didn't you record your set?
not allowed to.
Oh, you weren't allowed to. Okay, very interesting. Okay, well, you still could get a wild card, Zoot. And I feel it is unfair that if they have judges there who previously knew your work and saw that they could have been swayed by your previous showing. But Zoot, you should know I'm really proud of you, man. You did it. You got up there. You did everything that you said that you were going to do back in August, and there's a chance that you still could get chosen. Do you think? Have you seen anybody else perhaps get a wild card that you thought was deserving?
I've only been for this city, so
Oh, you've only been
they
to
don't
this.
they don't do wild cards until Saturday.
Okay. And what do? Do they call you, or do you have to perform again?
They post it on Instagram, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, are you proud of yourself?
It doesn't matter. This competition doesn't matter too much. It's not that. It's not the end of the career.
Oh, of course not. No way, man. I mean, there are a lot of people who are famous in Australia who've never been on Raw Comedy.
Um,
Even James McCann didn't win his year. Look how big he is now.
he didn't win.
Exactly. And so
Oh,
even
I have a cool, story. So there's a guy who was the feature act named J. Michael. He was in LA and he was sleeping, and he had a meeting with James McCann, Amos Gill, and Shane Gillis. But he slept in during the meeting in LA, and that's like the same time. Like, that meeting is like pretty much the meeting where like Shane Gillis like fought on James McCann and he blew up. Like this J Michael guy is pretty good. Like, if he was there, he probably would have won off with like James McCann at the same time if he went to that meeting.
well, things happen. People oversleep. That's unfortunate, but there's nothing you can really do about it. And either you've talked about him before, or I've heard about him. Um, so he's
Who?
J. Michael.
Oh yeah, he's good. If you find him on Instagram, he's good. Everyone loved. Like, he did better than anyone there.
Okay.
They'll look at those things. But he's made it to the state finals. Well,
Oh,
but
so
he didn't get on nationals.
so he can't. Once you make it there, you can't do it again.
If you do 2 state finals or one where you go through to the nationals, not to again. 2 state finals.
How many? How many people? So, how many people per year participate in all of Australia?
Usually 1,000, but this year I think it's not as big this year.
Okay, and you still have a chance at the wild card, which is really cool. And um, you said it. And I mean, it's unfortunate you didn't see the slam poet. You didn't hear her set at all.
I was in the green room.
Okay, was there anybody else there
Oh,
who did better than you maybe than the slam poet?
no, not at all.
Okay, is there anybody who did really badly?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened there?
He just randomly talked about like, he just randomly talked about suicidal ideation. It just didn't make any sense.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, well, so you did really well, man. I mean, if you even let's say you let's say that you don't get the wild card, still to do a top two out of 9 people is really great, and you still do Monday night comedy like that you continue to do, and Zoot, funny's funny, and if you're funny, like here's your plan. I mean, this is what I would say would be your plan. And Zoot, you're not going to do this, but because you like doing your own thing. But you keep doing your Monday open mics and you keep making people laugh. And eventually you'll have the confidence to post one of those videos on a comedy Instagram. And that's how people find you. My Instagram feed is filled with just comedians. And you'll be one of those someday if you continue to work at it.
Yeah. So right now I'm just having fun. Like, I don't even care. Like when the results got revealed, I was just like, because I didn't see her set, I was just like, who the fuck is this bitch? And then I was just like, because because I didn't even know she performed because she came in so late. I thought there was only 8 people performing, so I was like, holy shit. who the fuck is this bitch? Like, Rabbi, I can't even tell you what she looked like. I was just like, because like, I kind of just like just blanked out like for a minute, because I was just like, okay, I don't, because I felt like I was gonna win, but then it was like when we both got red, it was just like it's kind of relieved. I was just like, yeah, I can't explain it, but anyway, um, I'm just rambling. Sorry.
You're good, big dog. I'm proud of you, man. Good job.
Anyway, I did talk to this gal that really attractive. Afterwards, she said I did well.
Did you finger her?
I wish,
There you
but
go. There you go, big dog.
um,
Did you get her number?
nah, but I'll say her again.
Oh, why didn't you get her number, big man?
She said she was seeing me again at Mike's if I keep going. She said she'll be around at Mike's, so I was like,
Okay. Is she a comedian?
I friend's a comedian.
Oh,
I can find her on Instagram if I look hard enough.
so she's a chuckle fucker. All right.
Probably not.
All right. Well, who knows? But that's really great that you got that going. So, did you ask for her number and she said you'll just see me around, or what?
No.
No. Okay. That's all right. What's her name?
I
What's your
started with a K.
start? Started with a K. Okay. Well, that's all right. All right. That's cool. And she said you did well. So that's even more reason to be positive. And if she was like, "Hey,
Well,
you'll,"
I know the friend, like I'm kind of friends with the comedian, like her friend. It's just yeah, I kind of know the friend of the comedian, but she's really. But I'm not. But that sorry, I know that the comedian she came to see. I know who she is as a friend of hers, but um, I can ask her. But like she's like, if she's performing, she's hard to talk to because she's focused on her performance. But if she's not, then I can ask her.
yeah, or you could just wait till that chick shows up. Did you see I sent you the name of that lady who was the mom of the performer on Kill Tony?
Yeah,
Do you know who that woman is?
I saw this. That was actually good.
Yeah, people liked her, but did you see the Wikipedia of the mother? Do you know who the mother is?
Who?
Dude, I sent it to you. That's what I'm asking you. Her mother is
What did you
named.
say?
I sent it to you yesterday. Her mother is
Um,
Fiona O'Loughlin. She's been on a
oh,
bunch of.
that's huge.
Oh, is she? Okay, so she's been on a bunch of shows: Spicks and Specs, Network 10's Rove Live, Good News Week, All Star Family Feud, The Project Studio 10, Show Me the Movie, and Husey. We have a problem. So do you know who this lady is?
Yeah,
Okay, well that lady's daughter was on Kill Tony this last week. So you know who Fiona O'Loughlin is? Zoot.
the Kitty Flanagan. She's probably the biggest female comedian in Australia.
Oh, she's giant. Who's that lady you said? Who's the first biggest?
Kitty Fog. Kitty Fog again.
Kitty Falligan?
Yeah.
Kittyfalligan. Let's look at this girl. Kitty Falligan. Oh, Kitty Flanagan. Kitty Flanagan. She's a pretty lady. All right, well, good on you, Kitty Flanagan. All right, so this lady's daughter.
But no one gives it.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
But no one gives it. No one gives a shit about
Australian
TV
people.
comedians.
Oh, okay. Well,
In Australia, no one cares about TV comedians anymore. In the 2000s, like they were huge, but like there's you know how there's subreddits on that guy you sent me
yeah.
being work. There's subreddits on Australian TV comedians not being funny, especially Tommy Little.
Okay. And do you think Tommy Little's funny?
I think he's just got by on his books and he's just a good TV presenter.
Okay.
And I feel like he just got a good career based off his looks and being in the right place at the right time.
Okay.
I think a lot of people in Australia would agree with that statement.
So, on Saturday, you're gonna check the Instagram of whatever the Rhino Room, and you'll see if you're a wild card.
Yeah.
Okay, give me odds. What are the odds you think they pick you as a wild card?
30%.
Okay, that's something. Well, I'm proud of you. You did your best. Go ahead.
There's another guy I think on Chelsea's night that might be a wild card. You know, if you watch the interviews of like I sent you where Chelsea's being interviewed, you can see like every single one of my friends on that fucking podcast.
Are you gonna get on that podcast?
I'm invited on the 24th, but I'm skeptical because he posts a lot of stuff that's anti-Israel on Instagram, and I don't know if I want to associate with that. Like he posts a lot of anti-Israel stuff.
Okay, well.
So I don't know if I'm associated with that.
Do what makes you happy, big man.
Yeah, I just don't know if I want to associate with that.
Okay. Well, I'm proud of you. I'm happy with your.
But how would you feel if I got on a podcast with someone that was like really anti-Israel?
I wouldn't care. I would say that you were just doing it to help your career, and I would understand. You know, people's views change. I do my best not to judge people by what their views are generally because people's views change. People who are anti-Israel can become very pro-Israel. People who are anti-America can become very pro-America. It's just people who are pro-Australia can become anti-Australia. Things change, people change. So I don't necessarily judge people by that, and I don't think it's.
I do, I do think there are, and you're going to agree with this. There are some people in the Israeli government that are, or just like in Israel in general, that do bad things.
There are
Well,
people
bad things
in
happen.
every country, Zoo. Every single country in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Australia, in France.
That's what I was about to say. That there's also good people in Israel that do good things, and there's people in the Israeli government that do good things, and there's good people in Israel that do good things.
Just like there are in Australia, in the United States, and in Canada, and Mexico, and in the UK, and China, everywhere. I mean, these are not. It is important not to paint with a broad brush. Well, I'm proud of you, Zoo. I'm happy that you did your best.
So I met the guy that runs this stuff in the Adelaide events as well, and he was just like, oh, I told him like my step cousin's like Amos Gill, and like, oh, and he was like, oh, I'll let him sleep on my couch for 6 months, and then he like said he really liked my set when he was to see him on. He runs like big, he runs all the events, like the big events in Adelaide. So if I could get on, like he says he wants to see more from me, so I might get on Showcase.
Okay, what showcase?
Showcase Friday night slots that aren't open mics, they're invite only.
Oh, didn't you do one of those like 2 weeks ago or something?
No.
That you've never been on showcase? Didn't they invite you to come out?
Yeah. Yeah. They might invite me. And there's another one. Oh, so Jay was doing he did 2 venues in one night. He was at another venue, and then he sped run through that one, and then came to the back to the runaround.
Oh, very cool.
A lot of comedians do that.
Yeah, that's really common in New York and LA.
Is it?
Yep. In fact, I don't know if you know who Ray Romano is. He's a very popular comedian.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he actually did a.
I've watched everybody loves that. Grew up in the 90s.
Okay, well it was a 2000 show. So he did a special that was really cool, where his special was literally him going up on stage in one comedy club, and then instead of cutting to the next comedy club, they just filmed him walking to the other comedy club and then getting up on stage and doing that, and kind of showing behind the scenes how that worked of a comedian in New York City. And then also Brendan Schaub, that guy who I love to make fun of, uh, he did something like on Instagram that I've seen, where there's like this trifecta that people try to do in LA, and you don't always get a chance to do all three, but at least two of them. You do the Comedy Store and the Laugh Factory or the Improv. Um, like either two of those three, if you're a pretty big comic, and occasionally you can perhaps get on all three, but usually you're fortunate to just do one of them. But some people try to speed run it, and because they're all within 1 mile of each other, you can almost get all.
In California, where's like the place you go to start open mics? Where's the main place you go?
Yeah, I mean the best place is the Comedy Store, which is located on Sunset, and It's like the heart of comedy, arguably in the
Can,
United.
can anyone can anyone can anyone get up?
Uh, so the way that it usually works is they have what's called potluck night. Do you know what a potluck is? It's okay if you
A
don't.
draw?
No, no, no. Potluck is where you bring a dish, and so like Sunday nights they do a potluck night where you bring a dish and you kind of get familiar with the people there. And then in the past, they've done two open night mic nights. They've done Sunday night and Monday night, but Monday's the big one. That's when Kill Tony would do the comedy store there. So Monday night in the United States is the big place for open mic night. I mean, it sounds like it's the same in Australia, where the clubs aren't. They don't have headliners there. They don't have features there. Basically, they have a bunch of people who are fighting to be openers, and so Monday night is the big night, and um, people do their open mic sets. And then if you're good, like at the comedy store, if you're good, somebody will see you and ask if you want to be a door person, and that's the big key. That's that a lot of people have become door people. Like um, Tony Hinchcliffe started as a door person. David Letterman, I believe, started as a door person. Jim Carrey started as a door person at the comedy store. So there's like a long list of really popular comedians who started that way. And what a door person is, it is literally somebody who works the door, who takes tickets, and also helps people to their seats because the comedy club wants to ensure that the seats are always filled so that you have people who are ordering drinks and food and such. So that's kind of what you do. If you're good on an open mic night, they'll ask you to if you want to be a door person, and if you don't have a job, that's great. That's what they want to hire you for that. And if you do have a job, then you are just someone who comes in on Mondays and does their thing. And then if you get really good, a lot of agents in LA go to these comedy clubs to get new talent or to scout new talent, but they also have an ear to the ground. If somebody's really, really good, they will tell them, "Hey, do you know about X, Y, and Z?" As a comedy person, and there are some comedians I know, even people from Kill Tony, who are regulars. There's one girl in particular. She was really, really attractive. She was like probably the most attractive person to ever be on Kill Tony. Even Joe Rogan was like, "Wow, you are really hot." And this girl was like not that funny, but she was just talented enough that she got a job with HBO. Like, basically, like there's enough talent agents there that they'll get you in some way somehow if they want to.
Well, what's the best place if you don't want to go like don't kill Tony? You're not trying. You're just trying to practice.
Yeah, then it would probably be one of the smaller open mics that are available. And uh, if you're looking like anywhere in the United States, then probably New York City has the most amount of comedy clubs per square mile just in Manhattan. I think there are 26 clubs or something like that. LA has something like 18 to 24. If you consider bars that have open mics to be um, comedy clubs, then the number increases dramatically. Um, like Orange County has a few open mics. We have an improv. I've been to that improv, but it's a big club. It seats like 500 people. It's a big club, maybe anywhere between 250 and 500 people. It's big, and they have like professional wait staff, drinks, food, the whole deal. And so that's a pretty big room for an open mic. Um, so you probably, if you're going to start, you just go to a local bar that has an open mic. And if they don't have an open mic, a lot of comedians, what they'll do is go to a bar. Let's say you're not in one of the major cities in the United States, and you go to the bar owner and you say, "Look, I'd like to have an open mic night here." And what's that going to do for you? It's going to provide entertainment, and it's going to bring in people, comedians specifically, to fill a night that you're not popular. So you'd say, "What's your slowest night at this bar?" And they might say, "Well, Monday night we have Monday Night Football. So Tuesday is like a pretty slow night for us. Why don't you do it on Tuesday? And then what you do for like a year or two is every single week on Tuesday you host your own open mic, and then you bring people in to do comedy, and then eventually that grows into a serious show, and you hope that you'll be good enough with your own comedy that you'll be able to start at least going to larger clubs. And it's just ways to get for people to get up. As you know, as a comedian, the key element is stage time. You have to get comfortable up there. You have to get comfortable with the mic. You have to get comfortable with the audience, comfortable with their laughing. You have to get your timing down. You have to make sure you have excellent word economy and precision in your words. You know how it is. And the more that you do that, the better, more comfortable you become up there. And then, like, Zoo, how long have you been doing comedy? I know you say going way back, but you've really only been doing comedy seriously every 2 weeks or whatever for like 6 months, right?
Less.
Exactly. And so you're brand new. I mean, even the good comedians on Kill Tony have been doing it like 5 years. Like very few. They had one guy who came on. He'd been doing it 9 months, and he just got a golden ticket this last week. But he did something different. He did musical comedy where you like play an instrument, and he's really rare. Like the one guy who they just made a regular. He's been doing comedy 12 years in Atlanta before they let him do it. Ari Maddy, the another regular on Kill Tony, he's been doing comedy like 18 years or something like that in Estonia. Um, William Montgomery, the guy who Reiser and I always talk about, he did comedy in Denver for several years and in LA, but he's been doing it for like at least 5 years. Very few people get up there after maybe 6 months or as long as you've been doing it and are at all comfortable. It takes time. As you know, it's about how many mics you can get.
That's why James McCann didn't win more comedy because he only done it when he got on Raw. He only be done it for like 6 to 12 months.
There you go. And you're right in there too. And that's
But do you know what the biggest comedy club is where I live? You remember what it's called?
in where?
Where I live in Adelaide.
It's not Rhino Room?
Yeah.
Okay, Rhino Room.
But we have something called the Fringe Festival here coming up, and it's like all like big for comedians, like an art festival, and there's gonna be a lot of comedians. Yeah.
There's something in May called Netflix is a Joke. It's a comedy festival that Netflix has been hosting now for like 10 years. And Kill Tony's going to come back to LA to the Intuit Dome, and they're going to play that festival. And those are really great opportunities for people to get up. For your festival that you've got in Adelaide, is it something that you think you're going to have an opportunity at which to perform? What did you say, Big Dog?
Not at this point.
Not at this point. Okay, well that's all right. I mean, again, you haven't even been doing it 6 months, and that's totally understandable. I'm really proud of you though. You got up there. You had the courage to perform in front of everybody, and that's really great.
So if I put out flyers for my own show, no one would show up.
Well, you're still new.
Exactly.
Have
I
you,
do think
have you ever thought about? Apologies for interrupting, but have you ever thought about doing comedy on Twitter Spaces? People do that. They have open mics there.
no.
Why not?
And I
Why
do
not?
think that
Why not? They have comedy nights. What's the big deal? They have comedy nights on Twitter Spaces.
we should host one.
I mean, you don't even have to host them. They're available almost 24 hours a day, but usually in the evening, they'll have someone who does comedy night. and they'll have people. There was one last night. It was yesterday was National One Line One Liner Day. So you go up with a joke that's just one line and deliver it and see how it goes. But then they have people almost on a nightly basis who have comedy nights. And you go up and you do your 1 minute or your 5 minutes or whatever, and you make people laugh. I can tell you this, dude. I've gone up and I've done those. If you consider that, that's not stand up comedy, but and I've made people laugh, and they tell me that I'm funny on there, and I'm like, wow, that's they like remember. They're like, hey, you're really funny, and they remember me because of the jokes that I've told in some of these spaces. So, um, from your perspective, you go up there, and it just gives you more comfort um, in your art, in your craft.
Hey, Rabbi,
What's up, Tim?
is James McCann's working visa cancelled in America right now?
Not to my knowledge. And if anything, he's big enough.
It ran out.
If anything, he's big enough that he has enough people who could help him with that. For instance, Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe, Ron White, they helped Ari Mahdi with the process to become a citizen, and he's very close to becoming a citizen. So I'm sure someone like James McCann, they could do the same thing.
They're not like in Australia right
All
now.
right.
Do you think he'll become the biggest comedian from Australia?
Oh, for sure. He already
Why?
he already is because he's been on Kill Tony 6 times in the last year. He's been on Joe Rogan in total, I think two times. He really does well touring in the United States, and I know that he did really well in San Jose, and he does well wherever he goes. He's also been able to open for some of the biggest acts in the United States, including Shane Gillis. Uh, that's as big as a comedian in Australia gets from Australia, unless you get to superstardom. And there have only been in global history maybe 5 Australians who have ever hit superstardom. Those are Margot Robbie, um, who is the Steve Irwin, um, who was Crocodile Dundee,
Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan, those three, Nicole Kidman, uh, Russell Crowe. Isn't he like technically like New Zealand, but then he grew up in Australia?
Hugh
And
Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, who was Thor?
Chris Hemsworth.
That guy. And he doesn't even count, but Mel Gibson. I mean, he's from like New York. But I'm trying to think of anyone who like that's 8 people in the history of Australia. There have only been 8 people who have hit superstardom in the United States. The guy Robert Irwin is not at that level yet, at least not in the U.S. I'm sure we're missing one Australian here or there, but it's a big country, and only 8 people have ever been able to make it in the United States, and that's in all of Hollywood. That's not just Hollywood. That's like biology with Steve Irwin, if you want to consider it whatever that is, and um, it's also you know comedians. Is James McCann at that level yet? No, but I would say James McCann is the second biggest person currently who has any Australian ties who hasn't made it to that level. I'd say Robert Irwin's probably a little bit bigger, but James McCann is big. I mean, especially in the comedy world, people would say James McCann's bigger than Robert Irwin. The only reason why Robert Irwin right now is bigger is because he won Dancing with the Stars. That's the only reason. Uh, Everybody else would say that James McCann, at least in the comedy world, is bigger. I mean, it's just if you get in those conversations with Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe, and you're on the Joe Rogan Experience, that's the biggest interview show in the world, and it's the biggest podcast in the world. So I would say, in many ways, James McCann arguably is bigger than Robert Irwin. Yeah, he didn't win Dancing with the Stars, but he's been on the biggest podcast twice, and Robert Irwin's never been on that. So it just depends. You can tell who is being pushed. Robert Irwin's being pushed to the American audience forcefully, and James McCann is not. His growth is more organic.
Um, I think
I would tell you this: I don't think James McCann's that funny. I don't think James McCann.
Australia doesn't have like a global television side like Canadian yet. That's just known for comedy.
That's correct. And I'll be honest with you, the United Kingdom, at least in the United States, does not have anybody either. Jimmy Carr, he's not a superstar in the United States. You can't go down the street and show somebody a picture of Jimmy Carr and they won't know who he is. But they will know who Dave Chappelle is. They will know who Steve Harvey is. They will know who Joe Rogan is. They still don't really even know who Tony Hinchcliffe is. Um, the UK, their biggest comedian that we've ever seen to come. I mean, I'll look at. I can't tell you somebody. Um, who is the biggest British comedian to become popular in the United States? There's a reason for this.
Jimmy Carr.
Ricky Gervais. Okay, Ricky Gervais. But even Ricky Gervais isn't that popular. Okay, it's Sacha Baron Cohen, but that's different. If they wouldn't say Stephen Merchant,
What about Rowan Atkinson?
yeah, so he's like not a tradition. He's like more an actor, comedic actor, and he only did like what 8 or 12 of the Mr. Bean show. Um, I mean, like I've never heard of Rowan Atkinson doing a tour of the United States for comedy. Um, Americans are well up until World War II. Americans had a very anti-British sentiment. We don't like the British, and that still seeds into Americana. That we fought for our independence from you. You burned down our White House. We fought again in the War of 1812, and basically the British banking empire has always done its best to try to get its claws on the United States, and in many ways, we have done everything we can to avoid being made a colony again. And there's anti-British sentiment, especially in comedy, and especially because people speak differently in the United States than they do in Britain, and a lot of British comedy doesn't translate well, even though it's still English. It doesn't translate well to the United States, and you can't really make people laugh really hard if they don't know the culture, and we just feel like those are outsiders. Now, Ricky Gervais, I would tell you this: as a comedian, he isn't that popular in the United States. The reason why Ricky Gervais is ever got popular was because he created The Office, and The Office became a phenomenon in the United States. Sacha Baron Cohen, funny, but not a stand-up comedian. He's a comedic actor. The other ones, Jimmy Carr is someone who does sell out, but isn't like a superstar. He isn't one of the top 10 comedians in the United States. Stephen Merchant, nobody knows. James Corden, they forced James Corden down the American public's throat for whatever 5 or 10 years with the Late Late Show, and the only thing that anybody ever liked that guy did was carpool karaoke. Everything else that guy did, people hated to the point where he lost his job. Eddie Izzard, nobody liked that. Nobody knows really what that is, and I mean they do. They know he's a comedian, but he's not popular. And Tracy Ullman, she had a show in like the late '80s that was popular in the United States, but it's not like I mean, it's not George Carlin. It's not Steve Harvey. It's not D.L. Hughley. It's not Bernie Mac. It's not Joe Rogan. It's not even Joey Diaz or Theo Vaughn or Whitney Cummings or uh, Nikki Glazer or even Jeff Ross or David Spade, even or uh, uh, anybody from SNL. And especially when you get into comedic acting, like definitely not Will Ferrell, definitely not anybody um, like what are those brothers' names? I can't think of them right now. But
You know, I think the biggest touring actor right now in comedy is
Kill Tony, if you would have considered that.
no,
Shane
Matt
Gillis.
Rife.
Yeah, he makes the most.
Matt Rife, then probably Shane Gillis,
Yeah,
and then
Shane Gillis does the biggest crowds. Shane Gillis does football stadiums, which is basically unheard of in comedy. Um, Shane Gillis is doing the Philadelphia Eagles stadium this summer. That holds like 80,000 people. That's like a giant stadium. He's done that. Matt Rife did not sell out a stadium that large, but Matt Rife is touring all the time and grinding it out, and he does really
he's
well
touring real well
globally.
right now. He's still totaling. He's in Adelaide right now as we speak.
That's right.
He might be on a plane like somewhere else, but yeah, he's in Oceania. He just did the Adelaide show. He's probably on a plane somewhere else right now as we speak.
And how big was the facility that he sold out?
I think it can hold up to 20,000 to 50,000 people.
There you go. So that's a really big place. I'll tell you what, this is an interesting one. Do you know who Dane Cook is?
Yeah, I know. But I do think one day I'm surprised that no comedian. Not surprised actually, but I think one day a comedian will probably sell out in Adelaide Oval. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe you too.
Adelaide Oval. Adelaide Oval could fit like 100,000 people.
Is it a racetrack or is it a soccer stadium or something?
It's a football stadium.
Oh, okay.
AFL stadium.
Okay. Well, maybe
Maybe
that'll
not 100,000 people, but I know it can fit 60,000 people.
maybe that'll be you. Would you want to play that if you had the material?
So I actually don't like big. I actually don't want the big crowds, and I kind of want to be like famous after I'm dead.
All right.
I don't really care about fame.
Well, you're gonna be super famous when I go viral, dude. I've got to go to the bathroom. You've got to go to bed. You take care, my man. I'm proud of you. Good job, big dog. Take care, big man. See you tonight, God willing.
Just smacking my glove. And every time my dad says he's about to show up, I'm just sitting there in the front yard, just smacking my glove, waiting for him to show up. He never shows up to pick me up from practice. Dad kind of feels like, hey, okay, time close, let's go. Let's go all over here. I don't know this yet, but Connor and this is going to change some things. I don't know if he knows. It's about Jesus. That's it. It's about Jesus. Yeah. He's dedicated to social media. So you take Conor McGregor and you put some Holy Ghost power in him. It comes hot. It comes hot. You got notice. It comes hot. You got notice. Because the Irish Catholic warrior hops out quick. You agree with anybody else? The worst. Conor has Jesus now. Go back to the champs, Jen. So if they said there's 8 championship fights on the card, that's what Trump said. Obviously, the UFC stuff, but so there's no Americans out there then. American. There's not enough American. There's about as many Americans as there are in Dagestan right now. There's just like you can't put a card on them all champions. Right? How many Americans do we have as champions? Joshua Van, even though he won, he's our only one. Kayla Harrison's still a champion technically. So you have Kayla Harrison and Joshua Van.
Oh, we're washed. America's washed. And you know what? This is my theory about why we're washed. The only way to keep up now is to have good wrestling. And now that D1 wrestlers can get paid very well, like you can make what, $300,000 as a D1 wrestler. So what's the point in getting into MMA now?
There's not, and it's just, I think it's good for wrestling because those guys have to be like, man, hopefully I can take a punch in MMA to make some money. But dude, to make money, like you're not gonna get $300,000 for a UFC. You're not gonna get $300,000 until you're on your second contract and then fighting 3 times a year at least.
Yeah,
maybe then after that.
Like, what's the incentive of the next Kyle Dane to come up and be like, now I'm gonna fight in the UFC when he could just make a shit ton of money as a wrestler and then become the coach of the whole time? You know what I mean?
Which is awesome. Now it sucks with the UFC.
For American MMA, really bad.
Oh, you
Because
remember?
Gable might be the last one that, because he's already way past college, that he might be the last great American wrestler that could.
I think the UFC challenge is creating incentives for American fighters, wrestlers, athletes to be independent. It's an incentive structure.
It's just hard because the money's not there.
A, the money's not there. B, it's really tough to get hit in the face. It sucks. It's a hard way to make a living. So, like, I was that first wave. It's like me, Madrill, Brock Lesnar, right? All the former football players came out. I remember how much you hated me. Well, no, hold on. So I didn't hate it. So there's 3 of us, right? And then they're like, man, it's just the start. These guys with their athletic ability coming over, man. There's going to be athletes that started when they're kids and they're going to be inspired by the UFC, and it never happened.
There was actually, I saw it was viral on TikTok. This year season, there was a lot of football players that came over.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember Chris Jones. See the Giants like that video
that I just saw on TikTok the other day of you fighting.
knocking him out.
And you're how big this fucking was. Were you nervous for that fight? That was
Yeah.
fucking monster.
And it was funny. His name was Marcus Jones. And it was funny because Jesus. So his jiu-jitsu, his ground pound was so dangerous. So before we go on, Rashad's like, just don't let him get on top of you. Like, no doubt.
He got on top of you though.
Within 30 seconds, he had a full mount.
You got him off. I remember you
Oh, dude, I put my 5-foot behind his throat and just stood up.
Yeah.
And then he threw it in the end and I knocked him out.
Did he not have like that killer instinct in him? Because he seemed like
He was old. He was like 30, I want to say like 34 at the time, or 36.
no killer instinct when you get blasted in the face by another 250 pound guy.
what was that feeling when you got on top of him?
Half his being. You'll see me. I knew. My nose is shattered, but I knew snowmen. I made snow angels in the middle of Africa.
What was that?
Boom. For sure, stop the fight. For sure, stop the fight. For sure, stop the fight. Same here as Brian. For sure, stop the fight. Do you like that too? It's the best part. I do the snow angels. There's a happy number. Yeah, sports. Yeah.
Your nose was different back then.
Well, this is the fight that changed my nose. He needed me in the nose and shattered my nose. The crow cop did not.
Was that a better feeling than the Crow Cop one?
Yeah.
Man, stop that fight, dude. Hey, ref, stop the fight.
Ref's like, sorry, he's still breathing. Let's keep this going.
And then I ran over to Dana. He's like, grab him. He goes, no, your nose. I'm like, he's like, your nose. I'm like, what's wrong with you? He's like, feel it. Because he hit me with the knee and it went like this.
So as I'm watching this, I have a question. When you're on top of someone, hitting someone, and like you probably in your head are like, I hope this ref stops this fight soon. No,
I'm like, you better stop. You have to win.
But so there's not anything like
you're getting back up.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's on the ref. Like, I'm gonna kill him. So I'm gonna keep going.
Because I want to the action that just goes, I have to do this till the ref.
Dim the rules.
Yeah.
And it's on the ref. So remember, my entire livelihood is on that fight. So I hit him, and then I'm hitting him, and he's popping back up like he's coming to. I'm like, no, hell no.
Yeah, hell no. Because I remember there was that famous Dan Hardy fight not Dan Hardy fight, he was announcing, and I think that's what got him fired from the UFC, where he had to even step in as an announcer to beg ref, you have to stop this fight. And it's just like, so I wonder what it's like. It's just all adrenaline.
It's all adrenaline. It's like you're literally just there to win. I'm not worried about Marcus.
kid.
So I'm not worried about his family. I'm there for me. This is how I'm gonna make a name for myself. This is I'm fucking. It's the biggest Ultimate Fighter season of all time. I'm gonna until they pull me off. Yeah, I'm hitting them as hard as I can and dim the rules. Yeah. Now I also only had 4 fights at the time. If I was a little more older, mature season, I'd been like, what are we doing? Sure, come on, bud. Yeah. Then, oh, dude, my fist going through his face. I let everyone out and kept going. Yeah. I just didn't know. So I wonder if I'm a young killer. I've always wondered if that's something that goes to your head or not, or just the adrenaline that just pushes. Even went to the Crocut fight. Like, he was clearly out, but he's this fucking Croatian zombie. Yeah. And then I get him, and he's like fucking. I'm like, oh hell no. Sure. Yeah. You know. Yeah. You don't want like a. Then I can have my day. Yeah. If he somewhat pops up and hits me in the face, he's gonna do the same thing. Very possible too. That must have been a fucking nervous thing. Being like, I don't want to be on that highlight reel of his kicks because those. Didn't even think about it. My thing in that fight was. I was so hot at the time. I was coming off 4 fights, just beat the shit out of Gabriel Gonzaga. I was training with like Shane Collin, GSP, stars and dudes in the month. Training with Starlight on my phone. And then when they get me broke up like this, oh fuck, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Yeah, I was so cocky. I was like, I'm gonna knock him out in 30 seconds. Really? So I went out there and I had the fight of my life. So I was actually super disappointed. And he was strong, right? You said so strong. So strong, so well versed, ready for everything I had. And I was so arrogant. Remember, he's known for his head kick. If you watch that fight, first thing I knew was still a high kick. Yeah. They touch gloves, fucking right high kick. He blocks and smiles. I was like, yeah. I do wonder too, because like, does that mentality make a big difference when you're on that win streak? Do you just feel like I'm untouchable, and it's you're different out, like everything else? The best I've ever seen. That's what I wanted. Me and you were watching. What was it the other day? It was Dominic Cruz versus Garber. And just watching that, that's like one of the best rounds of MMA I've ever seen in my life. But then you see him after he lost to TJ, and I still love the guy. It's very hard when you get stars, when you get knocked out. It's not even that, especially with Dom. Like, Dom was great before. He's one of the best ever. He's great before that. So you're seeing him at an older version, even though he's great. It's almost like Garbrandt, where like Garbrandt, the best he's ever been. But then also, you can only run at that many RPMs for so long. So for some guys, it's 2 years. For some guys, it's 3 fights. For some guys, it's 2 fights. For me, I was in my prime for about 3 years. I only fought maybe twice, 3 times a year. I had 3 years to go. That's what they don't tell you. Yeah. So it's like, so in NFL, you can kind of work your way up, get going. You're 7, 8, you're in your prime. The UFC, it depends. For most of us, we have about 2 years to make it to the top. Yeah. After 2 years, you might, if you did well enough, you still get big fights, you're never really champ. You have 2 years right here, your ultimate fight. You need 2 years. So that's why, like Alex, who's like, let's fight, but he knows. Yeah. My clock's going, yeah, but he's happy. So he's in his prime. So he's like, my clock's going like this. Let's fight. Make as much money as I can. You have 2 years to run at that red line. You better fucking imagine. You have 2 years to run at that fucking. I was like, hey, a woman. I have so many eggs left. I gotta make this happen before I have a kid who's larger. And it's out of control. That's how you're like an entrepreneur for just a short period. I would tell the UFC, hey man, I want to fight. I'm ready to go. I'm in my prime. And it's probably frustrating if the UFC is not giving you. Yeah. Or it's a timing thing, and then when you fight this guy, like, fuck, there's another 6 months. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And then even it's not even after those, once you're at your red line, like, you take a step back, you're still fucking good, but you're not elite. And then also, and then there's another guy coming up, and now he's in his prime. You're a step behind. Back then, the UFC would do things like, I was with, I never told this story, but I was with Nick Marquardt, and they said, you have to take this fight. He's like, I'm 205 pounds. And they were like, if you don't take it, you'll get cut. He's like, but I have I'm coming off an injury. I'm not, they're like, we have 3 weeks. And I was like, you better take that fight. Figure it out. It's $1,000. I guess that's why it's so crazy. Anderson Silva being that long, that was a long fucking run. That's why people don't put him in the goats. That's how you can tell who's been watching MMA since Conor McGregor. Because I remember watching him about Conor too.
If you look at it, most guys have a 2-year window when they're their absolute true, right? There's some outliers, John Jones, right? But remember, John was very best up to 3 years then. Because of his knowledge and IQ and his size and the weight class he's fighting at, he's able to extend it. You look at guys, GSP, there's about 2 years worth of the baddest motherfucker walking the planet. And then, again, I'm not saying they're not bodies, right? They're not. Even Kane, right? All of them.
All of us have John now is like at the Tom Brady at the end of his career stage, where like he's still the GOAT, but like he doesn't have the same step he had back, and
he's like huge, great, but he's a little slower. He's not putting things together as fast. Muscles a little tighter.
Yeah, you have to fight a lot smarter.
But you go back and watch him, when he was 26, 25, you.
Yeah, that's why Anderson Silva to me he's in the top 3. I remember the way he just, but that long to be that good, and for his
lots of guys who train with him and know him really well, they would always say he's a fighter.
Yeah,
they just get obsessed with different techniques, and he loves the color shit. He loves it all.
And he got too cocky.
But the thing about that, this is why Anderson Silva should be listed higher than for the greatest of all time. This is why Alex Beer should be listed higher. This is why Izzy should be listed higher, because they're strikers. You know exactly what they're gonna do, and they still want to play. A Khabib, a GSP, a Makhachev, Hamza, these wrestlers, they're wrestling. They're wrestling.
Sure.
So your margin of error, your chance of losing isn't that high. But Anderson Silva can get knocked out any minute. Alex can get knocked out any minute. Is he strong? Yeah. Y'all must have fucking forgot. He fucking leapfrogged everybody. He ran circles and everything. They had to find a fucking guy working a tire store in Brazil and be like, hey, can you come out and fight MMA? Because he fucking ran circles on competition that nobody else won. So they got Alex Vieira. So remember, Izzy can't wrestle. The only way he's going to beat you is by striking.
Yeah.
So the chance of him losing is so much higher than it can be a GSP. That's why when we talk about Mount Rushmore, I always put strikers so much higher. Yeah. Because they don't have that outlet where it's not coming away, I'm going to take it down. I'm still going to win, I'm going to take it down. Yeah. And also, I'm not saying that Khabib, as great as he was, didn't really fight. The only wrestler he ever fought was Ayaka, whatever his name was.
We've heard my crazy thing about Khabib. I think Islam is the better fighter. I think Islam is much more likely to get, or should be, go to that. But the fact that Khabib had the beating Conor part of his career, and then retiring at undefeated, he has just so much more power. He's just so good. I think Islam is just the better fighter of the two. I think strength of schedule's way better too. What's that? Islam's legacy as far as strength of schedule is much higher. I would say he's fighting better fighters. Yeah. And it's not a knock at Khabib. Like, Izzy fought better fighters than JP. It's just the games, the evolution of the game. Sure. Yeah. I mean, they both fought some of the same people too. Yeah. The way Islam's dominated, but and they're both fucking. Islam's just a better version. Now his grappling's not as high level, but his striking. Like the fact that he was able to knock out Volkanovski, the fact that people are in question if he could be outstriked, if the strike was him and Ilya, like that just shows that no one would have said that Khabib could strike with Ilya. Khabib, you've seen his low lights videos of him striking. It's crazy. Hey, let's see what you got, Jim. Let's take a little break here, because this episode of the Fighter Kids brought to you by my fave, O'Reilly Auto Parts. My Ram TRX, my favorite vehicle I own, that's 1300 monster horsepower Hellcat engine. My tailgate, the paint, I had a wrap, I took the logos off, there's divots in it, so the wrap wasn't showing it, so I have to replace all that. I gotta fill in the divots. I need the hydro blue paint, they had the paint. That's right, I went there, they had the same matching color paint. I'm doing that project right now. And I didn't even have to call them. I just went up there. I said, I'm looking for this paint match, this. They had it all in stock. And even if they didn't, they would call around, they'd tell me what store has it, or the order shows up the next freaking day. They have everything you need. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
This episode of the Podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose a new plan. This podcast is a smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called AutoQuote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with the rate from other companies. So you save time on research. You can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive County Insurance Company affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive. See you in the program. Nick, I want to ask you a so I always put a little asterisk on John Jones and Anderson because they both failed. But when you see this test, failure, do you think, okay, is this an accident? Honestly,
No, because there's no sexual enhancement drug that makes you sleepy. And I mean, that's a 19-to-1 steroid, which is actually gonna kill your libido and not make you hard. You know what I mean? Like it's actually gonna make your dick less.
To be honest, Anderson Silva's fight his career. I don't say that's pretty hard. I'll solve this way. This is like the very bond documentary.
Oh, actually, they better not better of all time.
It's not even great. Nobody argued, but also they're lost.
They were stepped up to make it. That's why guys like Mike Stanton was throwing fucking heat in the weight
information. What, just the UFCs? Yeah, just UFC. Everything else does not matter. So Drexler tested hot. Nick Marquardt tested hot. Dan Anderson, I'm pretty sure tested hot. Team Irving tested hot.
Are you saying these guys also tested hot?
Yeah. It's Maya, Chael Sonnen, Pedro Belfort.
Well, Chael's also told this whole cycle.
You know, everybody back then was. Keep going. They lost the two. You know. So if you go through the last one, I don't know about, but if you go through when he's at the height of his career and stuff, everyone was doing it and they hold it.
Dude, I look at those Chris Weidman losses, and it's like the first one, he was just dancing and got caught. That was not him being. It wasn't like Chris got the better from that fight, and then just also breaking your leg in the second fight. It's like those two losses are like.
I'll tell you the problem with that one though. Chris Weidman, he checked the guy in his prime. If you took Chris Weidman in his prime, you took Anderson in his prime, I would take Chris Weidman. So it's wrestling. Dude, I'm telling you, he was a mother. Chris Weidman, now, again, he was only out for about a year. He was running at higher pace for about a year. That year, good. But he's kind of getting starched the first time.
Luke Rockhold did some work. Luke would have been a nightmare for him.
Think so?
I think so, because Bill was training on a daily basis with Daniel Cormier and Kenny Velasquez. And so his wrestling and everything else was just, he says,
so then he made force to strike with him, and he would get up like this.
He's like a Gaethje, where Gaethje was a wrestler. But no one even knows wrestling.
I don't give a fuck who he's working with.
And that's not something you've seen Gaethje shoot a thing down.
He doesn't.
Anderson Silva in his prime is such a high up fighter.
This is a good mention.
Yeah, this is Dana White yesterday talking about Paddy Pimblett.
We knew he was a fan favorite, the fans loved him, all that, but did you think that he was a championship level fighter? Well, it's a good change. He reminds me of the Conor McGregor story because, came in with this great personality, and they were always over. Every time they fought, everybody believed that they were going to lose. Yeah, Paddy has been that guy more so than Conor McGregor. And obviously, this is a huge test for him. And, Gaethje's been more of a shot at the title again, so, I mean, got it. Here we go. Right. Yeah, I think it was after the Chandler fight that I said, God damn, this guy is the real deal. He's not for Paddy. They both fought Chandler. But, he's the underdog. Yeah, he's going to lose.
You said Bumpers on Dana looks fucking jacked.
Maybe he is in shape, dude. He's just weird. Maybe he was exploding that dude outside. Just with that tie, like, around his neck. Maybe too tight. Yeah, whenever like a collar shirt, that's. How long have I been preaching about Paddy Pimblett? So you agree with that? Since day one, you have a food truck with him? I'm telling you, I love Paddy. I've been interviewed everybody. There's only two people that are like you. It's Conor and Paddy.
How do you see?
He just has the it factor and story factor. Fucking.
I think he's got aura as a star, but I just think I don't know. It's such a different career.
I think he rises to the occasion. Something happens to him. I think he's probably a ridiculously good athlete too.
The difference is Jiggins, he hadn't even met. I was like, please be a fucking problem.
Yes.
The only problem is, like, there was never, I don't know if it's been a while, but, like, the thing about Patty is, like, everyone already feels like he's going to lose to Ilya. Was there anybody, I guess you could say Aldo was that version of that. Yeah, Aldo. I can't see a world where Patty could beat Ilya, but I guess that's kind of his point.
That's the thing. Yeah, you don't know how he's going to do it, but Patty on the ground when he's on your back is super smooth. We'll see if he can do it.
I'm very interested to see Ilya when he finals, because he said he's coming back in June, April or June. June is going to be like, yeah, but I'm interested to see if he can come back. Oh, that could be a good fight. That could be a good fight.
Man, oh man, I'd like to see that. That's
Neither one American, but I still want to that fucking fight.
If Patty beats Ilya, you're talking about the face of the legit have their nuts.
I'll change my mind.
winner gets green. That's what he said. Winner gets green. And I
Just grab the mic. Trump just grabbed the mic.
winner gets Greenland.
Winner gets Greenland.
It's Minneapolis.
That's so much more fair than going to war. Let us fight out in the octagon.
You take your best fight from Greenland, and when you get best from America,
You can even take your best from Denmark. You can have your best from NATO, and we'll still win. Actually, maybe not NATO. Denmark, yes.
what's this? No, it's Nick.
Yeah, so Islam Makhachev, he named his who he wants to fight. Michael Morales.
Michael Morales is an intriguing fight to me. I think he's.
So basically, he said he thinks that he was undefeated a few days ago. Today he's undefeated again, even though he got choked out. And he's basically saying like he wants to be the one that actually changes everything around. I like that. Do you think that Morales could even last a round?
Well, Morales was on the Ecuadorian national wrestling team. You know the wrestling national team. He was a wrestler too. I think he was
he wrestled? Was it judo?
He was wrestling.
His mom was.
Yeah, he was a judoka, but he was also a wrestler. Now I don't know what Ecuadorian. I don't think Ecuadorian wrestling is as good as Pakistan wrestling. I know that's great. I will say, but he's a very special athlete, and this kid is.
Michael Morales has fucking power. And fucking power. Oh, yeah. And also, Islam has been caught before.
Yeah,
it has happened.
He's hard.
So at age 10, he switched from judo to wrestling. He won tournaments at age 14. So he doesn't have a high level of wrestling.
Yeah.
He wrestled till he was 14.
No, I think he kept wrestling.
No, it says that he began MMA at a young age.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe at 16. He turned professional when he was 16. His wrestling's not offered.
His wrestling isn't world class.
His wrestling career is the same as yours. As a matter of fact, we have one.
With him being the way he dresses and the way he actually trains, that's a hard loss for his life. That's a hard loss. That's how you'd have to send
Morales is my favorite fighter of all time. I said it once. I like the fashion style. I like
Islam's playing. Yeah, this kid has a lot of height. He probably sees some holes in his game, especially when it comes to wrestling. So he's like, let me be the one to take him out first to take out a contender. He's like, no, let me get to him before the rest of you get to him.
The other fight that they're also talking about him is Usman.
with Kamara. You mean with
Kamal Islam.
I love that idea. I don't know how Kamara can train. I don't know what his knees are about right now, but I love that idea.
Yo,
You feel better prime.
Cameron, how are you, big dog?
What's going on, bro? I had to come in Cafe check on you, bro. What's going on with you, man?
Living life like a pimp. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
You already know. I know, bro. I've seen you on space a lot, so I'll just checking in, make sure your health is okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a walking strength and conditioning dynasty. All right, you don't know anybody else who's talking like that, do you now?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Absolutely.
I just want to tell you, I thank you for that information that you gave me. You know what I'm saying? I just found me my way. And you're right. I didn't lose anything. I gained more. You know what I'm saying? If anything, losing that old family, it kept me in that box. But I'm able to teach more broader audience. I got my first affiliate badge now, part of the SoCal family. So yeah, man, it's looking really up for me right now. So pretty happy right now. I decided to go through this person and check on Rabbi. I know he's in there.
Absolutely. 100%. All right, so tell me about that project.
Oh, SoCal? Oh, SoCal, they're big, man. linked up and partnered up with Soul on Chain. You know who that is, right?
Oh yeah, I'm in their Discord live streaming right now.
Okay. Well, yeah, they're basically partners with Soul on Chain, Bull Bears, all of that. So Soul Gods is pretty much just a branch out from Soul on Chain. It's another affiliate organization, though. They're all together basically. So I'm able to have my affiliate badge even if I was to wear a Soul God or even if I was to wear a Soul on Chain or Mutant Bull Bear or they got so many communities that they're locked in with. So yeah, we're expanding, man. So definitely, man. I would love to onboard a lot of people to it because it's a lot more than just, like I said, just crypto with them. You know, they'll teach you, basic, etiquette, basic, what I would say, literature or proper financial literacy, type of thing. Teaching people how to actually dominate the crypto market, not like the chase the hype type of coin or anything like that. So yeah, man, I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. I've been partnered up with Doc, Barbie. I'm not sure if you know Doc. I'm sure you know Doc.
Oh, perhaps. I meet a lot of people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, oh yeah, true. You go to a lot of stages. I'm tripping. But yeah, Doc, Barbie, Crypto Cam.
Oh, wait. I know Barbie.
Yeah, Bitcoin Barbie. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a second. You're with that project, the one that's like spray painted 5,000 square feet in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, spray the same.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's Coco. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know that one really. I know that one really well. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we're alongside them. They're all part of Still Gods and Bull Bears community, or Mutant Bull Bears, and so on chain. I don't know if Barbie's affiliated with them or not. I don't see her badge or not. But,
Yeah, she's definitely affiliated with them. I can tell you that because I just did a space where they featured my project for not they, but another organization featured my space for like an hour, and then she was the hour after me, so I got to hear all about that project.
Okay. Well, yeah, spray on chain. It's like we had some buttholes trying to come in there and trying to be like, hey, we made you a token. You need her to go claim this $2,000. She's like, bro. She asked me. I was like, fuck that shit. Leave that alone.
I heard about this.
You're trying to make a Guinness World Record, and you don't need nothing shady to be tied to trying to make a world record.
I heard about this.
He kept poking, like, hey, check your DMs, have him go claim them, because nobody's gonna believe it that it's real, because it's not real. Why did y'all come to these people that this is you're just trying to use the lore? And that's why I told Coco, he started crying on stage. You know what I'm saying? Coco's a sensitive person. And I don't want to call him like a soft man, but it's good that he's a touch on the sensitive side. Because I cry sometimes, I don't care what the fuck, no matter who hears me. But he was just so stoked, you know what I'm saying? Because, his life and how it's turned around within a year. And now he has a real purpose to move his life. And just got these people just come out of nowhere like, hey, yeah, we just built you a project, bro. And, you got like $2,000-$3,000 you go claim right now. And this, that, and the other, and it's like I told her, I was like, don't worry about that. If that's happening right now, imagine what's gonna come your way.
Exactly. I heard about this. Basically,
we're talking about 6,000 feet of canvas that you have to cover for a Guinness World Record.
Right.
And he's bringing it, blockchains, NFT projects, stuff like that, and like all the history of the blockchain. So you definitely should be on.
Right.
You are everybody.
So I heard about this, what happened, and basically they started and rugged like 7 different coins over the course of a weekend, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's not cool. And I know that project's an NFT project and not a crypto project. So I think that person was doing an excellent job of clarifying everything for the Twitter community so that they know that, hey, that is not our project. We are an NFT project. We're not a crypto project, and to steer clear of that.
He's actually not even a project. He's actually just what we're calling is a RWB. You know what I'm saying? He's not a real world asset. He's a real world business. Even though tagging could be illegal, but they're actually getting in touch with vendors and people that's allowing the graffiti to be done. So it's not just going at lifetime tagging stuff. It's actually make a world record during the week.
Right. Well, okay. So let me clarify. So he's featuring NFT projects, right?
Yes, sir.
Is
Yes,
that
sir. Yes.
is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's featuring on that wall.
Yeah, he's taking all the projects that's on the chain and like the real projects, not just anybody's. Because of course Bitcoin Barbie's very knowledgeable. We know how to check the charts. We know how to look through to see what tokenomics is. We know how to you can look at a project or tell by when they're pitching how like if they're long term or if they're not. As soon as they start talking about hey, we'll do this giveaways for people like bro, we go. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not how a real project ever started talking about giving away nothing because everybody knows the ground level. It means all boots on ground. That means we need to go in different directions, getting the word out before paying anything out. So yeah, so it's just communities like that. So we're watching out. So of course, you can go there, Soul on Chain, all the long term projects that have been through. I'm sure the Board Ape, stuff like that. Like real stuff that people know about that's been on the blockchain that's still on the blockchain.
Right now, what's the aspect of a vending machine? What was that?
That was actually dope, man. That aspect there was just like NFTs. Like I think he showed. Let me look at it again because I think it's NFTs that he just put like inside of the vending machine. Like there's gonna be another vending machine, but let me see who that one was dedicated to. Because he's gonna do a few of those, and I also gave him an idea about like he should dedicate Elon on there because Elon's crypto pro. And he's like, oh, I didn't even think about that. I'm like, yeah, we're on SpaceX and Doge and all of the stuff that he's done, did for crypto. I mean, I wouldn't see, why you wouldn't slap him on there.
Word. But I don't understand. So you explained the vending machine part of it to me. Yes, sir.
Share my screen real quick.
Word down.
And then, yeah. So this right here, I don't know. I've never really seen this project.
Yeah, that one.
So I don't think this is his project necessarily. I just think that this is the start to show people that this is about to be how it's about to be looking. You know what I'm saying? Once they start I want to know how he got them all in there like that.
Well, what is it? What is it? Do you go up and buy it like it IRL or I don't get that part.
No, it's just literally spraying the cane. He's spraying the cane like he's using cans of paint and he created that vending machine. That's 3D sticking off the wall. That's
Oh,
the wall.
okay, but I've heard him talk about a vending machine.
Yeah. That's the vending machine right there. He's spray painting it. If you look at it real closely, that's not real.
Okay, no, I see that, and it's very good. So, but I thought I heard him talk about there'll be a real vending machine that you can get
Oh,
NFT.
there could be. There could be. There
Yeah,
could be coming true. But I think this is the one people talking about putting these vending machines, the NFTs like on the project like that across this wall. So I haven't touched Coco before I just talk about that. Like I said, my main position with them right now is that they are the business, they are the tagging, so I'm just spreading the art, chopping it up, getting it out to the people, doing my part, and being a community a member. Like everybody needs to learn how to be, without asking for stuff. You want to be amongst something great, you have to do something free sometimes. Like you do have to sacrifice. People are sacrificing their time to create greatness. So what makes you think you can't sacrifice your time to help greatness?
absolutely. And the way that you just phrased the vending machine aspect, it very well he could be saying, "Hey, you can get your NFT in this vending machine," but he's talking about on the art. That very
On
well
the
could
art.
be. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then that's
Yeah. I don't think they're gonna go like literally buy a vending machine because then they would have to like 3D make NFTs of people's stuff. But we do have Apollo, who is that dope, man. Apollo's making every project stuff right now. Oh, like he did Space on X's microphone. What is Spaces and X Spaces or something like that? It used to be Spaces on X, but I think they changed it to X Spaces.
yeah. I know.
But
I the one that
with the
they do 24 hours, right?
yeah. One with the microphone. And some days they have like a music day. It's always Van Doge up there. He used to have a little taco project. I don't know whatever happened to them. So whatever, little lizard looking thing. But yeah, man, I've just been finding my way to the Web three. I've been tagging you in a couple things, and I've been super busy here recently.
Things happen
Like,
certainly. I mean, I was chilling myself yesterday. I do you know who the Yucky Ducks are? I'm sure you probably do. Yeah, they're a great project. If you're not in their Discord, you should join. It's discord.gg/the waddle, and those guys are really
yeah,
great. And then also Baby Billionaires. I'm sure you're familiar with that project. And then also uh, the OGs, the big stuff is Discord. Are you in that Discord?
yeah, me and Kubo just really actually got cool. A lot cool because Lala tried to ruin my image with them, because she hates them or she hates them. So as I was with her building, they all was like, who the fuck is this A-Mind dude? Who the fuck is this guy? And why the fuck did you pick him to be with you over us? And we basically built you. So they took that as a personal challenge to fucking just like every time I came to the stage after that, they just, oh yeah, they're upset it doesn't let me up for 2 seconds. They asked a couple questions, laughed at me, and then they just dropped me off the stage. I was just like, damn, okay. So it
Oh,
don't mean nothing to me anyway. I really don't want to log in on this shit. I have real deal business.
yeah.
Like
Okay. So if I remember correctly, yeah, things weren't good with Lala, but that was like a month ago. Have things improved at all?
a lot.
Okay,
A
good,
lot. I've got a partnership.
good.
That's what I said. A partnerships. If I would have still been stuck inside there teaching and inside like Straw had too really opened my eyes. He was the one that told me like, man, I was in the same age, like I was in that bubble, and then when I got pushed out, it really hurt. Like he's like, I really shedded a tear, and I was like, damn, I did too, bro. Like what I'm saying, because like I really gave my all to teaching people that I don't even know. Free time, animation, graphics. They're doing great. Still to this day, they're over still, designing and doing their thing. I'm proud of them. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to take it away from them at all, but they try to hurt me to the core the next day. Like I said, they came on stage and I never showed them shit. They do shit with them. I'm like, Vic, you wouldn't even be controlling her account if I didn't show you how to delegate accounts. I didn't teach y'all everything. Oh no, y'all are hustlers. That's why I'm trying to change the narrative of y'all being supply guys and I'm just here to be a community mod for your PG and this. That was my narrative. That was my purpose. So that's what I was doing. I was trying to teach them.
That's
And
excellent. So
after me and her fell out, they all turned on me, blocked me, and all types of shit. Weird shit, but they fail to realize they got to come to our side of the turf to get a job. Like
exactly.
I'm amongst all the American projects. Every American project is sitting right next to me.
Right
So
now,
every time they come in there, I see them. I see the eagle. I mean, I see the Phoenix wings and I'm like, how y'all plan on getting money? Nobody's doing DMs.
oh yeah,
So
no, no,
you
no,
can
no.
you You send a DM all you want, but if you don't come up and show your face and tell who you are, or meet, I'm there safely, waiting to see them. I'm not kicking them out the room. I'm throwing heart emojis, fist bumps, trying to show them some love and let them know, like, hey, I don't have hearts. It's like, y'all the ones that hate me. Y'all hate me because what? Because I called out one fucker that was scamming Nigerians?
Right.
Like, how are y'all mad? Because Fortune cooked. And look, Lavanya just hit me up yesterday. He said, bro, you know Fortune? I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I lost the community off the back of him, by calling him and blasting him out across the face. And yeah, and he said, yeah, bro, he just got me in Unchained over on some money because they want people to give away, and they can't send him the money. He's supposed to do the giveaway, and he just never returned and never came back. Same shit he did, same shit he's been doing. So it's like I kind of feel like I went on a limb for nothing, but then again, now that I look back and look forward, 2026 where I'm at now, compared to where I was at then, I wouldn't be here. I would still be just giving away my hard-earned money every damn day. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to hear people out and sympathize with them because they're in a less fortunate situation than me. But shit, nobody's gonna give me money about my less fortunate situation. Or if I got bills coming, motherfucker ain't gonna hey, do what you gotta do. You know?
Absolutely.
That's all about.
Absolutely. I'm going to send you a direct message on Discord right now, or I can actually send it in X. I want you to let me make sure we have. Yeah, I'm sure. Amaron. There we are.
I
And
changed my name on there. It's just Mellow because I'm with Doc and them now. They told me always have my handle and my username kind of more or less the same.
okay. Yes. All right. So you're no longer Amaron. You're Mellow. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah. My name is So Mellow on there. So Mellow 111 is my handle. So like I said, it's running with Doc. They're teaching me like to be more professional. To have my handle and my username more close because people when they go look for you to tag you and stuff, and then they try to look for your Amron, and then I don't pop up, or they don't know who So Mellow is. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a fix me kind of thing. So yeah, I had to change. I didn't have to, but I did because I was advised to by somebody who's much more smarter in that space than I am.
I get that. Okay, so spell it for me.
Just MELLO.
Okay, no, your username, isn't it Soul Mellow?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's my handle. My at is Soul Mellow. My MELLO.
Yeah, I want your username.
Yeah, Mellow. Just Mellow.
No, your username. That's your at.
Yeah. No, that's my username. Mellow. My at is So Mellow.
Okay. Soul Mellow. No W, right?
No W.
SOULMELLO.
Yeah, SOLMELLO.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Soul Mellow.
I have a Soul God and I have a Soul God affiliate badge.
All right, just one moment. We're getting there. There we go. Okay, I got you now. All right, I'm gonna blow your mind with a couple things. First thing I want you to do is I'm gonna send you a YouTube link, and I want you to look at it because when I'm talking to people about how much I stream, they don't understand it, and it's really hard for me to put it into words. So if you can, I just sent you a YouTube link. I want you to click that link and see how many lives I have gone. I want you to count them for me.
All right. You got Rumble. You got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
At least.
15.
How many people do you know who are streaming on YouTube with more than one?
Not many.
Exactly.
Not in different angles.
Exactly. And I've been doing this for 4 years, which is a huge deal. Additionally, the account that I just sent you, that message, I want you to go to the timeline and look. I created a robot that actually uploads my life on Twitter as well. Can you do that for me? So just go. It's 2x dot. It's the same account that I just messaged you. Look on the timeline, and you can see a robot that just every hour uploads the last hour of my life. Do you see that?
Where is it at again? On YouTube?
No. On X, the account that I just messaged you from with that YouTube link. Just click on that profile and go down on the timeline,
All right.
and you should see like embedded video in my timeline. Do you see that I'm live? Yes, you do. I think you do. I can't hear you when you go maybe to the other app. That could be Amaron. I can't hear you. Amaron. Right. There you go.
Yeah, I see all.
Yeah, so you see every hour I upload, and I created a robot that does that. And then the last thing I'm going to send you is another account. You don't have to follow it, but I've been doing live streams 24/7, or a live space 24/7, uh, for more than 333 straight days. So I'm coming up on 1 year of 24/7 spaces, and I don't know anybody else who stream, who does 24/7 spaces, but I'm going to send you that account, and you can just all I want you to do is just take a look at um, the just look at the account. Look how many spaces I have now. There aren't a lot of people who attend them, but these are on video. So I have video spaces. So if you would look at the link that I just sent you on X, on Twitter, and it's in your um, DMs, and you can see it's just like 12 hours, 24 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, like really long spaces. And I've been doing that since February 14th, 2025, and they're all on video. I don't know anybody else who does 24/7 spaces, literally 24-hour spaces. It's a lot. I can just tell. I can't hear you right now, but I can just tell by your face because I think you're in the other app, so like your microphone's not coming through. So if you can come back to Discord, I don't know if you can hear me. I okay now you're okay. Excellent.
Jump back. I think somebody on X is trying to beat your record or somebody's record. They're trying to simultaneously do the longest X space ever. I think it's 4 days or so.
Yeah. So I spoke with them yesterday, and they wanted to do 7 days, and I said, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I've been doing these for more than 333 straight days, 24/7, and mine are on video as well. So if you are going for the world record, I don't even think I have the world record. I think that
No, some girl does. Some girl does.
Exactly.
She was yeah. She had like I think 5, 6 years. I'm not sure if she's still going or like quit. But yeah, she had like years. How do you even keep something running with that much power?
Well, I think
going down twice.
Yeah, no, I think it's gone down. I mean, even all of X has gone down at some points for their spaces. So I know the longest space that I've ever seen personally is 420 hours without rugging, and that's like 3 weeks. But then people who do it like I do it, where at least with an iPhone, you have to restart it every 24 hours. There's like no way around that. Maybe if you're doing it on a computer or an Android device, you can do it longer, but at a certain point, you do have to stop it and restart it. But yeah, I explained to those people yesterday. Her name's Melissa. I'm like, look, I don't mean to shit in the punch bowl, but like even I don't have the longest one. Now, what I do claim is more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Because when you look at all my YouTube streams, and those are going 24 hours a day, and I've been doing that for 4 years from like whatever 16 different angles. That's a lot of data, as you can imagine.
That's a hell of a lot of data, bro.
Word, dog.
What do you mean?
Absolutely.
That's like, man, most people can't even fathom even letting their stuff be viewed. Like you're almost up there with The Circle. You ever see that movie, The Circle?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to check that out.
You have to watch that movie, bro. It's got Tom Hanks in it, man, and this girl. Basically, The Circle is like about this girl, her life, and how when her job, became everything. It made her like she had to report everything. Like when she went home on vacation, they was like, oh, it's not like a mandatory thing that you have to be here and all quirky, like just being weird. It was like, well, we heard that she's like, while you were gone, there was people, participating over so many different events and this and the other. And she had to go full transparent. Like they wanted her to go full transparent, like her whole life, like from the time she woke up, went to bed, everything was documented. And you gotta watch that.
Yeah, that's
like
what.
Almost like what our world is really going into. Like not even you to do it yourself, but it's almost like what our world is going into.
That you're forced to do. Yeah, that's Emma Watson. Yeah, I'll check that out. I might even check that out later today because people have recommended that to me. But yeah, so I mean, you can tell it's a lot of data that I archive and all of the people's projects. I think it'll be really interesting, the people of the future, to see some of these projects, the ones that run, the ones that continue. I mean, we have the birth of a lot of really incredible creative people and what they're doing. So, and now you're on it. So, Amron, what do you want to say to the people of the future?
I want to tell the people in the future, if you ain't tapped in with Rabbi Rothschild, you are slipping. You need to be coming, learning new skills, learning how to change your life, learn how to get your inheritance in order. This man has taught me a lot of things, gave me good game. There's a lot of things I can keep on going about. So for the future, if you ever see this, and my name is Seven, middle name is Cameron. I used to tell everybody my government because I don't care about being doxxed. But yeah, man, this is man Rabbi Rothschild, man, is trying to set people apart. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make people financially stable and free.
100%, absolutely. That's absolutely correct. Well,
100%.
Amron, are you going to be in any spaces later today?
Oh yeah, I do spaces all day long, bro. From 7, got Todd to space, but we've been doing now. I'm in the Soul Guys. I got to go to the meeting. But so Todd space 7, but then we do docs at 8, and then that lasts. No, we do docs at 9, and then that lasts like 10 or 11. Then it's Barbie space, and after Barbie, then I take like a little break, like around 4 or so, then submit the casket or 2 or 4 submit the casket space.
Does Barbie do them every day, or is it just Wednesdays?
Every day.
Oh, okay, excellent. And Taj, he does Monday through Thursday, right?
No, every day.
He does it every day too. Okay, excellent. Do you do the
he's doing giveaway every day. So he has those Taj be having goddamn. He said he's trying to give out $200,000 by the end of this year.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, I don't know how many people win. I know I won $50 on the first day I went, but I think that was because Doc. You know what I'm saying? Doc got to pick. Who the winner was. So I don't know how much or how many people have won, but I know every day there's at least like 1,000 people.
Yeah, no, I know that. It's really early on my time zone. It's like 4 a.m., but I sometimes tap into those things. And he does them for 3 hours. Is that right? Or how long does he?
Where are you in California?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it'll be 4 a.m. for you. He hosts it for I think like an hour. No, he hosts it for 2 hours.
2 hours, okay.
Doc goes in there. They start at 7, they end at 9, and Doc starts his space from 9 to 11, and then from 11 to 1 is Barbie.
Okay, and then you said you take a little break. What ones do you do in the evening?
Which ones do I do in the evening is Casket, which is Cold Trust. That was I was with a project that I was really that I really believed in, that I thought was one. This is how I met them, was calling out Russ.
Okay.
And the fucker who built it, named Wealth Wave, rugged it the other day.
No way, you called it.
Yeah. He called it, he rugged it the other day. And we're still building. Like, we're not going anywhere, because first off, the deck is, it's already migrated from there to Radium. So he pulled all his money out talking about the back end is costing too much for the website that he built for people to go on there just to put a comment for it to rate KOLs was costing him $600 a month. I said, bro, you're fucking lying. Why are you lying like that?
We're done.
$600 for a .io, not even a .com.
Wow, that's incredibly expensive.
Right. Come on, man.
Like ridiculous.
Like he's lying just to rub the coin, and I had about $300 in there, and he's like, you reckon like you put in a, I don't care if I put in a $10. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it matter, bro? Like, my money ain't there. You know, I'm more mad with the Nigerians that put in, like, you know, he didn't even give a fuck that he drugged the Nigerians that was there that built this whole TG, the Discord, and X-Rater cried on there. He's like, bro, like, I had $60. I just bought more. Like, he's like, what are you? He's like, bro, you did this all wrong. If you wanted to shut it down, you should have told everybody they could pull out what they got and get out and you take what's left, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't pull out first so you can send us our money. Like, that's what he's trying to say. I took it out so I can send y'all money. What? Shut up.
Right.
My money was already there. I could have pulled it myself. I don't need you to handle my money and send it back to me.
I understand that. Hey, have you heard from Spider Pig recently?
No, he rubbed his entire community. And then why the fuck as soon as we called him out, this fucker did it to us.
Shut the fuck up. Spider Pig rugged everybody? No, wait. This is a guy who would come into spaces every single day, do his spider pill shill or whatever, Spider Pig shill, tell everybody he was going to be giving like $1,000 away every week or something like that at B&B.
And it's the Lord. That's what I'm telling you. When people talk like that, that's the setup. That's what everybody needs to start realizing. What real company comes and pays you? Like look at crypto. I look at crypto like real business. Like, what company is going to come pay you? Maybe if they're in their demo stage or if they're in this stage, come test the beta app or website for them. They might pay you to do that just to get real feedback from customers. But in a project, bro, if I'm giving you out 1,000, that means that you either already wrote some other stuff before, and just the voice. Like, if you're constantly doing, like, you have a voice changer, or that's your real voice, but I don't see nobody having to, like, really keeping that up. And then he had a Miss Piggy, they used to talk like him, and it was just, I told everybody, the dude had the coin already launched for 2 months. And then I got added into a fucking Discord, or not Discord, but to a X community by Dicey. And he added everybody that's in there. I was like, what is this? This is the Spider Pig. This is the early release. I'm like, I'm not sure. I'll take you in on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I told Dicey to his face. I'm like, why the fuck would you add me in there? I'm glad I didn't even buy none, because as soon as I seen that he said that it was a $10 million market cap, I'm like, what? This is the early CA. What? Get him out of here. Get this shit out in front of my face. He gonna start out like y'all coming in with a $10 million market cap already sitting on 1 cent. So everybody who ate in a couple $1,000 supposedly ran up 15 million. So he got out with 5 million. Whoever that had the 10 million in there. So
yeah.
10 million. That plus, yeah. So the millions was made off of these people.
No way. And then he's gone radio silent ever since.
Ain't nobody seen it. Ain't nobody heard. Ain't nobody. Hell no.
And then his community on X just was deleted or whatever.
I was definitely in that community, so I don't even know what that's about. Like, you'd be better off talking fucking Dicey. You know what I'm saying? That's the motherfucker who always talk about the Spider Pig. Even when Spider Pig wasn't around, he was the one. He used Dicey and onboarded Dicey and paid Dicey a lot. So I don't even know. I never trusted the project anyway, and I'm just like, Spider Pig. Like, I wouldn't buy that for life. I don't give a fuck about me. I like meme coins. I like them, but they have to have a real good lore narrative. What was his narrative that he got it from The Simpsons? Like, what's the lore behind Spider Pig?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Wow, he was just shilling so hard that just something about it made me apprehensive. And that voice threw me off too. That he would.
That's what you tell people to scam. He's not using his real voice. He's a fucking character. He's playing a character. So it's like when you have somebody playing a character right before your eyes, do you believe that it's real? No. Just like watching a movie. So somebody's like, oh, doing all they do in real life. So it's a joke. You know, that was what KOL Trust is supposed to be about. Was calling out bad actors. You know what I'm saying? But except for the thing is, there are good actors too. Just like Spider Pig. That's why I just asked you, what was the lure behind it? You probably heard him shield more than I ever have because you're always in big step spaces and I'm not.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That
Yeah.
was the Lord. So that's why even when I heard him, I'm like, God, there's nothing that catches me or makes me like. I don't even like the look. The fucking pig in Spider-Man's gear. I mean, okay, like the Simpsons. That's all I know is Homer on the fucking pig and Spider Pig, Spider Pig, Spider Pig, whatever, Spider Pig. That's the only thing I know about Spider.
Right.
Like,
I'm surprised he didn't.
sounds like.
I'm surprised he didn't delete his account. He got rid of that community. He changed the PFP, and he changed the name. Now it's some. Well, it's like an Asian text. Like I think it's Chinese, but his username's still Spider. His handle. Yeah, Spider Pig BMD, and that's an interesting one. Wow, you know that's what happens. I mean, these people. You've got to tell the good actors from the bad actors, and who's been around, and who's open and out there, and doxed and everything. And there's just.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. Everything that has everything to do with the big stuff.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Okay, so you.
Like,
So
I already know.
yeah.
Like, the Yucky Ducks, whoever's behind Yucky Ducks right now might be the same motherfucker that just did this shit. Because that's who he said his partner was.
Okay.
When Spider Pig last film, I haven't seen Spider. I even asked Dicey. I said, Dicey, I don't even follow Spider Pig like that, but I said, let me ask you this. I said, was Spider Pig active for like the last 3-4 weeks or so? Or 3 weeks or so? He said, nah, bro, he wasn't. I said, he just popped up out of nowhere, didn't he? And was like, yeah. But he held his face. He was like, y'all, I want to give one today. We got this going on with his Spider Pig boys. And yeah, we got to do a launch token. And yes, it's going to be epic. And then boom, 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 boom. All that. That was the last I heard from him. Then night you come with this damn fucking group. Come out, yeah, the Spider Pig token's coming out at 12 o'clock tonight. He was in there talking about he was going to go to the big seven space. He was like, yeah, those are my partners. And of course, they're going to say if they wasn't, Huntline Virus, Rug 2. And he's trying to say the numbers in it. So, amongst all of those people, I'm trying to figure out who is real because I own a lot of those Rave guys. And Numbers is behind with them, too. Apparently, Rave God has went through a couple of tokens himself. And he did that shake your ass to Jesus, and some other dude was ripping his ass the other day. He was like, bro, you really trust somebody like that to handle your business affairs? I was like, I thought about it. I'm like, damn, no, I wouldn't. Like somebody who's always high or just slow talking, like, no, I wouldn't expect him to conduct my business. But if that's what type of business he's in, which is rave parties, I mean, it sounds good, but now that I've started thinking about it, I'm like, damn, maybe I didn't really hate into some shit that really ain't shit.
Right. Now that you say that, so Big Steppers hasn't had a space like they used to, like at the end of last year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I'm in their Discord, and they've been nice enough to allow me to stream in there, and that's great. I really appreciate that. But there's always been something about it where I know they're botting their spaces, and basically what I think they do is they find people with deep pockets who have a project that isn't getting promoted that well, and on the back end they say, hey, we'll feature your project for XYZ. Like, do you remember hearing them promote Burgess?
Yeah.
What happened to Burgess?
Yep. Man, everything that they touched sinks through the floor, bro. It's like they was fucking with the Pandu Pandas. What happened to them?
That's an excellent question.
Because don't you remember fucking Gooby wearing the Pandu Panda? And then the Trim had a Pandu Panda. Now it's the Yucky Duck. Now the affiliation, they didn't get all that money from that. Now that's another thing. I'm telling you, like, this is what Lala was talking about, is that maybe she could be in on that shit from behind. Like, bro, I'm really right here with it, bro. Like, it's so weird. Everything that happened to me, the force out, right before all this weird shit going on, bro, like, I don't know. and then me calling out scammers and shit, and her wanting to talk. It's just been a lot, bro. Like I don't know. I think all of this shit is being ran by a monopoly.
Yeah, there's something really weird about it, and I feel like this is the strategy. Okay, so for $150, you can buy 10,000 X followers, and so they're basically just getting like $500 together to get. Because I notice all these accounts that run these spaces have 30,000 followers, not 40,
Right.
not 20. They're all at like 32,000 followers, and then they do these follow for follows, and then in all of their spaces, they're all botted incredibly largely, and like nobody calls them out. Everybody's just happy that it's a big space, but it's like they're like, hey, there are 15 of us here speaking,
How
and
do you call them out? How do you call them out? Because you got these Nigerians that are gonna keep showing up and keep doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's no way. Like it's like when you start calling people out, then that's when you start to look like this fucking weirdo to everybody. It's like get him the fuck away.
right.
I heard fucking Scooby say, bro, did you start the fight? Now, he didn't know that the space was being recorded at the time. He's like, oh shit, close space, rug. I was like, whoa. I asked Lala, she was right there. I said, did you hear him say that? She was like, I did. He said he forgot to start the bot. I said, oh man. Because I was wondering why sometimes, like, it was either Tay-Rare that was right there that was always just ghost. Like, they would be there, but they wouldn't say shit. Or it'd be the main account that would be there, but it wouldn't say shit. And I was trying to message Chip, hey, bro, if you rug, you just got to close the app and reopen it, and you come back in if you rugged out. Never said shit. And then he had just popped back in, like, yeah, I was just over here fucking fighting with a, what did he say? A raccoon or some shit. I'm like, bro,
What?
Really you was talking to raccoon this whole time, bro?
Evan, you're hilarious. Yeah, something's weird. They change their names, and they keep all the followers, but it's like they change their names and they don't do an announcement for it, and they kind of keep it on the DL. And I've always been suspicious. Why is it like you want people to know who you are, right? You want people. Now, I understand your case. I get that, and it's logical, but you don't foresee yourself changing your name again.
No. I had to. I learned from, like I said, document. They were just telling me like what your handle is. You want your username to be close because when you're in spaces, people don't see your handle. They see your space name, your username. So he was like, so when they look up you, they need to be typing in Mellow, so you straight pop in there. So I was like, makes sense. So I was like, yeah. Because I came out with this profile at Mellow. That was my project when I was feeling back then. I was by myself. And I started it from the back end wrong. I started in TG, like everybody else does that doesn't know what they're doing, and they come to X class, looking to shield in the spaces and do all of this stuff. And that's when I was so mellow. You know what I'm saying? I only changed my name once, and that was to go to Amron, and now I'm back to just mellow. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't have many name changes on my phone.
I get that. Now, the big steppers, like they used to do spaces like sometimes multiple a day, and it's been radio silent from a lot of them. What they'll do is maybe they'll have somebody else in the space and they'll take one of their big accounts and put it in, but they haven't been doing it the way that they once were, and I don't really know why. I can tell you this: there was one project that was in there that I think was paying them to get featured, and they really wanted 10,000 followers. And it was a cool project, and it seemed like it was interesting. And I just messaged this this account, and I said, hey, if you want 10,000 followers, it's $150. Here's the website. And they never sponsored another one. I felt badly because it's like, oh, I didn't want to take away business from the big steppers, but it's like, look, if all you want is 10,000 followers, there are easier ways to do this than by pumping money into these certain projects, and
But nobody wants fucking followers. I want organic followers. I don't need a whole bunch of random ass accounts just look for.
Well,
like, if you're not engaging, like my shit's going up daily. Like every time I wake up, I think I'm at another 100. Like it just goes up. I just be sitting there. Like I'm done following people right now because I'm waiting on my followers to catch up to my following. So right now, same thing's happening for you, and I'm just realizing that X puts us in this category. You're not influential. That's why people aren't seeing your timeline like that. because you're following more than that's following you. So once you're following or more following you than that you're following, it puts you in the not KOL, but puts you in more of a an influencer.
I
You
get
know what I'm
that.
saying? Like so, both of us look like we're not influencers. We're influenced by because we're following more than that's following us. So
I get that.
in mind now, getting it brought down a little bit.
I understand that. So for people who are trying to get out a tweet or something like that to get a lot of influence, I understand the ratios. For me, I just want people to know who I am. When I go into a space and people hear my voice, I want them to know exactly what I'm doing, and I will follow you back because of that. Because I know I've lost accounts in the past with 10,000 followers, thousands of followers, multiple accounts, and it's so easy for you to wake up one morning and read your account has been suspended, and then you've got to go through all the rigmarole of trying to get your account back. And frankly, I've just been down that road with the ratio that I just now am all about. Hey, if I go into a space, I want you to know who I am and what I do, and I don't care if when I tweet it gets a lot of visibility. That's not my thing. I mean, I created a bot that literally is live streaming my life that gets each time I start a stream every 1 hour on that bot, I might get 10 or 15 people who view it. That's fine for me because when I go to the space, people will know, oh, this is the guy who always is streaming their life 24/7, not the person who has the most viral tweet of all time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm just trying to get my shit monetized, so like when I'm doing my spaces and I can continue, I want to make it, passive income because I'm still doing tutoring classes. I'm still helping out, and that way I can still do giveaways and I have to make the money come out of my pockets, out of my IRL business to take care of my family. But I'm not gonna ever go in the hole where I take care of my family first. But it's still, I want to help. I
Yeah.
want to help. You
So
know what I'm saying? I don't want to
so
be the big. I don't want to be like them. I don't like luring people in and be like, hey, I know, but I want to make them work for it because as I look at Nigeria, I was just watching plenty of some of her. It's beautiful.
oh yeah,
Y'all not as
definitely.
poor. Y'all just broke it. Y'all acting like y'all are.
You know,
Y'all want shit that y'all act like it comes easy, but when I look over there, I'm like, bro, y'all see how the world moves? It moves the same way. Y'all get your ass up, you go to work, you come home, you do it all over again. But y'all think y'all can just come in here and be like, hey, we'll do a raise increase for 150 this week. Hold on, bro. I've been did my history on your country. You're telling me that people that went to college with degrees, that work in your government, that are teachers, that are bankers, nigga, you want to get paid more than them? They only make $50 to $60 a month, and they only get paid once a month.
exactly.
You want to get paid.
I know.
After I busted them out on that, they stopped paying me. That's probably why they didn't really want me to run the king and queen because I figured out a lot by asking those questions.
Yeah.
Digging deeper, like, why are y'all like that? Why do y'all think it's okay to be rude with what you ask for? Like, I was like, you're trying to do like before I left, I was trying to do like this crypto Santa thing, like Santa Amon. I was going to help out a few people, like, if they had, like, I did help out people, actually, the ones who asked for reasonable shit. Most of them was like, I need a new computer, a laptop, for $450. Oh, I need a new iPhone 13 Pro Max. It costs this much. Like, what the fuck do y'all think this is? What do y'all, like, go ask your parents for that shit.
Well, exactly.
I'll buy a blue check. I'll send you $5 because it costs for a blue check. I might even buy you, like one girl, she said all she wanted was to get her hair done. She needs $15. Dude, here, $15. I got that. Next, and I didn't just do it all in one day, but over a course, I gave that to you about $2,000.
Wow.
They act like it wasn't true. They act like it wasn't shit, bro. Like the day after we fell out or whatever, the thing is, I can show you the message. The girl just wanted to humiliate me. She didn't want me to leave, but she knows my techniques, my abilities of what I've shown. She didn't want me to leave. After I told her, no, I'm good. I'll fall. I went back. I'm gone. She was like, cool. You're going to have to change your fucking profile. I said, done. And that's when she blocked me immediately. She was mad, bro. Like, more mad at me that I left. And she told me just to step down as being the co-founder of the Kings and Queens. But I'm like, why would I do that? The only thing you're doing is impressing farming them by buying them everything they fucking want like they're their mother. And they're coming to you and just, now you got Vic that I done taught how to delegate your account. Now he's hitting you with over 140,000 impressions on your good morning post and good night post. And the nigga, like, he uses everything I taught against me for a year. And yeah, you paid up his rent for the year. Who? I could have done the same thing for anyone. I offered him $300 right then up in Providence. Paid $300. They got me for my impression. You know what I'm saying? Like, you let me know what I did wrong, you know? But everybody's here for impressions. Before we all want to be monetized one day, to where we can make passive income, to where we can live our life a little more comfortable.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. So about this. So the strategy that I've seen people be able to use to get huge amounts of impressions very quickly is really simple, and I'll just pass it along to you, and hopefully it works for you. You need the 500 verified followers. You already have that. So that's step one. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, sure. While you're doing that, let me use the restroom. We're back. I'm back. There he is. Yes, sir.
All right, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm back. My brother called me, man. My bad. He FaceTimed me. That's why I just criticized. Was I still in here?
Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. I understand things happen, dude.
He called me. I couldn't even hear what he was talking, what he was saying last. But yeah. So there's something massive going on.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And you've opened my eyes. I really have to be honest with you. I guess I'm too trusting of people, which is definitely my mistake. I mean, I'm not trusting them with my money. That's another level of trust. But just the people who I'm looking at their profiles, and last month they were promoting different projects, and now they haven't promoted them, and they're not even on their timeline anymore. And it's
they're rugging them and kicking them out.
Yeah, it's very suspicious, and that makes me worry about the ones that I really do like. I like the people, and they're really nice. And you know,
I mean, that's just the thing, though. This is like you watching TV. You gotta separate your favorite actor from who they are in real life. Like who they are in real life is not who you like. Like
right.
Will Smith or like fucking he be a Diddy party shit. Like I love Will Smith movies, but do I like him or would I like him as a person? You know what I'm saying? So you have to separate online from offline. You can like them online as a personality or as a person. For somebody to give yourself somebody to talk to, like
right.
So fuck that, and it's just a communication factor for you. It's not that you necessarily best friends with them. You just enjoy the conversation and enjoy hearing what the fuck's going on, and but I don't see you as a bad person for that. But it's just watch what's going on, watch who's getting to suck the energy out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's what really counts, is who is actually taking the energy from you.
Right. No, I appreciate that they give me a stage more than what anybody does. It's because I just need people to be able to hear what I do, and that's what's important. Can you hear me? I can't hear you anymore. I see your ear. You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
My wife just talked to me. That's what the fuck is happening that time.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
No way to get my daughter now, man. I got a license.
All right, well, you take care of you, Emron. This was a very helpful conversation.
Good. I'm this is their like calling me and stuff. Her food is right around the corner. I'm enjoying our conversation.
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
It's just I want you to be more aware, of what's going on. Because like I'm noticing it myself. I'm not putting any blame on anybody, but like you said, names are changing. People aren't hosting spaces. I haven't seen a big step of space for a shift space or I'm up all night. And they usually host them around, later, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? But no, man, hey, after that Spider Pig run, that was a $5 million. They've been pounding money in there for 2 months. And I'm trying to figure this out. They got big investors or something. And either they put it all up on Spider Pig and they all ran off with money. Because the only person who's really still showing up is Kubo. And I don't know if it's because he says he's new. He says he's new to the big stuff, and he doesn't really know what's going on, and he knows of some stuff about Pump Fund, and then I know definitely what you're talking about. He's mean. I'm like, bro, it's not hard to tell when you say Pump Fund, boy. You got these Pump Fund bandits out here stealing people's projects. I know exactly what you're talking about. He's like, oh, I didn't know if anybody else knew. Yes, I know. The name is Naughty Soul. And he's going to, he got a Pump Fund project, and he sees that the dev just doesn't accept their rewards within the 12 hours. They might have fucking fell asleep. They might just be ready to accumulate anything. He says, oh, I got a lot of money. He goes straight to Pump Fund. They didn't let him PTO probably about 15 coins within 2 weeks. I was around him. I was just chilling. I'm like, oh, what are you doing? Like, what? I was new. Just trying to figure out what was going on. Like, there's a new project every day. Oh, the lore behind this, the lore behind that, this, that. I'm like, those are on. And then, oh, bro, I just got the contract. I'm like, okay, so Pump Fund is in on this shit with y'all? Like, filling people's projects and giving you the fucking creator on? That's wild.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the name of projects, and you tell me what you think of them. And to anybody who's watching this in the future, Amaran and I are just we're kind of just third parties to this. We don't have dogs in this fight. All right. What about Wise Ecosystem?
Wise Ecosystem supposedly just got hacked today.
Oh no, you know everything, man.
Yep. Wise Ecosystem just supposedly got hacked today. And like I told you, I'm in deep with some people.
You are indeed.
I'm hearing everything that's going on. I just don't have to talk about it no more. I can speak. I know who to move away from. I know what's going on, bro.
Oh, okay. So does that mean?
I did like Ecosystem. You know, they have to go check, you know, whatever. But everybody thinks that affiliation, that go check, makes them more trustworthy. It's just extra expenses that people have the money to pay for. You know?
Yeah.
Look at it like that. Yeah, a big business would have the money to pay for that. And somebody who is paying for that. Because why? Every time he talks that he wasn't never the dev too. He always like, yeah, I'm not the dev. I'm just, you know, basically, like, where's the dev? You know, I'm always like, that's my number one thing from them. Because Mr. Cassie was the KOL trust of the project that I just believed in, and he runs, and that's what the project was based on, calling out people who rug. Like, how do you rug a project called KOL trust based on rugging projects? Like, make that make sense. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what's the point? Like, even if you wanted to get out, you could have did this totally different. Use your money. You need to get out. We could have all just been like, all right, y'all, we're going to call it quits here. Everybody take it. But he rubbed us and then left.
Okay. So with the Wise Ecosystem hack, what does that mean? Did it rug? What happens?
You know, supposedly they're saying that the Wise Ecosystem, just their X account got hacked. So not necessarily the token.
Okay.
So they're just saying, like, if the Wise Ecosystem page messages you and says, hey, if you have your Wise whatever, this, that, and the other, and like, you know how they do. You know how they do.
Right.
They play games like somebody hacks them, or if they've been hacked, and the hacker will tell you to send your CA or drop your wallet or whatever. That way they can find out how much people's holding, and send malicious coins, and then they'll get one or two idiots out of there and just click and send on accident. Come on, boy. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. What about End Pump Fund?
End Pump Fund?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what Reaper? Yeah, End Pump Fund's good. That's Jackson. He's actually with Doc. I'm not gonna say that Doc. They're not total saint people, but crypto is not full of saints. You know, at the end of the day, but it's definitely a good project. I don't have the token necessarily, but I do have the rubber reaper because I'm finding more utility and more purpose and utility non-fungible tokens that I am with tokens. You know, tokens are millions of them, and anybody can mess with the floor. Anybody can do this. You know, but once you have minted NFTs and the floor stays there, that's why I'm in the Bull Bear community. That's why I'm with the Soul Gods now, because they're actually putting utility behind it. Because every one you hold, they're going to be paying you a percentage of the revenues, shares, and royalties. So yeah. I'm just out here coasting through, hearing bullshit everywhere I go. There's another project that just came out around. Watch out for them. It's called Chicken. They're trying to say they're a RWA or RWB or whatever.
That what about there was one like what was it? Crazy Chickens or something? Hold on. Chickens. Let me see if I can find it.
I have a partner, High Speed Chicken Feed.
Nope, not that one. It was another project. Okay. What are your thoughts on Soul on Chain?
Soul on Chain?
Yeah.
Those guys are legit.
I agree.
Yeah, those guys are legit.
I especially like Click in that community.
Yeah, definitely Soul on Chain because they got some deep bull bears. You know, that whole Click. I think they're straight, bro. Like they're doing it like the Dojo Dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where because you most of them don't even know this. The people who created the Dojo Dogs is the ones running the so on.
Oh, okay. Are they still running
Yeah.
Doginal dogs as well, or just they moved away from it?
They're just branding out, making more.
That's-
We got another person in here. What's up, Brandon?
Oh yeah, Brandon's always in here. Brandon, he's the aside from myself, he's the number one streamer in here. What about the baby billionaires? What are your thoughts?
About what again?
Baby billionaires.
Baby billionaires, definitely. They are definitely some winners. I believe in baby billionaires. I do.
Excellent. What about let's see. What are you name a project and give me your opinion on it.
I like the energy wabbit, but the only thing
Oh,
is
yeah.
they
That's
are
the
tied in with great gods right now. I
That-
don't know.
that's the energy drink, right?
Yes. I mean, it's supposed to be sugar free.
Okay. So yeah, what do you think about the Wabbits?
I love them. I have over 5 or 6 of their NFTs.
Okay, that works. Yeah, that's an interesting project. All right. What about the let's see, who else do we have? The do you know anything about Burgess?
About who? Virgin?
Yeah.
I've heard of them though.
Okay, so they were something that was launching in January, and they were associated with the big Seppas, but then they moved away. I don't know why the split was there. Something happened. I don't exactly know.
Maybe all because the split happened with the Candy Pandas because Scooby ripped them off because they thought they were going to be. They paid him like $10,000 or some shit. $5,000.
To just have that panda.
Yep.
Okay. What about 32 Dream?
I can't really, pinpoint people. People. I think people are just trying to navigate through the space, trying to get there. I don't know. I think he could be just as well a part of it as Lala.
Yeah. I want to believe.
We're not doing real giveaways. He wanted to pull away from us, and all of that shit happened. And stop going to their faces out of nowhere, and wanted to start their whole thing. And it's all kind of, la-di-da-di-da.
I want to believe she's good-hearted in it, but she's associated with a lot of projects that have some questionable ties. I guess you could say the same thing about me as well, but I'm not involved in any of them, and it's always do your own research and that kind of stuff. I just am associated with the people. But if you're in as many spaces as I am, or as many as 32 Dreamers, then you're going to be around these kinds of people. Do you think she gets compensated for doing all the call outs during the spaces? Okay, interesting. So she's just
As far as I know, Lala doesn't get paid damn thing. Because they never paid her. But she don't need their money. So they already do that. But, I guess they just doing it for me to have it really bad to young stuff.
yeah.
I'm paying $400.
Yeah, I know you're saying that, and it hurts me to hear that because they're just really nice people, and I really enjoy their company. I was in their space.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Like they may not do you what they did to everybody. They may let you get in other person. You never know, bro. So you keep your connections, but you just don't reveal your hand, But don't. Of course, you want to be in no shady shit, but how do people really win if some of them are not going to be selling or making money? Like we're all here to make money, but it's about how we make our money. It's about how much money we take it from others to make our money. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the name of the game when you come into crypto. It's just like first in, last out, or last in, first out. You know what I'm saying? Like in a warehouse situation. You don't get to come in last and cash out first. Yeah, you was told this project by somebody else. I found out there was already somebody there before you. So when you got in, that's profit on this ass. It makes a good profit. Yeah, you got to work. Like, and then you can profit. What it is.
I get that.
Or down to 6K, that's of course.
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay, I want to hope that this is a good project. What about Tree Gens?
Tree Gens.
Yeah, he's the
Regions.
Tree Gens. He's the guy who plants trees for every person who follows him. They're gonna try to plant 1 billion trees on June 6th.
Really? Oh, get me in touch with him. I haven't heard about this.
Yeah, most certainly. He's a really nice guy. Here's the thing that I think is a big separator. If you come in here with my stream, where you know I'm streaming on all my different platforms, and you show your face, and we can talk just like you and I are talking, I have a lot more trust in you. Because then, like, I see that you're a legitimate individual, and that you know that you're being recorded and everything. And Jimmy, he's the guy for Tree Gens, and he seems to be like a really he's got a lot of connections. He seems to be like a legitimate person, and I really want to believe that he is. Okay, so I'm gonna send you this guy's profile. You certainly look it over as much as you want, but he's a really nice person to know. He hosts spaces every day, and
To get in contact with him because he's doing stuff like I do in real life. When I get back home, I'm gonna show you myself in trailer life. I run a landscape business. You know what I mean? So I do plant trees, plant. So that's why I really want to talk to him because we're much better than a whole other level of plant trees. Because even wherever he's at, they'll love to, get in on it. So we need more oxygen. We need more plant trees and healthier trees. So definitely.
absolutely.
They're cut down from this ass making trees. So I would love to.
So, give you a little background on his project. He already has the Guinness World Record for the most amount of trees planted by a single individual, I believe, in 24 hours. And that's like, it's verified and everything. And so he's getting people together for June 6th, 2026, to have 1 billion trees planted in the world. And he's got like 12 different governments that are involved in it. He does spaces. He does his spaces on camera, which I think is legitimizes you even more because you can't just
Listen, that dude's got to be more legit than anything because he's got the government backing him. He's not doing that funky shit. He's got professional money. And not only that, if he's planting and has the government behind him, that means he's doing parks. That means he's doing like parks and stuff. So
that's exactly.
I would think he would want to rock his name because he's got to get it for a record and he's showing his face. But he's definitely legit.
Yeah, I think
there's no back on that.
I think so too. And he's all over social media with this project. Pardon me?
Has he shown you his certificate?
I've seen a picture of him with it.
Yeah, see, that's one thing I would say. Like, I would want to where's the website? If it's a Guinness World Record, you're actually recording something.
Yeah.
You don't just,
I mean,
piece of paper, like, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can look it up right now. He and I have talked about it. So that's.
Because just that type of way right there, that's what gets people. Is that comfortability because he went live when he wants to okay. Some people are just ballers. You don't understand that too. Some people out here, they might shoot up papers. You don't give a damn. You can really trust people's hands that you shake in IRL. When you go up to the person that you know, how you doing? Yeah, they'll fuck me over. I really believe you because I'm seeing you in my face.
That's
So
absolutely.
you have to look at it from that too. Well, if we're not actually meeting these people, we're not actually touching them. Like I said, even the people that we get to shoot, not saying we can barely shoot, but we still got to give them slightly the benefit of the doubt, but we know how people are.
100%. Yeah, he's on their website. In a picture of him, most mangrove trees planted by an individual in 24 hours, and it's his name. Like, yeah, that's legitimate. Okay, and we've got what other projects are there? What do you?
Let me go through my wallet. I have to
Sure.
I know about Duty. You like Duty?
Not familiar with him. Tell me about him.
Nudies is another NFT project that's actually partnered up with. Well, they're not really necessarily partnered up with Soul Guys or whatever, but they're definitely affiliated on another side. Yeah, the Nudie brand. You can look at the fix. It's a fix that's maybe either it's Nuddes, Nudie.
Okay.
It's nothing new. It's nothing new about it like that. It's just like this girl, like she has. She almost looks like she's old a little bit. If you look at her, but yeah, Nudies. I think it's gonna be a good project. It's fun. Yes, Jackson's not pumping it most hard. He's actually a trader in real life. Like he actually deals with trading silver and gold at his job. So he can, I'm sure, buy a big bag of his own project if he wanted to. But he's just, showing up in space and letting it be a half the project go organically. And it's still on no market cap. So with that being said, I think that's the most organic that you can really get the most original, that it can be. Because, people always want to see the green panel as soon as it starts. Like, oh, yeah, we started out first day, first week we went up to 50,000. Like, no, that's, well, I mean, that's cool and acting. It's a great narrative, but what's the likable chance that happens in today's market right now? Everybody is still down on all their bags that they lost.
Right.
You think people got some money right now from all the Solana, all the CTC, all the Ethereum, all the other ecosystem coins? Like anybody launching right now is on the coin.
That's right. Oh, before I forget, you were wondering, we were discussing about how you can get a lot of impressions very quickly. And the strategy that I've heard works the best is to have your notifications on when a big influencer like Elon Musk or somebody like that goes and posts something, and then immediately post a well-known meme. And that goes all the way to the top and gets a ton of impressions.
Well, see, that only works to a certain thing. Like, I was telling you, like, visibility gets to start getting cut off. Like, I'm at 3.5 million on Facebook. I used to be able to get, like, 30, 40,000, bro. Now I'm only able to get, like, 1,000. I see a couple updates you did something else, and they'll disappear. But told that this is something that happens to everybody taking account when they almost get to the threshold. It's like, I need to start doing more replies. And I'm scared. I didn't think we could at least 100 replies a day to get through that threshold of them holding you back. Because I'm posting, it's good traction. Like I post something on my national page and it does like 1,400 impressions. But, let's be real. It's not what can get me there. It can get me there so steady, but it has to, consistently do like thank you, like I've been doing. I haven't been posting none for myself, so I just have to people come in and run it up. But like I said, I'm more or less just being a cruiser right now and learning more than I've been doing in the past time I've been in.
How about
I've been just doing like jumping out projects that I like for free and actually showing the country how you get a job.
right? I understand that.
They're not coming to me. They're not coming to me like, "Hey, bro, I love that you did this. How much do you want? I don't want anything." Straight.
That's what I say too.
They're not doing stuff. You want to get a job? Giving you graphic design, teaching you this, go in their project, just talk about graphic, do a song, write up something, just do it for free. Don't answer shit that disappears. They're like, "Oh, what the fuck is this? What is this?" What's good for you? Like they do me every time. They're like, "Hey, was you the one who did this?" Yeah, I'm the one. Were you looking to get paid? Oh, bro. Like, I did music for Randy AI. I like Randy. She's doing a real world where she's doing water wheel, put them around. I don't know if you've heard of Randy AI.
I think I have.
Yeah, so her. I got a song for Recovery Coin. I'm not sure if you know about Blake.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Recovery Coin?
Yeah, that's my boy.
Okay. Yeah.
We met on Facebook.
Right. He's been doing it for like a year, right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, the safe haven. Yeah, he's been doing it for.
What about Lazy POS?
That's my guy for sure. Hey, I don't tell you one thing. Buy into him and Project Two Bros. They're brothers.
Okay.
They also just got sponsored by. They're sponsored by Lurking, and they're sponsored by. They got coffee companies to put them out.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes, sir.
All right. What
In the
about?
building. Hell no. Oh my god. I got a package in the mail.
All right.
It came in the mail at Amazon, bro. Look at this shit.
Oh, no way.
I got it. Guess who? Braintree. That's another one you need to tap in with. Do you like weed or smoke?
Absolutely.
Well, Braintree. Those are my buddies, man. They got money. They don't need a. Let me just tell you, they're so fucking zen. Him and his wife are on this space together. Because Vincent, she has like over 40K followers. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he is just starting back out, but he is a master coder. If you go to their website, straintree.com, strain, like as in STRAIN,
Yes, sir.
strain tree, and it's a trillion, it's $1 billion idea. You can take from other genetic fields of family trees and create your own genetics, and then they start making it a way that where you'll be able to like basically take your genetics to a real dispensary and get your stuff, created. So Strain Tree app is one of my good friends in the space. I do spaces with them. It's Crypto Cam and the decentralized network that we're building. The decentralized network is a network of a whole bunch of projects. That's basically what we have formed together. And Strain Trees in there, Recovery Coin, Lazy Pod. Like I said, Lazy Pod has an actual coffee company, website that is backing him up right now. That has given him his own Lazy Pod coffee, and he's also talking about he's got to partner up with somebody else too. So I would recommend even if it's $5, as low as his coin is right now, you're gonna have at least a million, 2 million. He's not pumping his charts either. You know what I'm saying? They're not pumping their own charts. Those are the people that I tend to throw with. Throw a little money in and let it ride up, ride it out together.
Absolutely. Okay.
Because you can't get rubbed that low. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Exactly. There's no risk. Oh, all right. Do you know Satoshi Coin?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay. What are your thoughts? Do you have any idea?
Satoshi is a good person. I don't like the image.
Yeah, it's the orange one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like the image.
And if I'm not
It's funny,
mistaken,
it's cool. It's cool, dude.
if I'm not mistaken, the picture that he has of that guy, that's not nobody has a real picture of Satoshi. That's some other guy who lived in California who has that name Satoshi Nakamoto, but wasn't the real Satoshi. Is that correct?
Yeah. Satoshi is Japanese and Chinese. Nobody's ever seen him.
Exactly. So that image that they're using is just of some Californian guy who just looks who's really Japanese, but and had that name.
No, he doesn't even look Japanese. He looks like a typical white guy.
Well, there you go.
I don't think he looks Japanese. The little caricature say all that. There's a lot of them that be wearing it.
All right. What?
I don't think they look Japanese to me.
Okay. What about NFT bingo?
Ooh, I heard about them. I think that might be a good idea. But the only thing is, I think they're lined up not my arch enemy, but my enemy.
Oh,
So I think I won't be fucking with them.
Okay.
But I want to see what I got. Look, bro, but this package I just got right here in the mail, bro, came from Strange Tree. Like they literally sent it. This is crazy. This is crazy, bro. They literally fucking sent it.
Open that bad boy up.
I wonder what it is. It's supposed to be like some merch. I didn't pay for anything. He's like, thank you for your participation. It's like this shit like this, bro. Just doing stuff for free, bro. Oh, dope. This is Drain Creek app hat, bro.
Yep.
Look,
That's tight. Shout out to Strain Tree. That's a dope hat.
bro, it's lit. You feel me? They actually got a real website, like where you can use this stuff, bro, and go on there. Man, I'm telling you, go check out their website. You can make strands, your own strands. You can have your own Rabbi strand, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be your own genetics.
Yeah.
You sound like a very smart person who would go on there, and you're gonna get paid across. Like they have it where you're gonna get rewards and everything. I don't even know if you looked at it yet. We've been talking, but it's amazing. I tell you, the website is amazing, bro.
That's a really cool idea. What are
He
your
is. He said he could do that with anything. He said now that he's broken down the genetics, he said if he wanted to do one for a farmer or for crossbreeding like vegetables or for like even meat, because I deal with grass and different types of seeds. Like I want to make my own seed brand. You know, because I use something called what's the name of it? Playmaker. Playmaker grass because it has two different grass seeds. One's a fall fescue for the cooler weather. It grows in the cooler weather, but whenever the sun hits, the other grass will kick in like the ryegrass, the fake green. So when the other grass is dying off, the other one comes up. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it's genetics, man. Like genetics, he said he can take any genetic and put it on there. Any genetic.
that's
Like you said he originally you said he got the idea because he used to breed dogs. So you can breed dogs. So like think about a dog breeder. They went to that step. And you can take one genetic from this animal and put it with this animal. And you can see basically like the Sims and like what the baby will come out like.
right.
What the potencies are. Like you man, I'm telling you, you gotta check out strains, bro.
So
And I
bas-
would love it if you would help me build that project.
so basically, you could just say like, "Hey, I really like sativas, but I like a little indica." You could create that strain and then label it on your own, and then they
No. No, you can go to other people's family trees. You can create. It's very very complex, and I swear, if I can get you to talk to him one time with the way your brain works and the way his brain works, you would probably be a very good competition for him on like just word salad. You know, because I have word salad myself. Like I sit some out that I'll lose what I'm doing, but you're always on point. You're straightforward with your thinking. I have something, you know, like social anxiety. That's why I be not looking always at the camera. I be messing up. You know, ADHD all the time. So my brain thinks about shit and it doesn't come out before I think about it. So I know exactly what I want to say, but I don't always know exactly how to say it. You know?
right. I get you. No, you're an excellent communicator, so don't be so hard on yourself. Um, okay. What about that? Let's see here. You talk baby. What about Doginal dogs? You think they're the real deal?
Dojan of dogs?
Yeah.
Okay. The
Um,
Dojan of dogs is definitely the real deal.
how about the Moonsters?
They're on ether.
Yeah, I
They
know.
gotta be real deal.
Right. What about
Anybody supposed to off ether? And if you are, you're a rich person. Like, oh my God, you know how much money you're gonna lose trying to run for ether?
what about Moonsters?
Ah, Moonsters. I heard of Moon Boy, not Moonsters. And Moon Pie. Was it Moon? No, Melting Moon. Melting Moon and Moon Boy. I haven't heard of Moonsters.
That's okay.
And just with that name, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a great project for me. But that is the number one. Like I asked that question. What are three terms that you're tired of hearing? Oh, it's going to the moon. Oh, this is the next 100X. You know, like you just said, like it's just not like all the bullet terms is out the window. Like that shit needs to be done.
Right. What about Meta? Have you heard of Meta?
No.
Okay. How about
Meta.
no, just Meta. Um, okay. There's another one, and I know he's had a little bit of a shaky start, but I like him a lot. Bitcoin. Do you know Bitcoin?
No.
Okay. He's a nice guy. He's been in here, and he's he's very open. But he had a dev that went astray with him, but he's got his coin back, and this guy locked him up.
I tell you who else I'm messing with. Fat means
Okay.
that's another billion. That's another $1 billion project. And I'll tell you why. The engine that he built. And I hope he keeps his word. You know, that's the only thing you can do with people, man. It's hope. It's hope. This is crypto. You know, you never know what the next one's gonna do, or what life situation somebody's gonna go through, or whatever. But right now, he is just looking for partnerships. He's actually got his website up and wants people to go on there that running IRL businesses and stuff like that, or just running other businesses. It's just, I told him, I said, you might want to just slow down on doing that because you might have somebody incubate with you that's a horrible person. And you're a good guy, you know. So just slow down. Don't be trying to pay for friends. You know, basically what that it's like. You know, just trying to have anybody to incubate with you to have anybody to buy in. So what you can do with his is basically go to his website and create free memes. You know what I'm saying? It has a meme generator that spits out memes for you. And you can just take them and put a caption on them and slap them out. They look like comic book characters that we used to watch back in the day. Garfield used to be in the newspaper. They look kind
Absolutely.
of like those.
Oh, that's cool. And it's got a meme generator on the website.
Yeah, yeah. You should definitely check out Fat Memes. Is what his name is, Fat Memes.
All right. How about Zero X Laboratory? Have you heard of that one?
Yeah, Zero X Labs. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another ether.
Okay, so that's a pretty big one.
Just ether. Anything with Zero X, base or ether.
Yeah. All right. Um. How about you? Do you have anything that you need? I need to be on the lookout, either good or bad.
Normie. Normie.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know that coin. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, how about Fap Coin?
Bam. I never heard of it.
No, Fap. FAP.
Fat. Oh, never heard of that either.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I know Normie Coin. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, Normie, he's a real solid Chad, man. Normie, he's a boss. That's all I can tell you. He's a boss in real life. Man owns I think 2 cigar lounges. And, you know, he goes live stream. He shows his face. He has a wife that he calls his hot Normie wife. She has you probably seen her profile before. It says hot or not on it, but that's another project or currency I think that she does on her own. So they're like a working force. He can run his own charts up, or he does, you know, and he's just he plays games on his and at his he has a really nice lounge, bro. Like it's a cigar lounge, man. It's like and that's where he was shooting the broadcast from the other day. And it's just like I'm like, hey Normie, what is that in the back? He's like, oh, that's a cigar case. He's like, oh, I gotta thank you for saying something about that. He's like, I gotta put some water on the cigars. You know, it can turn it down to a certain temperature. I guess it keeps it more fresh, so they don't, break up and hard out and stuff like that.
Yeah, but like in a humidor.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's a solid man, dude. Like he goes live. Like if you go to his page, Normie, yeah, you'll see down through there where he's gonna look live, stuff like that. And show his real face. But yeah, if you want to think about IRL people, that's definitely them. Other projects. Man, really, I'm really falling back off of a lot of them other than the ones that I mentioned.
Well, the one thing
The
that,
ones that
or one of the things that I think is good, the ones that you've mentioned that I get a good feeling about are the ones you're like, yeah, these are solid people. They're in and day
yeah,
out. The one that it's just too early for me to tell, and I can tell something. I'm just waiting for something to happen. Is the Yucky Duck? I don't know what's going on there.
their project. When is they supposed to release their project?
Quarter 1. They're talking late March.
Yeah, that means that they're doing the same thing that they just did with fucking whatchamacallit. That's when he lost his token 2 months ago.
The Porky Pig or whatever, Spider Pig. Okay, so let me understand if this is the strategy. Now, I like Kenny. He's very nice to me. His wife is really nice. Uh, he runs really big spaces, but basically what they would do is say, hey, we're doing a launch, let's say March 30th or whatever. Everybody go buy the token, and then they just build up for a few months and then rug it. That's the plan?
Yeah, they rug it quickly. They build it up. Yeah, they build the anticipation up because it's like that's what I realized. You can't just launch a token and be like, yeah, I launched a token and want everybody to get in it because everybody feels like they have to control the floor. So once the floors get bought up to a certain point where they're comfortable with 100K all the way to bond, everybody just buy on top of it for a certain amount of days or a certain amount of time. There it goes. So if they are talking about launching a project quarter 1, what is their purpose? What is the sole purpose of waiting? Right now, if they're going to be legitimate and if anybody's going to jump in with some money, they're waiting on people's income tax. Listen to yourself, sir.
I hear you.
They're going to launch in March in quarter one. Why?
Yes, sir. All right. Well, I hope I wish the best for him, but any of these projects. No, I'm not. I just.
I know what they've been doing and who they've been associated with. Like you said, you're checking out the profiles now, and the names are changing, and people ain't around, and nobody's really saying anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like, who do they complain to? Like, if they're not going to host a space and their Discord is not there, everybody's been blocked and scammed. I mean, yeah, they can spread the information amongst everybody else, but everybody they put the project out in the front, and they are the back end of the financials and runs it. So Spider Pig was the base of what they were doing. Of course, he probably made him some money off the project or whatever too, but bruh, it's crazy. Like Spider Pigs, now we got Yucky Ducks, and like.
Well, that one, he's put in a lot of work. I've got to say, if he does rugged, then he's put in the work to do it because he's having really big spaces every single day. But I understand that's how some of these other projects.
You just said that Spider Pig showed up every day.
Oh yeah.
Faithfully. Tell me that's not dedication to Rogue.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And he gave away, allegedly, I mean, I don't really know, but a lot of money.
But what are you really giving away when you know you're going to take back?
That's exactly right. He'd give away $20 in soul or something like that, and then, but know that he's going to make, well, like we discussed, $5 million down the line. So it's.
Because when I first got this, they said you get to get this early eating, you get this early giddy. You got to get it while you can. It's going to go to. What? $10 million. You think I'm putting no money on top of $10 million? You talking about this early getting price? Oh, shit. But there were some people that was in there like King AB and a couple others. They came in there like, I just saw the other project. And so I'm like, well, no, I can told you that. I swear to God, bro, she would have said something, then I would have been that hater. What if it would have kept running? You know what I'm saying? But I just knew I wasn't going to go in there because I know that is fishy. You're saying this is an early CA launch, and you launched it 2 months ago. So what they're doing, they're launching it under a phantom, not a phantom, but like it's basically what it is. It's like you can do something on like virtual. It's like a virtual. What is it called? Virtue. You do it on virtue, and it'll still come out on Pumpkin. It'll still come out on Moonshot, whatever. If you want it to be listed there. So this is how you can buy into your token and give out the CA early without the bot getting it first on Pumpkin. So this is what I've learned by being around Naughty Soul and them. They told me about this stuff. It's like, bro, all you gotta do is just create a token, go through virtual and just let everybody get the CA to whoever you want to have first, and then launch it. We already done put in 5,000 a piece in there, and now it's at a 50,000, 200,000, whatever market cap. And whoever else comes in on top of that runs it up to 250K. Now all of us are coming out on top about what, at least 2x. You know what I'm saying? So if you go from 5,000, 10,000, that's not a bad thing. And like it's starting to appear, it's not to you, to me. It's every 2 months. They're rotating points. They're doing a high turnover rate.
That seems correct.
Every 2 months.
What happened to King AB? What happened to King AB?
King AB got robbed by Rabbi.
No way.
All the Nigerians. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like my literacy was about for them, bro, with the people. I'm not your enemy. I'm actually taking my time out to learning your language. I'm actually taking the time out to learn out where y'all live, how it looks, what's the situation, what's the weather, they don't give a. They want your max engagement. They're not telling you to build your brand. They're not telling you to go pay that $500. to have that blue check for your physical. They're not going to tell you that. They're going to tell you show up, smash that purple pill, engage with every pose at the top. They don't give a fuck about how many accounts you've been ran through. And that's why every time they get that, they start to buy their blue check, they lose their account because it triggers in the system from the last time that they lost it. Like, bro, y'all don't even know y'all are fucking y'all's life up when y'all trying to say you're trying to free it. Like, you don't want to be exiled on Web3 before you can like learn it. Like, how are you thinking from your buddies? Oh yeah, you're supposed to go there, you do this, you can win giveaways. Like, then that's where I started digging deeper. Who's giving y'all the money in IRL to use all of this things to come here and get these free giveaways? But y'all complain about, oh, I need this, I don't have no data, I don't have this. So who is paying for this stuff for you to come here to sit here in all these spaces all day long and do this?
But yeah,
so that's the scheme.
Right.
And y'all can, and I called that out, and I said that to them. They was like, yeah, a lot of us do use it as that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the scheme. That's why the bad name is in the space. So y'all don't get mad when I call one a scammer.
What are your thoughts on? Apologies. Go ahead.
No. I'm just letting you know. Y'all don't shoot the messenger for telling y'all about myself. Like, you can't be mad at me for not allowing other people to get robbed. It happened to me. I let it go. I lost $100 for me. Did I go and start blabbing my mouth all across space? No. I was like, all right. Maybe it's just because I'm an outsider. I'm a foreign to him. So he's like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That's basically how I'm looking at it too. So I looked at it like it was lost. It's not like I can fly to Nigeria for $100. Like, you're going to do the work that I gave you money for. Like, you know, the street is different. But we live in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I really can do about that. That's why I gave it to you. So, yeah. So this is dope. And then I got even more deep. It's like, they feel that when they get their big win or with somebody they can get over with in the U.S., like say, just a random person just throws them $100 to do, or you're a new project and you really think that this is the way to get the difference. Every new project or every person who comes and thinks that crypto and that they can just launch their own token because this other token runs them. First, you need to start back at X.com, and that's the root. You start there. Like, I thought that it was creating your own shit and starting a TG and but what do you do all that for if you have nobody to go there?
Right. I get that.
So yeah, so I had to unlearn what I learned. I had to reteach myself. Like, I'm doing it right now. Like, people who I'm building with now will be my first early investors. Because I invest into all their projects. I have a lot of tokens, but not a large amount, but it's a large amount of tokens for a little bit of nothing.
Right.
Because I'm early.
Right. What are your thoughts on TazHub?
TazHub?
Yeah.
I can't really give you an opinion on TazHub, actually. Is that one on Tui?
I'm not sure, but it's like its logo looks like panties. Like
anything like that. I know. I'm really getting away from the meme shit. More, like I said, the meme shit is really, I think, starting to move to practice, more or less, just like memes in real life. You put them out, they're funny for a second. You put them out, they're funny for a second. I think that dog with hat was like one of the last that's gonna really go to billions like that.
Yeah, and
that quick.
And it did.
That quick. I'm not saying that no other ones won't go to billions. That's not. I'm just saying that quick. Because what the fuck was good about a dog with a hat?
Right. What are your thoughts on Jimmy? Jimmy Wynn? James Wynn. James Wynn.
No, he's a runner.
Yeah, he comes in and doesn't seem to be extremely trusting.
Have you ever been on KOL Trust?
I've heard about it. No, I haven't.
No, that's the project that I want, that I am starting to rebuild right now, that got run by the dev. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're picking that up because we're the key opinion leader trust. We're trying to teach people how to have trust in key opinion leaders. Yeah. And this motherfucker works. But we should go to that website before we take it down. And I need to go there actually and see if I can take a couple pictures. But I would like you to go there and read some of the people who are listed there, and that will give you a good idea of
It's an
That's what
excellent
AOL truck
.com
.io.
.io.
Nope, .io.
Do you ever go to spaces-board.com?
Spaces dashboard?
Oh, you have to go to it. It's the best spaces website in the world. Go to spaces-board.com. It shows you all the spaces that are happening concurrently. You can order them in terms of largest to smallest, or most recent to longest duration. Spaces-board.com.
Yeah. Yeah. He still got it up here. Yep, he still got it up here. So you check it out before he takes it down.
I'm looking at it.
This is what we were doing. He was able to put in the KOL's name by name, their handle, or their their handle. So yeah, there's a lot of people on here.
Okay, I see right on the front, Spider Pig Meme Lab. That must be different than Spider Pig.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Somebody put me on. Yeah, somebody put me on there.
Oh, I see.
I got one vote.
Wow.
I think it was the dev. Because I called him out and I called him all kind of pictures.
Oh, Spider Pig got a huge scam.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like this is what it was supposed to be for, is to help people to come here and figure out how to avoid it.
Okay, so
as you can see up there, there's 441 KOLs listed in 49 pages.
Right. All right. This is a great website and a great idea.
Yeah, he just totally rubbed.
Why did he do that?
Totally. He said he couldn't afford this, what we're looking at right now. It costs too much money. It costs $600.
Oh,
I'm trying to figure this out.
That's what you were saying costs $600.
This piece of shit. This is a .io. This did not cost him $600.
Right.
It just cost him some code.
Right.
Like, bro, who do you think you are? I'm a coder. Like, bro, I could really mimic this website, but I haven't been having time. But like I said, if you go through it, you can see a lot of stuff on there. And it's just like, why would I be on here as a camera? I don't have no fucking token. And So Mellow, the token So Mellow is still lit. And it's still up. I have like 30, 40 bucks in it. In the actual dev wallet. So I'm not a rugger in real life. My actual So Mellow token is still on something. I just don't have nobody to buy into it, and I don't have nobody that I want, to really build it with right now. And I think it was just more of me getting out of a bad relationship with Coach that robbed me for $29,000. And I put $6,800 in and watched it go to $29,000 and watched it, and I got to pull out my $3,000, and that's what I was left with. And after that, I just got really numb and distant. And I was like, fuck, bro. Like, I really had an opportunity to take my money out, or at least pull my $6,800 out and start chiseling out my profits little bit by little. And I just slammed it. But, yeah, bro. About $29,000, and I created So Mellow, because I just wanted to re-ground myself and tell myself that this shit isn't real. And even though it was, I just had to tell myself that this is crypto. This is no grinding in the casino type of thing. So that's what So Mellow was transformed. That's why, like I said, it's still there. You can go look it up. They have a marshmallow head. Yes, they have a low market cap. I would love to have somebody help me push my vision, because with So Mellow, I was trying to develop a website or an app where it was going to be called Hello Mellow, where people like newbies, like right here, they were going to be able to go in there and say, hello Mellow. Why is the market going down? What is, and they also have fun facts in there, like, the first transaction of Bitcoin with a 2 boxes of pizza, and it was worth 2,000 Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying, when it was worth like a few cents, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of cool fun facts and stuff I'm going to implement into things like that. I mean, I think it's very, very hilarious that I'm on here. That's hilarious.
Well, you just have one bad rating. It's not like a lot. I'm interested.
But it's a scam rating, though. It's like, how can I have one scam rating?
Yeah, somebody just not.
I had one buyer. I had one buyer.
I see James Wynn on here actually is quite positive.
Probably is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Will you please, if you have a chance, check out spacesdashboard.com?
Yeah.
So this website's amazing. It shows you all the spaces that are going on. It has a usable search feature. It shows you the largest to the smallest. You can rank the spaces by different languages. Uh, you don't have to connect your X account, but you can, and then you get all the features. It's it's been around for like 4 years. It's it's the best spaces resource I've ever seen.
So you can basically tap into any market if you want.
Exactly.
Oh. So once you click on it, you basically put your X account through here, but I would do it online. But I wouldn't. I don't know. Like, have people ever been hacked using this stuff?
Yeah. So
Their account?
I don't put even I've done it with an old account. So what you can do is just use a throwaway account, put it in there, and you get all the features. But I wouldn't trust it, especially I don't trust anybody with my credentials essentially. Um, but what you can do is you can see if you so they used to have it so you got to see everything. Now I think you see the top 20 or something like that. But its search feature is way better than the X search feature. X search feature a lot of times says there are no spaces current or whatever they say, or there was an error, whatever, when you're doing a search. If you're at least using an iOS device, with that, that shows you everything, and then you can get in there and see how many spaces the host has hosted, and also how big the space is, not just by how many people are in it, but how many combined uh, network the speakers have, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It just it gives you a lot more. It gives you a lot more.
Go ahead.
It gives you a lot more metrics than X does.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm seeing all types of like some of them are just popping up now, like hour old, 26 minutes, 69 people's in there. Bitcoin 105 soon. Like people just need to just like just lay back. The government they don't even understand what has been going on while crypto is down. Like why is it down? Why is it down? Do y'all realize that we just changed presidents? Do y'all realize that we're kicking a lot of people out the country? Do y'all realize that places have been burning down? Do y'all realize that people are getting snowed in and life is fucked up everywhere going on? So people are probably pulling their money out because they're needing it.
Yeah.
Like, and let's be real. Like, I know it's a lot leaving at the same time, but people aren't really fathoming how many world events we have had since he has became the president. Right before he became the president, the mountains got washed out with the lithium up there in North Carolina. Then right after that, then the Palisades burned all the way down. Right during, I think it was right before that or something, the world lungs, the Amazon forest was burned down. Then China and then that whole fight with Russia and Ukraine and dude, people act like this shit does not affect the stock market. The stock market and crypto are tied in, but everybody like the stock market is pumping because the world is still pumping, but nobody's putting their money in crypto right now. They're taking it out.
So you're gonna try to revive KOLTrust.io?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, what stops somebody from just getting a small community together and saying, "Hey, promote, like, make sure I have a good rating on there, and then we're gonna rug a coin." I mean, is it tough to?
That's why there was a score limit that was implemented on there. You could only vote so many times, and then we was gonna have people that was gonna go through there and scam, look through, make sure there was no fake shit or bullshit, and that way they could we could remove it.
Was there ever a thought of having a comment section so people can find out what happened?
Yeah, that's the only way that you can load stuff up on there.
No, what I mean is you can vote on the person, but then having like a little text box to say like, "Hey, yes, Spider Pig came into every space for 2 months, told everybody that he was gonna make everybody millionaires, and then rugged us."
Um,
Like Yelp.
yeah.
Like Yelp.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could have they can have $1,300 both them all they want, but at the end of the day, you have to have proof. Like you can come on here and vote, but yeah, you only get one vote, and every vote, like you said, you can't just go around here and just spam it. So there was something that we implemented in here that was like a reward system, a voting system. Like you can't just like then we made the PFP generator. He put that in here where like he's a decent coder, but he's not all that. You know what I'm saying? He acted like he was truly like something was really doing something here. I'm just so pissed because this has the best narrative behind it for somebody to do this.
Right. Is there any way to get
I could,
is there any way to get control of the website anymore?
no, I don't. We would have to rebuild this like how it is, but better.
Yeah.
That's what I would choose for. And then with the tokens, we don't have a dev wallet either. But what I did my research on is since it graduated, it's like if he put all his money out, no matter if he's dev or has a dev wallet or not, he nothing he can do. For real.
Right.
That's what happened with Pepe. They CTO Pepe, but I don't think they called Pepe CTO.
Well, I mean, this is a really great website, a really great idea. It's unfortunate that
That's what I'm saying.
it can't.
Folks like him, bro. Like you can't see the future. He's up at 68K. I like when I bought in at 28K and he did all that shit. He did it to try to have people buy in more. Because they gotta let it go. He's like, you gotta get used to this. This is going to be going. It's not going to be going. Okay, I've been in crypto and it's gonna go. Whatever.
Right.
You gotta fool me with this shit. Like, at all. As soon as it started going down, I bought $10 more, $50 more. I was buying it as it was going down. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking of the fools time. As soon as it hit the 40, like people keep picking up the money and I'm just gonna pick it all the way down. That's it, bro. Shut up, bro. You're an idiot. That's all I'm telling you. You can be way more rich than what you are. Like you are an idiot. Like there's nothing else to do. You know, I can't even say I don't know if Mr. Cash is going on because like this just so much. Like this dude told me that they sat down in a coffee shop in a cafe and actually talked before launching the token. He supposedly got rug too. He said, imagine having he said he bought an 18K, so the dev already put in a large amount of money in before he said he got his 18K. And I looked at it, and I guess, is telling the truth because when I looked at it all the way back to launch, started out at 18, 19K. I was like, damn, he really made you buy on top of him at 18K. What an asshole. What an asshole. He really threw like about, at that point when it was on Pump Fund, they give you a $5,000 start. So they probably put like $3 grand, $4 grand in there. And then from there, people put their money on top, trade, pour a little bit out, and then people put more money on top, and then ran it back up, put his little money in. Bro, I know all this shit. I've been through a lot of this shit. Arguing with people from a mile away. I'm kind of starting to feel like, nigga, did you have something to do with, with the KOL that you were supposedly calling out? Like, you were trying to make it seem like you were going to put them on a platform to call them out and this, that, and the other. And then one day they both kind of was like, yeah, our life was this, that, and the other. And so what? You went in on with some other KOLs on the space and looked at this project and boosted it up. Man, so lame. So God's gonna deal with these people. They think that this is all gonna fly by. Deal with all of this. That's why I'm not even gonna trip. He took $300. He took a 10x from me. I'm thinking like $35. I'm just a firm believer. I know when I pull my foot down.
Wow. Well, I gotta tell you, I've learned a lot today, and I appreciate this conversation. It's been extremely hearing what your experience has been with many of these KOLs and many of these projects, and loved it. Loved this discussion.
Yes, sir. Most definitely. Like I said, you don't have to take everything, that's my word for bond or anything, but I'm just telling you what I've been experiencing and that's what I'm experiencing.
right.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Stay the hell away from such a thing.
Well, if you get any inside information on who to avoid or whatever, always feel free to come in here and tell me, or send me a message on Twitter or whatever, and I'll do the same for you.
I got you, bro. Well, definitely.
Excellent,
Most
Michael.
definitely. I hope to get you in there with us some days on recorded space and stuff, man, so we can really talk. Damn, bro. I really gotta go get some damn. Aaron is tired. Damn. Damn, just a real quick. Let's go on the corner. What's up, buddy? I know you had your buddy. How do you get a timer? How do you do a timer? Like
On iOS,
a shutter. Yeah, I got it. There it is. Kind of give me a good picture so I can take you a train through that. Post my IRL. Man, that's so cool. But yeah, man, you gonna have to come out of the room and come out and go back to the spaces.
oh yeah, I was in them yesterday. I'll be in them right after. I've got one thing I've got to do. It's going to take me about an hour, and then I'm going to be in Spaces all this evening. So I look forward to seeing you in there, God willing.
Because we're going to be hosting the spaces, like I said, these smaller, man, that's when you really get to see where you can chill. And I know you like some people what you're doing and know what's going on. Or you could just get in there and just let them make more friends and really let them talk. They got going. Some of that stuff you can read from down the way if you really around them. Let them talk.
Yeah, the smaller spaces, they usually have, I think, better questions and allow you to really get into conversation with good people.
Yep. The long space is usually be about 30 to 40. I mean, that's the average good space. People act like that's small.
That's a great that's a great space that's not being botted. Those are real people, not a bunch of random anonymous listeners. 1,200 at the bottom.
Yeah, that's I already know that. That's fine. Like, I'm gonna tell them because like it disappeared. One time they had one out of nowhere. I'm still trying to figure out how they do it.
Oh, you don't know?
Like, no, I can never understand how they do it.
Here, I'll send you the website. Just one moment.
Website?
Yeah, and you can. It has all the.
Pay for a domain.
Yeah, it has all the. It has all the pricing. So just one moment, and I'll get. And it's actually. I'm not. I'm not saying. I'm not saying. I'm not. I'm not saying to. I'm not saying to use it, but I just want you to know what the prices are.
Yeah, and I also want to know how these people were doing it.
Okay, so I'm.
When it comes to education and educating people, and they think that these spaces are as big as they are, and there's really only more than maybe 50 people in here because they feed it up to 100.
Exactly.
Or it doesn't even. When you look at again, sometimes it'll be. This is only 30 people talking. This space is big as ours.
I agree with you. I know you're in the car. I don't know if you can see the website that I just sent you. It has all the prices, and if you want, I'll just read them to you if that'll make it easier. So if you want, if
the chat, can you put it in our chat down here, or is it on X?
I put it on X. I will. I'll read it to you though. Okay, so for followers, you can either get high quality followers or premium followers. What's the difference? I think premium have the check. So just for regular followers, for 10 followers, it's 40 cents. Going up to 10,000 followers is $154. In terms of, but what you wanted was listeners to space.
Yeah.
Okay, so these get really, really expensive. All right, so for 100 listeners for 4 minutes, it's $2.70. So let's take it up to like 60 minutes just to give us an idea of. So for 100 listeners for 60 minutes, the price is $29.90. Now, I do know some guys in Nigeria who can get this cheaper, but usually that's probably the going rate. You'll also see what these guys do is they won't have people in the spaces for the entire time. They'll get like 1,000 people in there for like the first 15 minutes, and then after that, everybody tails off. But they've already gotten 300 people in the space, so they're able to just keep that momentum going. So what you do is you put the link to your space in there, and then you just say how many people you want, and you can get up to 2,500. And then so for an hour,
This website?
yeah, from this website.
Really? So you for the followers and the listeners from the same place?
Oh yeah, you get everything here: YouTube followers, Facebook followers, Twitch followers, LinkedIn. They have every service. And I can tell you, I used this service when I first started in social media, like more than 4 years ago, and all of the followers that I got from like Instagram are all still there. I bought 10,000 followers on Instagram for $100, not because I wanted to be a big Instagram person, but because I wanted it to look like I had people following me, so that people just didn't find an account with 3 followers, and all those 10,000 followers are still there. And I'll tell you this, I bought on Twitch 50,000 followers 4 years ago, and I still have like 49,000 of them, 49 plus. So, and like just to give you an idea, those followers stick.
Are they just bot accounts that just get put on your account and they don't remove them?
Correct. Now, they do have some really nice services that you can get, like automatic retweets, which basically puts the reply guy out of business. So, what are these
Yeah.
automatic retweets, automatic bookmarks, automatic likes? If you buy this service, you can either do one of two things. You can have likes just one time, or you buy the service, which is just a one time fee. So, it's not like a monthly subscription or anything. And every time you tweet, like for instance, for automatic likes, every time you tweet, if you want the premium ones from premium accounts, every time you tweet for $15, you will get 100 likes every single time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it says this automatic likes package has no time limit and will be applied to all future tweets you post from now on. So you know how you get these guys who are like, hey, for $150 a week, I've got this group of reply guys and chillers and raiders and all this other shit that will help you. Yeah, you don't need that. You just get this package and you get 100 likes for $16 every time that $16 one time. And from now for the next, as long as this website's running, which it's been running for 4 years, so I can vouch for that, you'll get 100 likes on every single post.
Like, how much is that service? Like, where are you going through to find all the other different services?
Sure. So if you go on the website that I sent you, it's called famet.net. And then in the upper right corner, you'll see like the sandwich menu, the 3 bars. And then you go to the X. They have like an X services. So you can buy Twitter likes, Twitter views, Twitter followers, Twitter retweets, Twitter bookmarks, Twitter automatic retweets, Twitter automatic likes, Twitter space listeners, Twitter poll votes, Twitter impressions. You can just straight up buy impressions. Automatic Twitter video views, Twitter clicks, Twitter comments. And then they have free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, and free Twitter video views. And so you can like basically test drive it to make sure that you like the service. And you can do that for free. But let's just go to impressions. You said you had like 3.5 million impressions. If you want another one, let's just say 1 million impressions. 1 million impressions is probably going to be pretty expensive, but one. 750, yeah. Which? Oh no, absolutely not. But you know what you could do. Yeah, exactly. But what you could do is have, if you wanted, that's what I was gonna say, because that reply stuff will get you the momentum that you need to get all of the different impressions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I already do a lot of sharing pages and stuff like that. So I would definitely like to reply or just grab my post. Yeah.
Exactly. But this gives you the going rate of how much this stuff costs. So that when you get some guy who's like, hey, I've got a shield team that is going to repost all your stuff. Half of the issue with that is it's like herding cats, getting them to repost the right thing and in a timely fashion. And they're not on the same time zone as you are. So it just lays dead for, 12 hours or whatever. You don't want to be managing that. So you just have the automatic Twitter likes, automatic retweets, automatic bookmarks, and then every time you tweet, you for $16, you get 100 likes every single time. It's the best money that you could spend in crypto.
What does it mean to retweet? So it's gonna give me. I just put one link in there, and it's gonna, or does it get my username and everything?
It gets your username. It gets your username, okay. And then every time that you need, every time you post, it will just retweet anything that comes from that username. So you don't have to come in here and like put the link in. That would be ridiculously difficult. No, every time you tweet, it just automatically retweets for you.
Okay. That would flag the system. This new system, what we doing, that would flag the new system like a mother.
Well, so I know a couple people who do this, and it has not flagged the system. They get a lot of engagement. I know 2 projects that do it. I don't. I mean, if you really want to know their name, I could tell you. But basically, they're pretty medium projects, but they utilize this, and they got rid of all their reply guys. So, like, I know one guy was spending $300 a week on these people, and I was like, why are you spending $300 a week when you're only getting like 15 different reposts when you could just use this system, and every time you tweet, you automatically get 100 likes and 100 retweets. He's like, oh, you saved me so much money. And he just went with this, and his account's been fine. I know another account that was with one of the projects that we talked about earlier that was trying to promote people, and they bought 10,000 followers, and their account's still in good shape. They got exactly what they wanted. And you can always test it beforehand. They have free links that you can put in there. And this is what I would do if I were you. If I really didn't trust it, and I had a little bit of money, I would just start a new X account just with nothing, and then put $5 into each one of these services and see if it gets flagged.
Well, I would have to do it on a different IP because they can block your IP too.
Yeah, absolutely. So you just use a VPN. Nobody will ever know. You make sure that you use an incognito, and you just try. I mean, I'm not. Look, you do what.
I got one. I got one called Urban.
Okay, I use Proton VPN. It's the largest VPN in the world, based out of Switzerland, and it's free. They're the same people who do Proton Mail. You know what Proton Mail is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they have the best VPN ever, and it's free for life.
That's lit. I already paid for this one for the year.
That's okay. I did the same thing with one of these, and also the fact that it's based in Switzerland is definitely an advantage because many of the other ones are not. And I think like 90% of all the VPNs are generally focused in one country, and so this gives you a little bit more diversity. And it's not like it just has one country to pick from. No, it has at least 20 different countries to pick from and all kinds of different VPNs. Now, if you want like really specific, like, hey, I need to have an IP that's showing in Nigeria, okay, well then you might have to pay for that service. But if you just want a random VPN, Proton VPN's the best.
Yeah, I got it where I can say state, country, city, all that.
Yeah, of course, though, it's a premium service as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. But, it's one of those things that you don't know until you try. I can tell you I've used this website before, and it never did me wrong, and it hasn't done the people who I've seen interact with it on X wrong. I can tell you I one time bought 10,000 followers on X. And if you're like, well, okay, where are your 10,000 followers? It was on another account, and I lost that account not because of those followers. Those followers were on there for 2 years. I lost that account because I spammed people, and I understand that. I get why I lost it, and I didn't even spam it with that account. I just created a bunch of other accounts that said to follow my one with 10,000 followers, and that's how I got nailed. But it wasn't because of this website. I wouldn't lead you in the wrong direction. But this gives you the best idea of just the pricing on this stuff. So when people get a ton of people in their space, you know that they are paying a premium for that, and there's got to be a reason why. People just don't start a space and get 1,000 people in it if they don't have some reasoning that they want to have that many listeners.
That's a pretty cool thing. So the hundred, you can either do it like gradually or you can do it instantly.
Yeah, this website only does gradually. They don't want to. They don't want the sensors to know. So like the automatic likes will go. It tells you as well. You can either choose premium or high quality, and it says it does give like comments of what people think um of the service, and it says the
What is the high? What is that? What is the high quality?
yeah, that's a good question. So, I believe high quality means that they have at least 1,000 followers. Don't quote me on that though. Premium, I believe, means blue check.
Okay, that's what you. That's what I want my engagement anyway. I guess how you get paid.
Exactly. And so for like that hundred likes every time you tweet, it's $15.90. And um, then there's something. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, here it is. Risk of decrease. Users control their accounts, and there may be decreases. Uh, thus approximately extra service by 25% of your order is provided in addition to each order. So they already give you extra, and I can tell you that's true too. Like you'll get more than what you pay for because there is a risk of decrease. What Here's another cool thing: they accept crypto. They accept Stripe credit cards and crypto. You don't need your account password. That was a big thing for me too. I don't want to put my username and password in some random website. You don't have to do that. You just have to give them your handle, your username. Um, are Twitter auto likes delivered instantly or gradually? This is the answer to your question. You can usually choose. Likes can arrive within seconds or be spaced out to mimic natural audience behavior, ideal for avoiding spam detection. So you can choose. Um, and
I'm definitely gonna go with gradual.
yeah, absolutely. Um, and do automatic likes affect visibility on X's algorithm? Absolutely. Early likes are a strong engagement signal on X, helping tweets reach more timelines and possibly qualify for trending tabs or replies. Is it safe to use automatic likes on Twitter? Yes, if the delivery is gradual and the service uses real-looking or real accounts. Avoid shady tools that ask for login access or flood likes unnaturally. What do I gain from automatic Twitter likes? They build credibility, improve post visibility, and save time, especially useful for brand accounts, influencer, or anyone posting content regularly on X. And this is what your big companies are doing. They don't have 500 people who like their stuff right away. They just use these services. Now, here's a nice thing. Is support included with automatic Twitter like services? Most services offer ticket or chat-based support. Some include setup help, daily post syncing, and customer service or for missed or delayed engagements. So they have a support team, which most websites, or like if somebody just sends you an X message, they're not going to have support. What is the buy automatic Twitter like service? Twitter auto like service is a social media service that allows you to purchase as many likes as you want for any number of tweets you will post in the future, and the likes will automatically arrive. Why should you buy Twitter auto likes? By purchasing Twitter auto like service, you can prepare your likes for your tweets and focus on the quality of your profile with peace of mind. Real and high quality likes automatically reach your account. So it's like with anything, do your own research. But if you really don't trust it, then just create a new X account, or you could even have just somebody just use a VPN and do whatever, and then just get $5 worth of likes and start tweeting and make sure that it doesn't get flagged. And after a few weeks of that, every time you tweet and it's good, then you trust it on your main account. Yes, sir.
Like, yeah, man, Rabbi, yeah, you right on point, bro. I really believe that none of those spaces really people out on life. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody show up, but people that just want free money.
That's absolutely right. And don't believe the amount of people who are following these people either. Look, you don't know a single person who shields themselves more perhaps than I do, at least for the last 3 months on X Spaces. And I'm telling you, I'm maxed out on people. Everybody who's on these spaces already is following me. And it's like at 3,500, I look and everybody's already following me and I'm following everybody back or I'm following them first. So I'm telling you, like, there aren't 50,000 people out there to be following you, at least not in these X Spaces.
That's CT. You know what I'm saying? CT is small and everybody thinks that's why we can be known and everybody knows everybody. Like, Twitter's big. Now, we're a small section of the CT is small.
That's
Everybody acts like it's so like millions and millions and millions of people know.
So at least in the X Spaces at any given time, there are about 10,000 people in X Spaces. So to give you an idea, yeah, I would say 50,000 is probably, and that's not even crypto Twitter in X Spaces. And you know this too. Not a lot of people who are in crypto Twitter just listen to the spaces or don't even do the spaces and just are looking for tweets and such.
Yep. Yep. We already knew.
Absolutely. But if I were you, I would at least just when you have more time, check out that famet.net, and if any of the services, I mean, if anything, just use one of their free services and on some random account and see if you actually start to get followers right away. And you will. I've done it before.
My wife has an old account that is her. She has an Asian account from 2012.
Oh, that's
My wife, I just had her log on the other day. She only got like 80. Now she's got like 100 followers from me. I had her pay for a free check. Yeah, she's like, now I know how to operate Twitter. Like, back in the day, you used to go on Twitter, you used to post stuff. I was like, how do you get people to follow you? How do you know what I'm saying? So it was just random stuff. You had to have, like, you had to be in a part, a certain part of Twitter for people to follow you. All that subjects, people who write, people who do, whatever it is you like to do, you have to find that part of Twitter.
right. No, I understand that. Well, then try it with her account.
Yeah, he's gonna use hers for her beauty. She has an IRL. She's trying to figure out how to put cosmetology on the thing. That's what she wants to do. Not necessarily in form of a token, but she said she wouldn't mind doing an NFT for her, beauty industry. You know what I'm saying? And we looked it up, and it's been done before. Some other big company has done an NFT project, NFT for their stuff.
I get that. What I'm saying is just buy the automatic follower or automatic like and automatic retweet for her, and if it works, then use it on yourself.
All right, all right.
And
So,
if
because
any,
I just been having her retweet my stuff for real for right now, so I can try to get through the goal post. Because I'm like, she got an Asian account, so I can get her followers. Woo! She's gonna be racking in them like, but man, she had the followers that I got, NASA followers. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I got 3,200 now a day. I'm just at 3,000. Like I said, they just keep rolling in. I ain't paying for nothing.
same here.
Every day I wake up, it's like 30 or 40 different new people. Then it go down, and then some of those, I've been saving off my other people who I've been following too, though. I've been trying to get that back down.
Yeah, that can get to be a pain. I think they let you unfollow 15 people at a time or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll unfollow probably about 20, and then stop it for an hour.
Right, that's the way to do it.
Yep, I've heard people getting their account banned, suspended, or just unfollowing 400 people. Like, well, what the fuck? How's that bot activity if 400 people not following me? If I just go down through there and just not half the time unfollow them back. And like, he is so dumb for that. Like, what does me unfollowing somebody have to trigger an alarm for a bot?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why would a bot be going? Just going through to unfollow people. You know what I'm saying? They be adding people more or less following the bot. But what's going on, man, with your buddy, man? He's in here. I want to talk to him.
Oh,
He does some stuff.
he he's doing his own thing. He lives in here 24/7. He's been in here for
Like,
almost.
is he a coder or he a trainer?
Believe it or not, he's actually just a special needs guy who met me in some Discord. Um, he met me in like the Aiden Ross Discord, if you know that one, and he just started live streaming his life, and then one day started talking with me, and I found out he was a really good-hearted individual, and
Yeah.
that's how we got connected.
Right. Cool. That's cool.
And he loves sports. So this my man here, Brandon, will watch every single sport, every football game, every basketball. He's always got sports streaming.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can hear me, hey, Brandon. Hey, Brandon.
He
How you
may
doing, buddy?
he may be deafened right now on that one account, but he's got the other account going. He's just doing his thing. So sometimes we'll
Yeah.
go a few days without saying hi to each other. Not that we don't. I just he's just kind of a random person who came in here, became my friend, and we keep each other company, so to speak.
That's pretty cool, bro.
Word dog. Guy's got a heart of gold. I can tell you that.
That's how you meet your tribe. You know what I'm saying? Your tribe. You attract your tribe. You know what I'm saying? People like
Absolutely.
you, like they'll come find you. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless.
Exactly.
It's kind of weird. Like it's like how did he get on Discord and just find your show? What if he was on X one day and just stumbled upon? I wonder how he found you.
He did. So I was in two different discords, and he would always see me streaming in there, and he would try to talk to me in there, but I just keep myself muted in there because I don't want to. Frankly, I don't want to talk with kids. I only want to talk with adults, and these people have people of all ages in there, and I don't want to throw an f bomb out there or anything like that. And I know how I would feel. So I say to anyone who comes to my Discord, you have to be 18, and there's like a verification, and then he's 21, and I asked him, how'd you find out about me? And he said, you're always in Aiden Ross's Discord, and you're always in the socialized Discord, and we're always trying to talk to you in there. And then one day I just came in here, and he's got. You think I have a lot of accounts? This man has a lot of accounts himself. So he's live streaming on like three different channels right now.
Oh, you already going to A Ross stuff?
Yeah, so I live streamed 24/7 in Aiden Ross's Discord for 18 months straight.
Hey,
Yeah, And the only
Did
reason,
Aiden never say anything to you?
yeah, Aiden came in my YouTube stream, and we spoke, and he brought like 30 people in there at one time, and I didn't know who he was, which is kind of a funny thing. And we just talked about what I do, why I live stream, why I'm always in his Discord or whatever, and then I just continued to live stream in there. But I switched that one out for the Yucky Ducks because that was more people who were available in crypto Twitter and everything, and um, then so that I've got that device there now. But I'm still in the socialized Discord, and I'm also in the Soul on Chain Discord and some other Discords. And I just leave my camera on in there. I have myself deafened and I have myself muted so that people don't hear any curse words or anything like that. Not that I'm a huge cursor, but again, I don't want to get in trouble because Discord. I wish Discord had a setting that said I don't want to interact with anybody who's not 18. They don't. So then I just have to ensure that I only let people in here who are 18. Exactly.
Put it up there as a disclaimer. Because like when most of these channels that I come in, some of them make you verify yourself. Like you have to literally like go and like put your age, your account, your name, your everything. Like you have like some of them got it to where you can't even go to the soul god thing.
Right. I recognize that. On this one,
Taking out?
if you have a computer or an Android device, it forces you to. If you have an iOS device, iOS does not allow that. So yeah, I mean, I get a lot of people who come in here, and really the first question I ask them, if they sound young, how old are you? And if they say 18, then I really quickly say to them, all right, in what year were you born? And they'll be like, and if they're struggling, I'll say, come back when you're 18, take care. And then I usually ban them. Just because, I mean, I was under 18 one time. I can't tell you how many times I told people I was 18 on the internet just to see what was going on. But But
yeah. Part of your pitch when you say you're 18, you already need to know the year, the date. You need to know the age. See, that's why they ain't like that when we get up. We used to get asked at ASL, bro. What's your age? Your sex, and your location.
That's exactly right. And now you can't. I mean, people like that. That's from the old days. You know how it is. People don't even do that anymore. But that's how.
Yeah. ASL, bro. What's your ASL?
ASL.
Your age, your sex, your location.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm glad you remembered that. I say that to some people sometimes, even people in their early 20s, and they're like, huh? I'm like, you don't know what ASL is? Didn't you ever use AOL Instant Messenger or anything like that? They don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, and it's and especially on Discord, there are just so many kids, and I'm not doing anything wrong, but I just think of how I would be if I were a parent, and I don't want if I had kids on the internet, I don't want them hanging out with adults. I'd want them to be in their gamer servers or whatever, and have adults be with adults and kids be with kids. So that.
Doing a job, not playing the ball. If you get through, go back or make 3 back here. All right. Hey, honestly, did you get the thing? Where you going? Huh? Oh, okay. Sometime let me when you get done, baby.
Do you know anything not about the Yucky Ducks, but about the Ugly Ducks?
No, I didn't heard too much about the Ugly Ducks. I know them now.
Yeah. So I will say this: I don't like being pressured into anything, And one time they had a shill and chill, and I go in there and I'm like, I tell them my spiel or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, do you know about the ugly ducks?" And I'm like, "I mean, I see you're hosting the space, but aside from that, I don't really know anything about it." And they're like, "Oh, uh, well, do you like NFTs?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, they're like digital art, they're cool or whatever." And they're like, "Oh, all right, well, why don't you buy an ugly duck right now?" And I'm like, well, I didn't want to just shoot the guy down in front of his whole space. So I said, maybe I'll take a look at him, and if there's something that of interest to me, then perhaps I may buy one. He's like, no, we want you to buy one right now, and we're gonna live stream it, just like you're live streaming us. And I'm like, well, let me let me take a look and see if I like the art and everything like that. So I sent the guy a message, and I said, look, I'm just making you aware I don't buy NFTs. I don't buy crypto. Generally, people give them to me. I'm not asking you to give them to me, but I'm just making you aware. I come into these spaces to chill and not to be pressured into buying something, especially because this guy's got like a picture of himself in a Lambo where he basically is wanting you to buy a $150 NFT, and I don't know anything about it. So I was going to say, if you ever run into that group, I don't necessarily mean to say anything bad about the guy. I understand, but I felt that it was a very high, pressure sales pitch. And on top of that, I was really nice to the guy. I said, "Look, if you want me to do, if yeah, exactly. If you want me to do a like a shout out for you, or you want me to help repost something, I'm willing to help you. You just let me know. But I don't want to buy any NFT right now, especially if it's anywhere between $50 and $150 in this NFT market." And he's like, "No, just stay out of my spaces." I was like, "All right, dude. I mean, I get it. You're a dick. No big deal. I get it." But I didn't know if you had had any of the same interactions that I had had, and if so, I can tell the guy he's a hard worker, he's a hustler. I can tell you what he does. He like goes to places in the five boroughs of New York City and like collects their oil, if you know, from like restaurants and stuff, and then he sells that. So you've got to be a hustler to do that kind of a deal. But I just wasn't a I don't like high pressure sales pitches, especially hey we want you to do it right on the stream right now. It's like just calm down, okay, my man.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Man,
th- but
I would never let nobody tell me to buy no $150. Just the guy ain't got no name already created for y'all. Ain't nobody really rocking your stuff.
well, exactly. And then I look at the guy's timeline, and it's like him with like Ferraris and Lamborghinis and stuff, and it's like, look, I'm not going to give like to your project that I've never heard of that you're putting pressure on me to buy, and I know it's just basically for you to be able to spend it on your car.
He probably own that car. He got from somebody else and make it look like
You're 100% right on. You're 100% right on that as well. So
nobody with a Lambo is pressure nobody about nothing.
right, especially when your space has 16 people in it. It's not even a big space.
If you got Lambo money, then you can flex online and stuff. You be like, look, this is what my wallet looks like. You know how many people come in your face?
Right, you don't need to pressure people to buy your NFT.
Right. All you gotta do is be like, yeah, my account's looking real healthy this month. Just make that post like that. He's like, yeah, I got to spend some of that back.
Right,
You know how many people run in there?
right. If you have a Lambo, why are you running an NFT project? Like, you got better things to do with your time than to beg people on Twitter Spaces to buy your project. So, I've spoken to that guy's either girlfriend or wife or baby mama or something, and she's nice. She didn't put pressure on me or whatever, but that guy of all the people I've dealt with in X, like for the last I've only been doing this recently for 3 months, but years ago, like 2 years ago, I did it for like an entire year, and so I like have a lot of experience on X. That everybody's generally pretty nice. They're not going to pressure you into doing anything, but this guy was like, "I'm going to tweet it right when you buy it." I'm like, "Just calm down, man. I nobody wants that kind of pressure. Nobody wants that kind of sales pitch." And then especially at the end when I'm like, "Look, I'll help you in any other way. generally that you want. If you want me to retweet something or like something or bookmark something, you tell me, I'll do it. And then for him to be like, no, just stay the fuck out of my spaces. All right, dude, that's not the way to get on my good side. And then I look at his account and he's got like 2,200 followers, and it's like, dog, I've gotten that in less than 90 days. Like, if you really work at your account, you can, and that's without a blue check mark.
Yeah, you can definitely get followers easy. I mean, that's just going for follow space.
Yeah, exactly.
Consistently.
That's absolutely right. If you're just going for followers, a good strategy is to go to those follow for follow spaces, leave your account in there before you go to bed, and when you wake up, you'll have 20, 30, 40 extra followers, and you just follow those people back.
Yep, that's what I did last night. With the one that had a big, it was pretty big. It was like now the musicals or whatever. And a lot of people got to go in, turning on music, do it on the floor on the chart, and that's what good. So it's 32 minutes.
There you go. I've done that too. You know, I find though that there are the big fish are either gone or not there because of the market, and so it's kind of the same people in Twitter Spaces, and you find it. And then the other Twitter Spaces, the big one, a lot of the big ones are like political or they don't want shills. So like I respect that. I don't go in there and tell people what I do if they don't want that. But if you're gonna say shill and spill or shill and chill or whatever it is, or follow for follow and promote yourself, I'm all about those spaces. The mutuals, the growing, that's cool.
Yeah, see, I like to grow. That's it. I just like to meet mutual people. I don't like doing all this trying to link up with people, do accounts, and trying to be here, there, and the other. I'm not involved in that anymore.
I understand.
I want to be involved in a lot of bad negativity shit.
Right.
It's like every time I get into think something's decent, think something's good, it's just like, like recovery coin. He sent me my recovery coin too. I bought $1 million. He sent me. So I'm just holding on to what he sent me, mainly. Dave, he's got 18,000 market cap. He's been out here grinding daily, pushing, making his faces. His faces is fine. He calls doing his own faces now. I think he just held one. But my face is actually up right now. I'm doing a lot of this face. But he's a part of constructing me. He's like media every day. He's like the media. I'm in there. I'm about that three times an hour. Usually we have a conversation. We don't talk not usually have a real conversation about real shit. Like, what do you plan to do for your 2026 veteran? What do you not like? You know what I'm saying? Like, he has like, what life skills, better your life skills. Basically, what our accuracy is more challenging than anything. Like, this morning on the AMA with Dr. Barbie and them, it was like, Bitcoin's going to see. A lot of people didn't understand it, but come on now, be real. Bitcoin actually can't really go to because a lot of fucking business accounts they lost their account. Thousands of Bitcoin in it. Early buyers, you know what I'm saying? In the early days of the stint, they bought thousands of them that lost those because, they used to have BTC only on BTC online where people lost their login into the first website for BTC. There's thousands of BTC lost in wallets.
You'd be a billionaire if you could just remember the password.
I swear, that's why people don't understand. They're like, dude, I noticed some people out here sick to their stomach. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no damn way. I can't remember my password. I bet that stuff was really tricky back then.
Right. I like to think that there may be a way in the future to get all those wallets back. I'm not saying there will be, but it's just something that allows me to sleep better at night.
You just gotta break all the blocks open, and I'm sure they got miners fucking working on each and every one of those accounts. It probably takes you a lot of energy and a lot of power to do it. But if you're mining Bitcoin, why would you be mining Bitcoin that can be bought? You're mining Bitcoin of the law.
Right. Well, there's that famous story of that guy who had like, I don't know, 2,000 Bitcoin on a hard drive, and they threw the hard drive away, and he like actually like paid to be able to search through the junkyard to be able to find it, and it was just a lost cause. Yeah, but I mean, he was like, he was in a he was in a a junkyard, or not even a junkyard, a trash, uh what do you call it, a landfill. He was in a landfill.
Oh, I thought about that. That's like you do that.
Right. No, no, no. He was in a landfill, just like asking the guys who fill it, like, all right, well, if some like where is it from like 4 years ago? And they're like, it could be anywhere, dude. But it was worth enough to him. Let me get the exact. Let me get the exactness of that story. Yo, Doug, what's the thing about the guy who put a hard drive in a landfill that had Bitcoin on it? All right, so here's the story. So this is 12 years this guy did this. He was James Howells, a Welsh IT engineer, accidentally threw away a hard drive containing 8,000 Bitcoin in 2013, mistaking it for a blank drive during a house cleanup. At the time, Bitcoin was worth just a few dollars. Today, those coins were worth about $1 billion. He spent over a decade trying to recover the drive, petitioning the Newport City Council for permission to excavate the landfill, offering large sums of money, and even proposing high-tech solutions like AI-powered scanners, robot dogs from Boston Dynamics, and drone surveillance. Despite these efforts, the council repeatedly denied access due to environmental and logistical concerns. In 2025, a court ruled that Howells has no legal right to search the landfill. He has since shifted strategy, announcing plans to launch a Bitcoin Layer 2 network backed by the lost funds, claiming legal ownership of the coins even though the hard drive remains uncovered. Like, what a story.
So he got his funds back?
No, he did not. The
Oh, I thought he was having.
no, so like basically what he wanted to do is start a Bitcoin Layer 2 network backed by the lost funds, claiming legal ownership of the coins even though the hard drive remains uncovered. Some critics call the effort a scam or a long con, while others see him a cautionary tale of crypto's wild volatility. The hard drive likely remains buried in the landfill, possibly damaged beyond recovery after years of exposure to moisture and compaction.
Alright. That's crazy.
Isn't that a wild story?
Yeah, yeah. I can imagine how much Bitcoin.
Yep.
Even if you had 100 Bitcoin right now.
Yep, and he's got 8,000 Bitcoin.
Oh, so he's a billionaire.
Yeah, that's why he tried for that's why he
Like 900 million.
that's why he tried for 12 years to try to get in that landfill.
He could have never told away his book.
It's an interesting thought.
Pretty sure he did that. Offered one large sums of money from look for us. They probably thought some shit. They're like, boy, you probably got some little kids over here or something. You kind of niggas. Boy, they probably found that motherfucker and ran through there. There's a house of one. Okay? And that just sounds weird. Somebody offer a large sum of money from one of the what's on that hard drive?
That's wild.
Do you know what? Let me get over here. What's it called? It's AMA with this dude for a couple
Absolutely.
I'll be right back here when possibly for a little bit.
You're always
I
welcome.
got this.
Absolutely. It's good catching up.
Uh,
Good catching up. Thank you for all the alpha.
no problem. Well, like I said, I was here happy. Let me check on. Came over here to check out the slow down stuff.
Excellent, my friend. All right. I'll see you on crypto Twitter.
All right, brother.
Peace, buddy.
Y'all be safe.
You as well.
Hello. 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 You are all muted. Does anyone want to play Platoon? So eine Salate, so Nachrichtenscheiße, das ist ja jüdischer Propagandascheiß, schau mal. Ja. Da ist Self-Promotion, da ist er. Ja. Ich guck gerade. Ja, mit drauf. Ganz spart aus. Alter, tatsächlich. Israeli News und Affairs. Jewish Ethics of Origins. So, da ist das Elfenwort, das I love you, cut you. Da gehen wir mal hier jetzt. Was ist denn? Mr. Rabbi? Mr. Rabbi, how are you? I can you not hear? Era nur Wortschule. Der Weltkommer schreibt mir Shalom. Shalom, Rabbi. Hello, Rabbi. Hallo? Ika, Frosnika. Richter kwam op een stream, was is los? Dus gemutet. Heer die niet. Dat ist eine Response. Die war gerade in die Radio-Channels, da läuft wirklich viel so komplett über steile Musik. Steppert. Ja, geht. Ja, machen wir mit dem Rand, der Charlie Kirk. Der Charlie Kirk. Hello, bots.
What's up, babies? It's coffee. It's about Kabbalah and coffee. And I, you're wondering why I'm so late. Just like people in the Discord. Pardon me. Let's get down to brass tacks. I forgot to say that. How's that butt over going? Lady, questions that. Shrinking, I guess. I don't know. I'm really sweating. She's like, I don't know. All right. All right. So as we remember, I'm high. That bitch means something so pleasurable that could provide the dead or add years to one's life. So after this very Machai. Machai is a Hebrew word that means giver of life. And then of course Halavai, if only I wish. When we watch that thing of Naomi, the word Halavai is found in modern Hebrew Yiddish and by extension in English. It means if only and I wish. Its source is in Aramaic, spoken in the Holy Land in the time of the Second Temple, comparable to the Hebrew word used in biblical Hebrew. One can say the word expresses a wish for something so wonderful that one almost dares not to verbalize the desire. This is demonstrated in the following specific anecdote. Red Pillow Paratran was among the foremost Chassidim of the early Chabad rabbis, one of the few who composed Chassidic discourses on his own, one who composed Chassidic discourses of his own. He once remarked that prior to the exposure of the Chassidic approach, he could have fancied himself a tzaddik, a righteous person free of sin as long. However, after learning the Chabad approach, he now came to realization that Rabbi, if only I could be a midman instead of God. Alright, that's a cool story, dog. What about Yiddishkeit? Yiddishkeit means Jewish head, baby.
What does Yiddish kop mean? Yiddisher kop means Jewish head, and you can use it to refer to someone who has good problem-solving skills or otherwise acts with common sense. A related term is Gemara kop, which means a Talmudic head. Through years of Talmud study, immersed in the divinely inspired wisdom, the mind is sharpened, and pretty smart becomes brilliant. Thus, while the Yiddish kop may figure out which line in the supermarket is shortest, the Gemara kop shops online and collects points. Thus, while the Yiddish kop may figure out which line in the supermarket is shortest, the Gemara kop a related term. What does Yiddish kop mean? Yiddisher kop means Jewish head, and you can use it to refer to someone who has good problem-solving skills or otherwise acts with common sense. A related term is Gemara kop, which means a Talmudic head. Through years of Talmud study, immersed in the divinely inspired wisdom, the mind is sharpened, and pretty smart becomes brilliant. Thus, while the Yiddish kop may figure out which line in the supermarket is shortest, the Gemara kop shops online and collects points.
That's a cool story. So what's this shit mean? Yiddishkeit means Jewish head. Halavai means if only and I wish. And Amachai means the song you make. Rather, right? Yeah. Give her about baby. Something so pleasurable, it can revive the dead or add years to one's life. Alright. That's a really cool story. Ecstatic, prophetic, meditative.
Jewish meditation includes practices of settling the mind, introspection, visualization, emotional insight, contemplation of divine names, or concentration on philosophical, ethical, or mystical ideas. Meditation may accompany on structure. Personal Jewish prayer may be part of structured Jewish services, or may be separate from prayer practices. Jewish mystics have viewed meditation as making to cleaving to God. Hebrew terms for meditation include nibbana, or nisbanias, literally self-seclusion, or nibbana nisbanias, contemplation. Through the centuries, meditation practices have been developed in many movements, including among Maimonideans, Moses Maimonides and Abraham Maimonides, Kabbalists, Abraham Amenovia, Isaac the Blind, Azrael and Jonah, Moses Cordovero, Yosef Karo and Isaac Luria, Hasidic rabbis, Baal Shem Tov, Sirs Alman of Lion and Nachman of Breslau, User movement rabbis, Israel Salinger and Simhat Sisselson, conservative movement rabbis, Alan Moon, reform movement rabbis, Lawrence Kushner and Rami Shapiro, and reconstructionist movement rabbi, Shevik. Definitions. Bible. Work of angel and mysticism. Maimonides.
God. Well, what day is it? 300 days until fucking Tuesday. 27 days. Does it? You don't even know about which motherfucker's name? Bitch, Kwang, Duck, bitch. You don't even know who that is. That's a motherfucker who looks like this.
Jewish meditation. Learn more. This article needs additional citations for verification. March 2010. Jewish meditation includes practices of settling the mind, introspection, visualization, emotional insight, contemplation of divine names, or concentration on philosophical, ethical, or mystical ideas. Meditation may accompany on structure, personal Jewish prayer, may be part of structured Jewish services, or may be separate from prayer practices. Jewish mystics have viewed meditation as meaning to dedicate, cleaving to God. Hebrew terms for meditation include nibbana, artisbadis, literally self-seclusion, or nibbana nisbadis, contemplation. 1, 2. Meditative Kabbalah should be Kabbalistic names of God. Through the centuries, meditation practices have been developed in many movements, including among Maimonideans, Moses Maimonides, and Abraham Maimonides, Kabbalists, Abraham Amenovia, Isaac the Blind, Azrael and Jonah, Moses Cordovero, Yosef Karo, and Isaac Luria, Hasidic rabbis, Baal Shem Tov, Sirs Alman of Lion and Nachman of Breslau, User movement rabbis, Israel Salinger and Simhat Sisselson, conservative movement rabbis, Alan Moon, reform movement rabbis, Lawrence Kushner and Rami Shapiro, and reconstructionist movement rabbi, Shevik. During the centuries, meditation practices have been developed in many movements, including among Maimonideans, Moses Maimonides, and Abraham Maimonides, Kabbalists, Abraham Amenovia, Isaac the Blind, Azrael and Jonah, Moses Cordovero, Yosef Karo, and Isaac Luria, Hasidic rabbis, Baal Shem Tov, Sirs Alman of Lion and Nachman of Breslau, User movement rabbis, Israel Salinger and Simhat Sisselson, conservative movement rabbis, Alan Moon, reform movement rabbis, Lawrence Kushner and Rami Shapiro, and reconstructionist movement rabbi, Shevik.
Are you fucking serious?
During the centuries, meditation practices have been
Yeah,
developed in
we
many
know
movements,
that.
including among Maimonideans, Moses Maimonides, and Abraham Maimonides, Kabbalists, Abraham Amenovia, Hasidic rabbis, Baal Shem Tov, Spirit Self-Enlightened, and Nominative Wrestler, User Movement rabbis, Israel Salater, and Simcha Zissel, Conservative Movement rabbis, Alan Moon, Reform Movement rabbis, Lawrence Fisher, and Robert Shapiro, and Reconstructionist Movement rabbi, Jim Gold. Through the centuries, meditation practices have been developed in many movements, including among the Indians, Moses Maimonides, and Abraham Maimonides,
Why can't somebody make something that fucking works?
Moses Cordero, Yosef Karo, and Isaac Miriam, Hasidic rabbis, Baal Shem Tov, Spirit Self-Enlightened, and Nominative Wrestler, User Movement rabbis, Israel Salater, and Simcha Zissel, Conservative Movement rabbi. Definitions. In his book Meditation and Kabbalah, Rabbi Kaplan suggests that meditation is a practice that is meant to bring spiritual liberation through various methods that elusive the bond of the physical, allowing the practitioner to reach the transcendental, spiritual realm and attain Ruach HaKodesh, Holy Spirit, which he associates with enlightenment. More recently, Tomer Persico presented a lack of a proper definition of the word meditation. He suggests that the word has many different meanings and uses, and that only a few attempts have been made to provide a comprehensive definition. He therefore suggests meditation should be defined as a voluntary activity to generate an alteration in the individual's consciousness, which they perceive as therapeutic or redemptive. Based on that definition, he further presents a five elements typology from which the various Jewish meditative traditions could be distinguishable from one another. Bible. Rabbi Kaplan sees indications throughout the Hebrew Bible that Judaism always
Fundamental structure, whether the meditation in general cultivates awareness, or concentration or automation, orientation or internal stance, whether the meditation is inward or outward, then introverted or extroverted, the emotive effect, whether the meditation brings about an unraptured surge of feelings and sense impressions, or an equilibrious quieting of the mind, whether it is ecstatic or ecstatic, whether it is ecstatic or ecstatic. Huh? That's the same word. No. Corporal locus, whether it is focused on the mind consciousness domain or on the body emotional area, whether it is mind and awareness centered or body and energy centered relationship with the acknowledged tradition, whether the methods are superimposed on the traditional religious practices or whether they are complete innovations being added to them, whether in the Jewish case specifically they are nomian or anomian.
Definitions. Bible. Rabbi Kaplan sees indications throughout the Hebrew Bible that Judaism always contained a central meditative tradition, going back to the time of the patriarchs. For instance, in the book of Genesis, the patriarch Isaac is described as going less much, Abram, Romanized, Elher, Lit, to meditate, in the field. Genesis 24:63, understood by many commentators to refer to some type of meditative practice. Most of the Hebrew Bible references to meditation appear in the book of Psalms. It is also mentioned in the first chapter of Joshua. Merkabah mysticism. Some scholars see Merkabah mysticism as using meditative methods, built around the biblical vision of Ezekiel and creation in Genesis. According to Michael D. Swartz, the texts do not, however, provide any instructions for meditation techniques, nor do they portray any evidence of consciousness of an interior self, such as the soul or mind, which accomplishes the journey to heaven. Maimonides. Moses Maimonides, often considered the greatest Jewish philosopher of his time, suggests in the Guide for the Perplexed, 3.32, that intellectual meditation is a higher form of worship than either sacrifice or prayer. Elater, 351, teaches that those who are perfect in their intellectual perception of God can enjoy the presence of divine providence, but only while they meditate on God. He offers a parable that suggests that purely intellectual, private meditation is the highest form of worship. The chapter of the Guide, 351, is dedicated to what Maimonides refers to as the worship peculiar to those who have apprehended the true realities. According to Maimonides, after acquiring the knowledge of the divine, we should turn our awareness to Him, something that is usually accomplished in self-seclusion. It has thus been shown that it must be man's aim, after having acquired the knowledge of God, to deliver himself up to Him, and to have his heart constantly filled with longing after Him. He accomplishes this generally by seclusion and retirement. Every pious man should therefore seek retirement Embodiment is the complete focus of the heart, to empty the heart and mind of all besides God and to fill and occupy them with Him. This is accomplished by totally or partially quieting the sensitive soul, detaching the imperative, i.e. desiring soul from the rest of one's worldly occupations and reorienting it toward God, filling the rational soul with God, and using the imaginative soul to assist the intelligence in its contemplation of God's magnificent creations, which testify to the Creator, the majesty of God the sea, with its wondrous creatures, the rotation of the great celestial sphere, the nature of the stars, and such. Kabbalah. Kabbalists of different schools have been concerned with a range of esoteric encounters with divinity mediated by different meditative practices, ranging from ecstatic mystical cleaving to God, or prophetic visual and auditory disclosing of the divine, to the urgent manipulation of theosophical divine emanations. Practices including meditation on the names of God in Judaism, combinations of Hebrew letters, and Kabbalah, esoteric intentions. The main concern of the theosophical Kabbalah, such as the Zohar and Isaac Luria, was on the urgent harmonization of the Sefer, divine attributes. The recent phenomenological scholarship has uncovered the prophetic visualization of the Sefer as a divine emphasis in the imagination of the medieval theosophical practitioners. In contrast, the main concern of the medieval ecstatic Kabbalah, exemplified most fully in Abraham Abulafia's prophetic Kabbalah, was on unionistic and drawing down the influx of prophecy upon the practitioner. Abulafia opposed interpreting the Sefer as theosophical theurgical hypostases, seeing the divinity and divinity theology psychological terms, while viewing his meditation mysticism as a superior Kabbalah. The ethic of meditation mysticism in Abulafia and other ecstatic Kabbalists was a minority tradition to the theosophical Kabbalah mainstream, but later aspects of it became incorporated in the 16th century theosophical compendiums of the Arabic Bible, such as drawing down divine influx, and subsequently influenced the psychologization of Kabbalah and Hasidic self-absorption in God. Ecstatic traditions were at a disadvantage for Northern Judaism, as they made classic meditation their central preoccupation, as with Moses Maimonides the mitzvah. Jewish observances were a means to the end purpose of mystical or philosophical cleavage to God, or the active intellect. In contrast, theosophical traditions centered around the theurgic power and cosmic centrality importance of formative Jewish mission intellect observance, especially when carried out with the lead gatherer, mystical intentions. Angus Miller questions the usage of the term meditation for theosophical, mainstream, Kabbalah's theurgic capital, intentions, where to be cleaving to God, was secondary, preferring the term more accurately for ecstatic Kabbalah's unio-mystical methods and goal. He sees generally using the term in reference to all Kabbalistic intentions as a reflection of the contemporary zeitgeist, promoted by Rabbi and others. He recommends ecstatic Kabbalah, the Jewish Sufism of Abraham Maimonides, or hypothesitic prayer contemplation as perhaps more suited to develop a future ethic of Jewish meditation. Unio-mystical, however, has been seen the primary center of traditional Judaism. He sees Jewish prayer, rather than classic meditation akin to Eastern religions, as the true central expression of Judaism. Theosophical Kabbalists and later Hasidism were deeply concerned to develop mystical approaches to prayer, whether theurgic in the case of Kabbalah, or devotional and self-nullifying in the case of Hasidism. In contrast to rationalist Jewish philosophy's progressively anti-metaphysical interpretation of Jewish observance, theosophical Kabbalists reinterpreted Judaism's prayer and mitzvot as cosmic metaphysical processes, especially when carried out in particular ways that could channel the mystical flow between the divine center and and from the divine realm to this world. They reinterpreted standard Jewish liturgy by reading it as esoteric mystical meditations and the ascent of the soul for elite practitioners. Through this, the border between supplicatory prayer and theurgic practice blurs, and prayer becomes viewed as a magical process rather than divine response to petitions. However, Kabbalists censor directly magical practical Kabbalah will control of angels for holy the most holy, and justified their theurgic prayers onto easing the divine channels through which their prayerful supplication to God ascends. Kabbalists declare one prayers only to Him, God's essence, failure solely in Hebrew's gender grammar, not to His attributes. Sefer, to pray to a divine attribute introduces the cardinal idolatrous sin of division and plurality among the Sefer, separating them from their dependence and nullification in the absolute light soft unity. Instead, Kabbalist prayer, following the liturgy, is only to God. Blessed are you, Lord our God. The divine essence expressed no different names of God in Judaism. However, each traditional name of God corresponds in Kabbalah to a different manifestation of the Sefer. Moses Cordovero, who systemized Kabbalah, explains that the Sefer names, Keter, Chana, Bina, etc. are the vessels of each attribute. To pray to the vessel is idolatry. The corresponding names of God, Ene, Yah, Navir, etc. relate to the inner divine unity dimension of each Sefer, expressing the forms the unified infinite light takes as it illuminates within each vessel. Prayer to traditional liturgy divine names is prayer to God's essence, expressed through particular Sefer and supernal channels on high, corresponding with the traditional words of prayer. The Kabbalist intentionally contemplates each divine name Sefer and channel with theurgic cabinet meditations to open the divine flow, so prayer supplication to God's innermost will, concealed within the innermost dimensions of the first Sefer Keter, where it merges into the Ein Sof, Esotemes, as the traditional prayer relates. May it be your will that your kindness overrides judgment, etc. R.A. Kaplan described the nature of meditative Kabbalah, shared across academic divisions between theosophical and ecstatic Kabbalists, as a midpoint on the spectrum between practical Kabbalah and theoretical Kabbalah. Ecstatic Kabbalists. Abraham Abulafia. Abraham Abulafia, 1240-1291, a leading medieval figure in the history of meditative Kabbalah and the founder of the school of prophetic ecstatic Kabbalah, wrote meditation manuals using meditation on Hebrew letters and words to achieve ecstatic states. His teachings embody the non-severe extreme in Spanish Kabbalism, which he viewed as alternative and superior to the theosophical Kabbalah, which he criticized. Abulafia's work was surrounded in controversy because of the edict against him by Shlomo ben Akira, a contemporary leading scholar. However, according to R.A. Kaplan, the Abulafian system of meditations forms an important part of the work of the Bible, and in turn his master Isaac Luria. R.A. Kaplan's pioneering translations and scholarship on meditative Kabbalah trace Abulafia's publications to the extant concealed transmission of the esoteric meditative methods of the Hebrew prophets. While Abulafia remained a marginal figure in the direct development of theosophical Kabbalah, recent academic scholarship on Abulafia by Moshe Hillel reveals his wider influence across the later development of Jewish mysticism. In the 16th century, Judah al-Madani continued Abulafian methods in Jerusalem. Isaac Abacco. Isaac ben Samuel of Acre, 1250-1340, also wrote about meditative techniques. One of Isaac's most important teachings involves developing Yishtivim, which R.A. Kaplan describes as equanimity, stoicism, and a total indifference to outside influences. Rabbi Isaac sees Yishtivim as a prerequisite for meditation. You should constantly keep the letters of the unique name in your mind as if they were in front of you, written with a book of Torah, Asherim, script. Each letter should appear infinitely large. When you depict the letters of the unique name, in this manner, your mind's eye should gaze on them, and at the same time, your heart should be directed toward the infinite being. And so, your gazing and thought should be as one. This is the mystery of true attachment, regarding which the Torah says, to him you shall attach yourself to Deuteronomy 10:20. Joseph Zayach. Joseph Zayach, 1505-1573, influenced by Abulafia, taught his own system of meditation. Zayach was probably the last Kabbalist to advocate use of the prophetic position, where one places his head between his knees. This position was used by Elijah on Mount Carmel, and in early God, represented by the four-letter tetragrammaton. This corresponds to meditating on the Hebrew vowels which are seen as reflecting the light from the infinite axis. Isaac Graham. Isaac Graham, 1534-1572, the father of modern Kabbalah, systemized Graham in Kabbalistic theory as a dynamic mythological scheme, while the Zohar is outwardly solely a theosophical work, for which reason medieval meditative Kabbalists followed alternative traditions. Gloria's systemization of doctrine enabled him to draw new detailed meditative practices, called Yechudim, from the Zohar, based on the dynamic interaction of the Glorian parts of them. This meditative method, as with Gloria's theosophical exegesis, dominated later Kabbalistic activity. Gloria prescribed Yechudim as cabinet for the prayer liturgy, later practiced communally by Shalom Sharmi and the Babel Circle, for Jewish observances, and for secluded attainment of Ruach HaKodesh. One favorite activity of the Saint mystics was meditation by prostrated on the graves of saints, in order to commune with their souls. I'm Bible. I'm Bible, c. 1543-1620, major disciple of Isaac Luria, and responsible for publication of most of his works. In Enzyme and the Eight Gates he describes the theosophical and meditative teachings of Luria. However, his own writings cover wider meditative methods, drawn from earlier sources. His Sharei Kedusha, Gates of Holiness, was the only guidebook to meditative Kabbalah traditionally written, though its most esoteric fourth part remained unpublished until recently. In the following account, Bible presents the method of Arius and Cairo in receiving his heavenly Maggid teacher, which he regarded as the soul of the Mishnah, recorded by Cairo and Maggid Mishra. Meditate alone in the house, wrapped in a prayer shawl, sit and shut your eyes, and transcend the physical as if your soul has left your body and is ascending to heaven. After this divestment ascension, recite one Mishnah, any Mishnah you wish, many times consecutively, as quickly as you can, with clear pronunciation, without skipping one word. Intend to bind your soul with the soul of the sage who taught this Mishnah. Your soul will become a chariot. Do this by intending that your mouth is of your vessel conduit to bring forth the letters of the words of this Mishnah, and that the voice that emerges through the vessel of your mouth is the sparks of your inner soul which are emerging and reciting this Mishnah. In this way, your soul will become a chariot within which the soul of the sage who is the master of that Mishnah can manifest. His soul will then clothe itself within your soul. At a certain point in the process of reciting the words of the Mishnah, you may feel overcome by exhaustion. If you are worthy, the soul of this sage may then come to reside in your mouth. This will happen in the midst of your reciting the Mishnah. As you recite, he will begin to speak with your mouth and wish you shalom. He will then answer every question that comes into your thoughts to ask him. He will do this with and through your mouth. Your ears will hear his words, for you will not be speaking from yourself. Rather, he will be speaking through you. This is the mystery of the verse. The Spirit of God spoke to me, and his word was on my lips. Samuel 2:23, 2. Hasidism. The Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov, founder of Hasidic Judaism, took the Talmudic grace that God desires the heart and made it central to his love of the sincerity of the common law, advocating joy in the omnipresent divine immanence. He encouraged emotional devika, fervor, especially through attachment to the Hasidic figure of the tzaddik. He also encouraged his close disciples to find devika through seclusion, his fathers, from others and by meditating on select Kabbalistic unifications. Yechudim, of Yitzchak Luria, as Hasidism developed and became a popular revival movement, use of esoteric Kabbalistic cabinet, intentions on divine things was seen as an impediment to direct emotional devika, cleaving to God, and was dropped in favor of new meditative and contemplative practices of divine consciousness. This downplaying of the theurgic role of theosophical Kabbalah, the psychologization of Kabbalistic symbolism, and emphasis on divine omnipresence, began with the Baal Shem Tov. In a parable he related that knowing each of the detailed Kabbalistic cabinet and prayer unlocked individual gates in heaven, but tears break through all barriers to reach the king himself. About Hasidism. Dr. Spiri, the second leader of the Chabad dynasty, wrote several works explaining the Chabad approach. In his works, he explains that the Hebrew word for meditation is hisbonenus, alternatively transliterated as hibonenus. The word hisbonenus derives from the Hebrew word bina, let understanding, and refers to the process of understanding through analytical study. While the word hisbonenus can be applied to analytical study of any topic, it is generally used to refer to study of the Torah, and particularly in this context, the explanations of Kabbalah and Chabad Hasidic philosophy, in order to achieve a greater understanding and appreciation of God. In the Chabad presentation, every intellectual process must incorporate three faculties: chachma, bina, and thought. Chachma, like wisdom, is the mind's ability to come up with a new insight into a concept that one did not know before. Bina, like understanding, is the mind's ability to take a new insight from chachma, analyze all of its implications, and simplify the concept so it is understood well. Thought, like knowledge, the third stage, is the mind's ability to focus and hold its attention on the chachma and the bina. The term hisbonenus represents an important point of the Chabad method. Chabad Hasidic philosophy rejects the notion that any new insight can come from mere concentration. Chabad philosophy explains that thought is a necessary component of cognition. It is like an empty vessel without the learning and analysis and study that comes through the faculty of bina. Just as a scientist's new insight or discovery, chachma, always results from prior in-depth study of analysis of his topic. Bina, likewise, to gain any insight and godliness can only come through in-depth study of the explanations of Kabbalah and Hasidic philosophy. In this view, enlightenment is commensurate with one's understanding of the Torah and specifically the explanations of Kabbalah and Hasidic philosophy. Prolonged concentration devoid of intellectual content or hallucinations of the imagination should not be mistaken for spiritual enlightenment. Chabad accepts and endorses the writings of Kabbalists such as Moses Mordechai and Bible, and their works are quoted at length in the Hasidic texts. However, the Chabad masters say that their methods are easily misunderstood without a proper foundation in Hasidic philosophy. Breslov Hasidism. Rebbe Nachman of Breslov used the term hisbonenus, alternatively transliterated as hibonenus, from the root mode meaning self-seclusion, to refer to an unstructured, spontaneous and individualized form of prayer and meditation. It may involve speaking to God in one's own words, although Rebbe Nachman teaches that if one does not know what to say, one should repeat the words Ribbono Shel Olam, which will create a heightened state of awareness. The goals of hibonenus may include establishing a close, personal relationship with God and a clearer understanding of one's personal motives and goals for, as in Lakuni Baruch Lesson 52, the transformative realization of God is the imperative insistent, or essence of reality. The Muser movement. The Muser ethics movement, founded by Rabbi Israel Salinger in the middle of the 19th century, encouraged meditative practices of introspection and visualization that could help to improve moral character, focusing on the truthful psychological self-evaluation of one's spiritual mission. The Muser movement institutionalized the classic Muser literature tradition as a spiritual movement within Lithuanian yeshiva academies. Many meditation techniques were described in the writings of Salinger's closest disciple, Rabbi Sim. According to Jeffrey Clausen of Elon University, some forms of Muser meditation are visualization techniques which seem to make impressions upon one's character, often a matter of taking insights of which we are conscious and bringing them into our unconscious. Other forms of Muser meditation are introspective, considering one's character and exploring its tendencies, often a matter of taking what is unconscious and bringing into consciousness. A number of contemporary rabbis have advocated such practices, including taking time each day to sit in silence and simply noticing the way that one's mind wanders. Alan Morris, the founder of the Musser Institute, recommends morning meditation practices that can be as short as 4 minutes. One of the meditations especially recommended by Morris is the practice of focusing on a single word, the Hebrew word Shema, meaning listen. Orthodox Judaism. Recent Orthodox Judaism teachers of Jewish mystical meditation methods include Rabbi Kaplan and Chachins's work. Kaplan especially published scholarly and popular books that reinterpreted and revived historic Jewish mystical contemplation techniques in terms of the late 20th century zeitgeist for meditation. Love among human beings. Judaism offers a variety of views regarding the love of God, love among human beings, and love for non-human animals. Love is a central value in Jewish ethics and Jewish theology. Love among human beings. One of the core commandments of Judaism is love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus 19:18. This commandment stands at the center of the central book in the Torah. The Talmudic sages Hillel and Rabbi Akiva indicated that this is the central commandment of the Torah. The commandment defaults individuals to treat each other as equals, which requires first valuing oneself in order to be able to mirror that love onto others. Similarly, another significant commandment is to not stand idly by the blood of your neighbor. Leviticus 19:16, which can be exhibited in many forms. Some Jewish sources have emphasized the importance of self-sacrifice in regards to loving our needs second to another's, but Rabbi Akiva's teaching of your own life takes precedence to that of another, contradicts his own principle of loving thy neighbor as thyself. This commandment of love, with the preceding sentence, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, may originally have referred, and has by some scholars been exclusively referred, to the Israelite neighbor, but in Leviticus 19:34 it is extended to the stranger that dwells with you, and thou shalt love him as thyself. In Job 31 hours, and 13 minutes 15 it is declared unjust to wrong the servant in his cause. Did not he that made me and who made him, and did not one fashion us in a mood? Romantic love is included in the command to love one's neighbor, but romantic love per se is not a central topic in classical Jewish literature. Some medieval rabbinic authorities such as Judah Levi wrote romantic poetry in Arabic. Classical rabbinic literature. Commenting upon the command to love the neighbor is a discussion recorded between Rabbi Akiva, who declared this verse in Leviticus to contain the great principle of the law, Gilgal Gadol Batorah, and Ben-Azai, who pointed to Genesis 5:1. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made him, as the verse expressing the leading principle of the law, apparently because verse 5:1 gives the term neighbor its meaning as including all humans. R10 human explains the principle thus: if you despise any man, you despise God who made man in his image. Hillel also took the biblical command in its universal spirit when he responded to the heathen who requested him to tell the law by standing before them on one foot. What is hateful to thee, thou shalt not do unto thy neighbor. This is the whole of the law. The rest is only commentary. This negative form was the accepted Targum interpretation of Lev 19:18, though Targum Onkelos translates the verse literally, to include all men. Hillel used the term creatures when inculcating the teaching of love. Love of fellow creatures, hatred of fellow creatures, sin of all is similarly declared by our Joshua Benaniah to be one of the three things that drive man out of the world. The Talmud insists, with reference to Lev 19:18, that even the criminal at the time of execution should be treated with tender love. As Victor and J. QR 10:11 shows, the expression you have heard is an exact translation of the rabbinical formula, which is only a formal logical interrogation introducing the opposite view as the only correct one. You might deduce from this verse that thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy, but I say to you the only correct interpretation is, love all men, even thine enemies. According to Ahad, the Torah's phrasing of thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself is negative because it creates a perfect equilibrium, with no leaving either to your side or to your neighbors. Tamatuli Eliyahu says, blessed be the Lord who is impartial toward all. He says, thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor. Thy neighbor is like thy brother, and thy brother is like thy neighbor. And later on, thou shalt love the Lord thy God. That is, thou shalt make the name of God beloved to the creatures by righteous conduct toward Gentiles as well as Jews. Kabbalistic and Hasidic sources. Lehi Bible taught that the law of love of the neighbor includes the non-Israelite as well as the Israelite. A similar view was taught by Rabbi Abraham in the Lehi of the 16th century, in his commentary to Sefer, and by Moses Hatches of the 18th century, in his work on the 613 Commandments, while commenting on 2:23:7. One of the main tenets of Hasid is that everything in the universe exists only because the Creator wills it to exist. Therefore, the existence of even the most violent wicked human beings are a manifestation of passion's law, and ultimately, their physical survival is due to that same divine energy that allows the entire creation to survive. And even though it is indeed a positive commandment to despise evil, the true Tzaddik understands that the existence of even the most wicked human beings are in accordance with the Creator's will. This understanding is tantamount to love, as it stems from a love of Hashem and His ways. According to our Godman, this is the Tzaddik Adon Yadam Meir Adon, but much more to come. Some Jews, however, have criticized Kabbalistic and Hasidic views of love. Muser movement. One of the leaders of the Muser movement, Rabbi Simon Zissel, put much emphasis on love. A later Muser movement leader, the 20th century Rabbi Eliezer Tesler, is frequently quoted as defining love from the Jewish point of view as giving without expecting to take. Modern Jewish views. The Synod of Leipzig in 1869, then the German Israelitish Union of Congregations in 1885, stood on old historical ground when declaring that love thy neighbor as thyself is a command of all-embracing love, and is a fundamental principle of the Jewish religion. Modern Jewish debates on love and justice. The 20th century Jewish theologian Wilhelm argued that justice is at the heart of the Jewish notion of love, and the foundation for Jewish law. The Jewish tradition often encourages the elimination of others instead for all to see each other as moral counterparts and emphasizes the obligation to render aid and intervene autonomously, doing the right thing because it is right, not in a heteronymous way, doing the right thing because we feel we must. The tradition teaches not to simply love, but to tolerate in order to be able to achieve justice. Contemporary Rabbi Joe Jacobs has emphasized that the limits of love is a motivation for giving to others, as a way to extend one's hand to the community. One can give tzedakah, or charity, which comes from the word tzedek meaning justice, compassion and mercy. As an obligation, one must give to the poor as a means of restoring justice to the world, not as an altruistic or voluntary gesture. The way to outwardly and tangibly exhibit love is by giving. For example, giving money out of passion for causes, out of love or concern for others, out of gratitude for our own good fortune, and out of desire to create a better world for ourselves and our children. By giving to the community, one can demonstrate love outwardly while also embracing it inwardly. Love has also been expressed as being the selflessness of mankind. Louis Jacobs, greater love hath no man. Humans have the capacity to self-sacrifice in the interest of others, as every life is valuable and unique. When one risks his or her own life to save another, it is seen as an act of piety and an act of love and justice. this model was expanded to include the earth as a whole, showing the importance of treating all living creatures with respect. There is a story in the Talmud on how Judah Hadesi was struck with pain because he did not show mercy to a cat being led to slaughter, and only after saving him out his destiny was forgiven. Love between God and human beings. Deuteronomy 6, 4, 5 commands. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. Classical rabbinic literature. The commandment to love God in Jude 6 is taken by the Mishnah, the central text of the Jewish oral law, to refer to good deeds, willingness to sacrifice one's life rather than commit certain serious transgressions, willingness to sacrifice all one's possessions and being grateful to the Lord despite adversity. Tractate Match of 9, 5. Tractate 774. Rabbinic literature differs how this love can be developed. The love of God means the surrounding of life with his commandments. And 43b, and is conditioned by the love of the Torah. R.H. Torah. Israel was said to love him, giving their very lives for the observance of his commandments. Meg, Utro, 6, 2xxx6. Indeed, love of God is voluntary surrender of life and all one has for God's honor. Secret, 232, 454. It is unselfish service of God. Rabbi 3, Boxer 19. There are chastisements of love for the righteous to test their piety. Verb 5a, Rom B3. It is this unequal love, grieving, suffering, and martyrdom, which established the unique relation between God and Israel, so that none of the nations can quench this love. Can, R.A. 7. This unique love is echoed also in the liturgy. See after Rabbi. To be a true lover of God, however, means to receive offense, and resent not, to hear words of contemplate, and answer not, to act merely from love, and rejoice even in trials as tests of pure love. Shaq 88b, Psalm 31a, Rom A. 28. Baha'i and Akiva. Love of God is accentuated as the highest incentive of action by Rabbi and Paula in the Rothschild'S. See Jude. Encyclopedia 2, 454. In Duties of the Heart, the Jewish philosopher maintained that love of God is the ultimate goal and must be the aim of all virtues. Baha'i defined this love as the soul's longing for the Creator, and this is also made possible through the fear of God, which allows people to abstain from worldly desires. It appears that fear is linked to love in the sense that it stems from the contemplation of God's power and greatness, which could result in emotional attachment seen in parts of the Psalm and elsewhere in the Bible. Once a religious person empties himself of the love for material things, he then opens himself up to be filled with the love of God. These arguments led some observers to describe Baha'is concept of love towards the Creator as more focused on the emotion instead of putting emphasis on the rational or mystical aspects. Love towards other people and even animals could fall within Baha'is framework when approached from his view that we cannot know God as he is in himself and that it is only through his creatures that we can gain an apprehension of the divine. Maimonides. Maimonides, in his Mismentor, devotes the whole 10th chapter of Hilkot Teshuvah, with reference to Rabbi 3, to love of God is the motive which gives all human action instrumental and religious value. Maimonides wrote that it should only be out of love for God, rather than fear of punishment or hope for reward, that Jews should obey the law. When man loves God with a love that is fitting, he automatically carries out all the precepts of love. Maimonides thinks that love of God can be developed by contemplating divine deeds and witnessing the marvels of nature. Maimonides, Mismentor, Hilkot Teshuvah, chapter 2. Ammonites. Ammonites in his commentary to 2b4, with reference to Zephyr, LC, declares that love of God involves the study and observance of the law without regard to gain or expectation of reward. So also Bogan and Asher, in his Anatomia, under Africa. Eliezer of Burns. Eliezer of Burns, in his Ethical Requiem, begins with the chapter on love, referring to Zephyr, 232, 41, 48, 54a, 86a, and 62a, Psalm 31a, Timothy Eliot 26, winner, 10 to page 13, 2, I love thee, that is, I love thy creatures, and winner, 10 to 12, and stating that he who truly loves God more than its all other desires adheres to the one great object of life, the fulfillment of God's will and joy. Capitalistic views. Still more extensively does Elisha Tibius, in his Ethical Requiem, Part 2, develop love of God as the highest state and motive of life. He also quotes the Zohar, by 11b, 2, 114, 116a, 3, 68a, 264b, 267a, and other passages, where it is frequently stated that pure love is suppression of all care for self, and through such love true union of the soul with God is effected. This union is said by the Kabbalists to take place in as much to balance of love. Zohar I 44b, 2, 97a. Christmas. Still greater importance was attached to love when it was rendered a cosmic principle in the philosophical systems of Past Christmas and, through him, of Spinoza, instead of rendering the creative intellect the essence of the deity, as did Maimonides and all the Aristotelians. Christmas, like Philo, makes love the essential quality of God. Love is divine bliss, and hence love of God is the source of eternal bliss for mortal man. Judah Leon of Ravenel. But, more than Christmas, it was probably Judah Leon of Ravenel for whom Spinoza borrowed the idea of intellectual love as a cosmic principle, and who, following the Platonic and pantheistic tendency of the period of the Italian Renaissance, made, in his dialogue the Amore into a with Amore Mentale rationale the essence of God in the central force and end of the world. Love links all things together in the cosmos, but my love in the natural world is essential and selfish. Divine love is unselfish and uplifting. God's love created the world and brings about the perfection of all things, especially of man, who, when good, is God loving as well as God beloved, and whose love of God leads him to eternal bliss, which is identical with divine love. This intellectual love is identical with the biblical to shall thou believe and gives rise to the imitatio Dei in its highest perfection and supreme joy. Abramel's view of love as the principle of the world appears to have exerted some influence also on Rothschild'S in his Philosophie 1838, next 289. Franz Rosenzweig. The 20th century Jewish philosopher Franz Rosenzweig described divine love as cleansing. It is not God that being cleansed of its sin, rather it cleanses itself in the presence of his love. It is certain of God's love in the very moment that shame withdraws from it and surrenders itself in free. Present admission is certain as if God has spoken into its ear that outcome which is long for earlier when it confessed to him its sins of the past. It no longer needs this formal absolution. It is freed of its burden in the very moment of carrying to the sin vomit on its shoulders. So too the beloved no longer needs the acknowledgement of the love of which she longed for before she admitted her love. At the very moment when she herself dares to admit it, she is certain of his love as if he were whispering his acknowledgement into her ear. Rosenzweig described the Hebrew Bible as a grammar of love in which God can communicate I love you only by demanding you must love me, and Israel can communicate I love you only by confessing I have sinned. Therefore, this confession does not lead God to offer an unnecessary absolution. It merely expresses Israel's love for God. What then is God's answer to the I by which the beloved soul acknowledges him if it is not absolution? Rosenzweig's answer is revelation. He cannot make himself known to the soul before the soul has acknowledged him, but now he must do so. For this it is by which revelation first reaches completion. In its groundless presence, revelation must now Song of Songs provides a paradigm for understanding the love between God and Israel. The love that is strong as death. God's love is as strong as death because it is love for the people of Israel, and it is as a collective that Israel returns God's love. Although one may die, God and Israel, then the love between the people lives on. In other words, Song of Songs is the focal book of Revelation where the grammar of love is most clearly expressed. But this love that is as strong as death ultimately transcends itself, as it takes the form of God's law, and is the law that binds Israel as a people, and the observance of the law that each to relives the moment of revelation at Mount Sinai. Ultimately, Song of Songs points back to Leviticus' command to love one's neighbors, oneself, and to the rest of the Torah. The revelation of God's commandments. In Rothschild'S view, the love portrayed in Song of Songs becomes the love commanded in Leviticus. Just as love for the children of Israel is one of the ways that God is present in the world, the necessary response by the Jews, the way to love God in return is to extend their own love out towards their fellow human beings. See also.
All right, time back in.
Cheese is also one of the 10. Cheese, Hebrew, also Romanized. Essay is a Hebrew word that means kindness or love between people, specifically of the devotional piety of people towards God as well as of love or mercy of God towards humanity. It is frequently used in Psalms in the latter sense, where it is traditionally translated as loving kindness in English translations. In Jewish theology, it is likewise used of God's love for the children of Israel, and in Jewish ethics it is used for love or charity between people. Cheese in this latter sense of charity is considered a virtue on its own, and also for its contribution to tikkun olam, repairing the world. It is also considered the foundation of many religious commandments practiced by traditional Jews, especially interpersonal commandments. Cheese is also one of the 10 sephirot on the Kabbalistic tree of life. It is given the association of kindness and love, and is the first of the 11 attributes of the sephirot. Etymology and translations. The root chesed has a primary meaning of eager and ardent desire, used both in the sense good, kind and shame, contempt. The noun cheese inherits both senses. On one hand, zeal, love, kindness towards someone, and on the other, zeal, ardor against someone, envy, reproach. In its positive sense, it is used to describe mutual benevolence, mercy or pity between people, devotional piety of people towards God, as well as the grace, favor, or mercy of God towards people. It occurs 248 times in the Hebrew Bible. In the majority of cases, 149 times. The King James Bible, KJV, translation is mercy, following the Septuagint, 70, alias. Less frequent translations are kindness, 40 times, loving kindness, 30 times, goodness, 12 times, kindly, 5 times, merciful, 4 times, favor, 3 times, and good, goodliness, pity, once each. Only 2 instances of the noun in its negative sense are in the text. Translated reproach in Proverbs 14:34, and wicked thing in Leviticus 20:17. The translation of loving kindness in KJV is derived from the Coverdale Bible in 1535. This particular translation is used exclusively of cheese used with the benign attitude of YHWH, the Lord, or Elohim, God towards his chosen, primarily invoked in Psalms, 23 times, but also in the prophets, 4 times in Jeremiah, twice in Isaiah 63, 7 and once in Hosea 2:19. While loving kindness is now considered somewhat archaic, it is part of the traditional rendition of Psalms in English Bible translations. Some more recent translations use steadfast love where KJV has loving kindness. The Septuagint has Megalias great mercy, rendered as Latin misericordia, as an example of the use of cheese in Psalms. Consider its notable occurrence at the beginning of Psalm 51. Live, be favorable to me, Elohim, as your cheese. 70. Miserere me, James. Secundum misericordiam tuum. Okay, God, have thou mercy on me. Be thee great mercy. We live 1388. Have mercy upon me, O God. After thy cleanse. Coverdale Bible 1535. Have mercy upon me, O God. According to thy loving kindness. KJV 1611. Have mercy upon me, O God. According to thy loving kindness. KJV 1769. RV 1885. ASV 1901. Favor me, O God. According to thy kindness. Neil 1862. Have mercy on me, O God. According to thy steadfast love. RSV 1952. Have mercy on me, O God. According to your steadfast love. NRSV 1989. In Judaism, love is often used as a shorter English translation. Political theorist Daniel Elazar has suggested that cheese cannot easily be translated into English, but that it means something like loving covenant obligation. Other suggestions include grace and compassion. Jewish ethics. In traditional views of literature, ethical literature, cheese is one of the primary virtues. The Judean Rabbi Simon had just taught. The world rests upon 3 things: Torah, service to God, and bestowing kindness. Berkeley added 1. 2. Cheese is your core ethical virtue. A statement by Rabbi Simon in the Talmud claims that the Torah begins with cheese and ends with cheese. This may be understood to mean that the entire Torah is characterized by cheese. By it sets forth a vision of the ideal life whose goals are behavior characterized by mercy and compassion. Alternatively, it may allude to the idea that the giving of the Torah itself is the quintessential act of cheese. In Moses Ben Jacob Cordero's Kabbalistic treatise Tomer Torah, the following are actions undertaken in imitation of the qualities of cheese.
Love God so completely that one will never forsake his service for any reason. Provide a child with all the necessities of their sustenance and love the child. Circumcise the child. Visiting and healing the sick. Giving charity to the poor. Offering hospitality to strangers. Attending to the deaf. Bringing a bride to a couple marriage ceremony. Making peace between a person and another
A
human
person who
being.
embodies chaste is known as a chassid, one who is faithful to the covenant and who goes above and beyond that which is normally required in a number of groups throughout Jewish history which focus on going above and beyond and call themselves chassidim. These groups include the Hasidians of the Second Temple period, the Maimonidean Hasidim of medieval Egypt and Palestine, the Chassidim Ashkenaz in medieval Europe, and the Hasidic movement which emerged in 18th century Eastern Europe. Charitable organizations. In modern Hebrew, can take the generic meaning of charity, and the chaste institution in modern Judaism may refer to any charitable organization run by religious Jewish groups or individuals. Charitable organizations described as chaste institutions include
Baker Holland, organizations dedicated to visiting and caring for sick and relatives. Mach, an institution dedicated to Hebrew Hasidim, providing guidance often with free loan funds or by lending or giving away particular types of items, toys, clothes, meal, equipment, etc. Such organizations are often named with the acronym of Gemelas Hasidim, such as Gemach or GMCHA community, may have dozens of unique and sometimes overlapping Gemach organizations. Here are organizations designed to increase Jewish awareness among unaffiliated Jews, which is considered a form of kindness. Zola organizations by the name typically provide free services for emergency medical dispatch and ambulance transport, EMT paramedics. Chevra Kadisha organizations that perform religious care for the deceased and often provide logistical help for help to their families relating to autopsies, transport of the body, emergency family travel, burial, running a Shiva home, and caring for mourners. Covering early friends organizations going by the name typically provide free roadside assistance and emergency help with mechanical or structural problems in private homes. Children, guardians, groups, community watch groups.
in the former USSR there were republics there are Jewish charities, each one often called the East Plaza Jewish Campaign, usually of a Jewish history character or based upon St. Petersburg, Russia, a member of the Association of East and Russia. They run multiple programs. Daycare centers and health visitors carers for the elderly and disabled. The latter equally available to people of non-Jewish ancestry with local government subsidies. Crafts and art societies, concerts, medical equipment rental for registered patients free or on small fees calculated from the size of the patient's pension. Delivery of meals and grocery items to home-stay patients. Shopping subsidies for the poor. Volunteer medical consulting. Volunteer small repair of household items. Assistance with documents processing to apply for compensation from Germany for Holocaust survivors.
Abraham Abulafia.
Abraham ben Samuel Abulafia, Hebrew, was the founder of the school of prophetic Kabbalah. He was born in Zaragoza, Kingdom of Aragon, in 1240, and is assumed to have died sometime after 1291 following a stay on the island of Colina in the Maltese archipelago. Abraham ben Samuel Abulafia, Hebrew, was the founder of the school of prophetic Kabbalah. He was born in Zaragoza, Kingdom of Aragon, in 1240, and is assumed to have died sometime after 1291 following a stay on the island of Colina in the Maltese archipelago. Biography. Early life and travels. Very early in life he was taken by his parents to Judea, Kingdom of Navarre, where his aged father, Samuel Abulafia, instructed him in the Hebrew Bible and Talmud. In 1258, when Abulafia was 18 years old, his father died, and Abulafia began a life of ceaseless wandering shortly thereafter. His first journey, in 1260, was to the land of Israel, where he intended to begin a search for the legendary salvation of the 10 lost tribes. He got no further than Port Sidioko. However, because of the desolation and lawlessness in the Holy Land stemming from the chaos following the recent crusade, the battle that year between the Mongol Empire and Mamluk Sultanate forced his return to European ways. He had determined to go to Rome and stop short in Cordova, where during the early 1260s, he devoted himself with passion and zeal to the study of philosophy and the guide for the perplexed of Maimonides under the tutelage of the philosopher and physician named Hillel, probably the well-known Hillel ben Samuel of Verona. Although he always held Maimonides in the highest esteem, and often made use of sentences from his writings, he was as little satisfied with his philosophy as with any other branch of knowledge which he acquired. He was highly articulate, and able and eager to teach others. He wrote industriously on cabalistic, philosophical, and grammatical subjects, and succeeded in surrounding himself with numerous pupils to whom he imparted much of his own enthusiasm. On his return to Spain, he became subject to visions, and, at the age of 31, in Barcelona, began to study a particular kind of Kabbalah whose most important representative was Rothschild'S, and received the revelation with messianic overtones. He immersed himself in the study of the Sefer Yetzirah, book of creation, which explained the creation of the world and humankind is based on Hebrew letter combinations, as well as its commentaries. The Sefer, and particularly the commentary and method of the German Jewish mystical Yetzirah words, exercised a deep influence upon Abulafia and had the effect of greatly increasing his mystical man. Letters of the alphabet, numerals, and vowel points all assume mystical meaning to him, and their combinations and permutations, supplementing and explaining one another. taught 40 young students. Journey to Rome. He went to Rome in 1280 in order to convert Pope Nicholas III to Judaism on the day before Rosh Hashanah. The Pope was in Soriano when he heard of it, and he issued orders to burn the fanatic as soon as he reached that place. The stake was erected in preparation close to the inner gate. When Apollonius set out for Soriano, all the same and reached there August 22nd. While passing through the outer gate, he heard that the Pope had died from an apoplectic stroke during the preceding night. He returned to Rome, where he was thrown into prison by the order of Friars Minor but was liberated after 4 weeks' detention. He was next heard of in Sicily. Declined and exiled to Comino. He remained active in Messina for a decade, 1281-91, presenting himself as a prophet, Messiah and Son of God. He had several students there as well as some in Palermo. The local Jewish congregation in Palermo energetically condemned Apollonius as God, and around 1285 addressed the issue to Shlomo ben Adar of Barcelona, who devoted much of his career to coming Maria's Messianic history in the day. Shlomo ben Adar subsequently wrote a letter against Apollonius. This controversy was one of the principal reasons for the exclusion of Apollonius from the Spanish schools. Apollonius had to take up the pilgrim's avenue, and under distressing conditions confined his secular honor book of the sign on the little island of Comino, near Malta, between 1285 and 1288. In 1291 he wrote his last, and perhaps his most intelligent work, the Meditation Manual of Grecian Words of Beauty. After this, all trace of it is lost. Teachings. Writings. Apollonius' literary activity spans the years 1271-1291 and consists of several books, treatises on grammar, and poems, but amongst which only 30 survive. He wrote many commentaries, 3 on the Guide of the Perplexed Sefer Logicum, 1273, Sefer Gianni on Nefesh, and Sefer Sidri Torah, 1280, on Sefer Yetzer, on Tzayin and Yadav, 1285/6, Gondal, and the third of Title, and a commentary on the Pentateuch Sefer Mount 1289. More influential are his handbooks, Teaching How to Achieve the Perfected Experience, Gianni on Nava, 1280, Royal Sefer, Sefer HaCheshire, and Depletion, 1291. Of special importance for understanding his mythology are his prophetic books written between 1279, in Padros and 1288, in Messina, in which revelations including apocalyptic imagery and scenes are interpreted as pointing to spiritual processes of inner redemption. The spiritualized understanding of the concepts of Messianism and redemption as an intellectual development represents a major contribution of the Messianic ideas in Judaism. As part of his Messianic propensity, Apollonius became an intense disseminator of his Kabbalah, orally and in written form, trying to convince both Jews and Christians. In his first treatises, Yad Hashem and Antiach Ariel, Apollonius describes a linguistic type of Kabbalah similar to the early writings of Rabbi Joseph Chikatila. In his later writings, the founder of prophetic Kabbalah produces a synthesis between Maimonides' neo-Aristotelian understanding of prophecy as the result of the transformation of the intellectual influx into linguistic message and techniques to reach such experiences, by means of combinations of letters and their pronunciation, breathing exercises, contemplation of parts of the body, movements of the head and hands, and concentration exercises. Some of the elements of those techniques stem from commentaries on Sefer Yetzer of Ashkenazi. He called his Kabbalah the Kabbalah of names, that is, of divine names, being the way to reach what he called the prophetic experience, or prophetic Kabbalah, as the ultimate aims of his way, human and revelatory experiences. In his writings, expressions of what is known as the unio-mystica, the human and the supernal intellects may be discerned, much less concerned with the theosophy of his contemporary Kabbalists, who were interested in theories of ten hypostatic Sefer, some of which he described as worse than the Christian belief in the Trinity. Apollonius depicted the supernal realm, especially the cosmic agent intellect, in linguistic terms, as ancient letters. In his later books, Apollonius repeatedly elaborated upon a system of 7 paths of interpretation, which he used sometimes in his commentary on the Pentateuch, which starts with the plain sense, includes also allegorical interpretation, and culminates in interpretations of the discrete letters, the latter conceived of as the path to prophecy. Apollonius developed a sophisticated theory of language, which assumes that Hebrew represents not so much a language as written or spoken as the principles of all languages, namely the ideal sounds and the combinations between them. Thus, Hebrew is an ideal language that encompasses all the other languages. This theory of language might have influenced Dante Alighieri. In his writings, Apollonius uses Greek, Latin, Italian, Arabic, Tatar, and passwords for the purpose of gematria. Apollonius' Kabbalah inspired a series of writings which can be described as part of his prophetic Kabbalah, namely, the striving to attain extreme forms of mystical experiences. The most important among them are the anonymous Sefer HaTzera, translated into Latin from Nico, Sefer Meraldi, and Sefer Shawait, edited by Rabbi Nathan ben Sadia Harhar, who influenced the Kabbalah of Rabbi Isaac of Acre. The impact of Apollonius is evident in an anonymous epistle attributed to Maimonides. Rabbi Reuben Zarmati, a Kabbalist active in 14th century Italy, Abraham Shalom, Yohanan Alamano, Judah Al-Badani, and Joseph Ibn Zachariah, Moses Bartamero and Nine Bibles influential Shorei Kedisha, Sabbatai Zini, Joseph Hammond, Pinchas Horowitz, and Malcolm Ben Shalom. Next to many manuscripts, Apollonius' writings were not written by Kabbalists, most of whom ran his brand of Kabbalah, and only by chance introduced in their writings a few short and anonymous fragments. Scholarship started with an analysis of his manuscript writings by M. H. Landauer, who attributed the book of the Zohar to him. Adolf Jelinek reviewed this attribution and compiled the first comprehensive list of Apollonius' writings, publishing 3 of Apollonius' shorter treatises, 2 epistles, printed in 1853 and Sefer Law in 1887, while Lemnon Gross published 13 volumes, which include most of Apollonius' books and most of his students' books. Jerusalem, 1999-2004. Major contributions to the analysis of Apollonius' thought and of his school have been made by Gershom Scholar, Maya Rusovsky, Moshe Dell, and Eliatar Wolfson. Some of Apollonius' treatises were translated into Latin and Italian in the circle of Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, mostly by Flavius Mithridates, and Pico's vision of Kabbalah was significantly influenced by his views. This is the case also with Francesco Giaggio and Gustavo Diamandi. Apollonius' life inspired a series of literary works such as poems by Ivan Gall, Moses Weinstein, non-Rabbi Moshe Weinstein, and the Then Tar, Umberto Eco's novel Foucault's Pendulum, and the play by George Eliot Rabbi. In art, Abraham Lincoln's paintings and Maria Finkel's sculptures, and several musical pieces.
Apollonius' writings include Sefer HaZullah, Sefer HaZullah, 12th century commentary on the guide for the perplexed, Sefer Chaye HaNefesh, a commentary on the guide for the perplexed, Sefer Ha, the guide for the guide for Sefer HaYashar, book called Upright Righteous, 1229, Sefer Sefer Torah, 1288 commentary on the guide of the perplexed. Haye, Haye, Ha'o and Hava, life of the world to come, Or Sekel, light of the intellect, get Hashemot, Matia, Kavriyan, Gan Yo'u, a commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, Otzar Eden Ganus, another commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer HaChesed, Sefer HaOf, book of the sign, 1285, X, 1288, Imre Shefer, words of beauty, 1291, these out the Yehuda, and this is 43. This doesn't make sense to me. Write 3 commentaries on a guide for the perplexed. Yeah, you did. I,
Appalachia's life inspired a series of literary works such as poems by Ivan Gall, Moses Feinstein, non-Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, and Nathaniel Tarr, Umberto Eco's novel Eco's Pendulum, and a play by George Eliot Rabbi, Ibar, Abraham Pinkus paintings and Maria Pinkus sculptures, and several musical pieces. Appalachia's writings include Appalachia's meditation techniques. In his numerous works, Appalachia focuses on complex devices for uniting with the ancient intellect, or God, through the recitation of divine names, together with breathing techniques and cathartic practices to ways were adapted by the Ashkenazi Hasidim, taking as his framework the metaphysical and psychological system of Moses Maimonides, 1135/8 1004. Appalachia strove for spiritual experience, which he viewed as a prophetic state similar to or even identical with that of the ancient Jewish prophets. Appalachia suggests a method that is based on a stimulus that continuously changes. His intention is not to relax the consciousness by meditation, but to purify it via a high level of concentration which requires doing many actions at the same time. For this, he uses Hebrew letters. Appalachia's method includes a number of steps.
the first step, preparation. The initiate purifies himself through fasting, the wearing of tefillin, and donning pure white garments. The second step, the mystic writes out specific letter groups and their permutations. The third step, physiological maneuvers. The mystic chants the letters in conjunction with specific respiratory patterns, as well as head positioning. The fourth step, mental imagery of letters in human forms. The mystic imagines a human form and draws without a body. Then the mystic draws the letters mentally, projects them onto the screen of the imaginative faculty, i.e., he mentally imagines the patterns of letters. He then rotates the letters and turns them as Abulafia describes in Imre Schaefer, and they, the letters with their forms, are called the clear, for all the forms having brightness and showing radiance are included in them. And one who gazes at them in their forms will discover their secrets and speak to them, and they will speak to him. And they are like an image in which a man sees all his forms standing in front of him, and then he will be able to see all the general and specific things.
During the final step of mental imagery, the mystic passes a succession of 4 experiences. The first is an experience of body baptism or illumination, in which light not only surrounds the body but also diffuses into it, giving impression that the body and its organs have become light. As the ecstatic Kabbalist continues to practice, combining letters and performing physiological maneuvers, the result is the second experience, weakening of the body, in an absorptive manner. Subsequently, the mystic may feel an enhancement of his thoughts and imaginative capacity. This is the third experience. The fourth experience is characterized mainly by fear and trembling. Appalachia emphasizes that trembling is a basic and necessary step to attain prophecy. Citrine Torah, Beresmith 774, Vol 158. In another place he writes, all your body will begin to tremble. He experiences standing in front of the mystic. He experiences increase when the mystic experiences his unescaping form, or double, as speaking. The double begins to talk to the mystic, teaching him the unknown and revealing the future. Abraham Apalathia describes the experience of seeing a human form many times in his writings. However, initially it is not clear who this form is. As the dialogue between the mystic and the form proceeds, the reader understands that the form is the image of the mystic himself, addressing his students and followers in Sefer HaKeshem. Apalathia further elaborates the scenario. And he says, no man is standing before you and waiting for you to speak with him, and he is ready to answer you concerning whatever you may ask him. And you say, speak, and he answers, and begin then to pronounce and recite first the head of the head, drawing out the breath and the great ease, and afterwards go back as if the one standing opposite you is answering you, and you yourself answer, changing your voice. Apparently, by you
Baba Ganoush. Alright, maybe just find one video.
Hey, Sadie, is that a new device you're inventing?
Well, it's still an alpha, but
That's okay. Pfeiffer and I are a registered alpha testing site. We do bug reports, usability studies, customer-based surveys.
with the users.
Me, I figured if a little kid like me can use it, anybody can. So what does it do? Describes the proposed end-user experience.
Basically, it's an instruction manual for life in this universe. The end user will experience reality with intense new clarity and know what to do with its own life.
Cool, so what's it called?
It's called Harshifier.
Harshifier? Are you sure that's gonna resonate with the user base?
Of course, everyone knows the instruction manual for this universe is divided into 53 partios, one for each week of the year.
You're talking about the 5 books and roses?
Sometimes they call it that, but it literally doesn't tell you all what's included in there. This device allows you to see beyond the surface of all those partios into the deep layers of code within them. It does that by bringing them alive in a 3D tangible action.
Hey, I think I got a 4D.
Almost of it. There's the Harsha, the one where heaven and earth are created. If you look closely, you'll see it's all the way home in the day when the birds and fish emerge. Look closely again.
Okay, so this is a cool simulation. Sort of God given. But I'm not getting the intense way to do a life experience.
Mary, of course you are. First thing you need to know
Mary?
about your reality is that it's a creation. Once you know that, everything changes.
And I know that, but nothing changed.
Some of you know that. Why were you so scared when the lights were flashing?
Because I thought I was gonna on.
But you can use this world's illusion, and you're also an illusion, so you can be right either. Even if the fields are created, any illusion feels like you're getting it.
So if I was there,
You can also use it if you want to, if it's but if you want to be there, you need to.
No, that sucks. I'm gonna just be honest with you, Kabad. You gotta get your shit together with your videos. Why? Because I'm gonna watch every fucking piece of media that you put out from now until the day that I fucking die. And if it's not A+ shit, I'm gonna be pissed. How was that? What the fuck is a Parsi automator or whatever? No one knows. But I gotta take another wig.
I think I found the map. It's working great. Just the numbers aren't communicating because Harshifiers.
Well, actually, raindrops are making the light of the Harshifier into a rainbow.
Wow, those are high-tech features.
You bet. Every single flower range brings an entire rainbow. Because it's falling, the light of the sun hits it, and you can use that light as it enters, and then bounces some of it off its back wall. And it bends the
That's
light
cool.
again on its way out. It splits it through the rainbow.
No, just on science though. I don't know if I'm such a good thing about shit. All right, what's the argument? What are you gonna study? What are you gonna study? Yo, dog. There was a time when Jews would meditate by sticking their head between their legs. Why did that process stop? Yeah, you're remembering a real thing, not some urban legend Judaism. It shows up in a few serious places. What was going on? What was going on with the head between the legs? When the early posture shows up in that posture shows up in early Jewish meditative ecstatic practice, especially in prophetic or proto-mystical contexts. Classic source: Elijah on Mount Carmel, 1 Kings 18:42. After the first miracle, Elijah prays for rain and puts his face between his knees. The rabbis don't read this. The rabbis don't read that as yoga class. They read it as intense prophetic concentration, cutting off sensory output input, compressing the body to reduce altered compressing the body to induce altered awareness. Later traditions picked up on this. Later traditions picked this up. Early Merkaba Hekhalot mysticism, 1st to 6th century-ish. Some practitioners used extreme postures, breath control, fasting, repetition of divine names, all aimed at visionary ascent. Talmudic echoes sages praying in unusual, physical, intense ways to reach total kavana, focus. This wasn't meditation for calm. It was meditation to break through reality. So why did it stop? Short answer: because it was dangerous, destabilizing, and easy to misuse. Longer, real talk reasons: psychological and physical at risk. These practices could induce disassociation, trigger visions people couldn't integrate, mess people up mentally. The rabbis were very aware of this. Think four entered partis, one didn't come back whole. That's not poetry, it's warning label. Rabbinic Judaism shifted the goal. Post-temple Judaism deliberately moved away from ecstatic prophecy, trance states, bodily extremes toward text, law, discipline, prayer, community norms. The idea became serve God while fully awake and functional in the world, not folded into your self-chasing visions. Mysticism got locked behind training. Kabbalah didn't disappear, it went underground and upward. Only for mature scholars with ethical prep, no do-it-yourself techniques. After disasters like Shabbatianism, rabbis became extra allergic to anything that looked like uncontrolled spiritual experimentation. Becomes Normative prayer became standardized. We get standing for Amida, bowing at specific points, no weird positions that look culty or alienate the public. Judaism chose stability over spectacle. Did it vanish completely? Not totally. Kabbalists still use body positioning, breathe, and visualization, just subtle, internalized. Hasidic preserved ecstatic prayer, but without extreme postures. Hit Bodio, Hit Bodetut, personal prayer channels intensity, emotionally, not physically. Basically, same fire, safer container. One line takeaway. Early Jews used intense bodily postures like head between knees to access prophetic consciousness, but Rabbinic Judaism phased them out because they were spiritually powerful and genuinely dangerous, replacing them with grounded, sustainable forms of prayer mysticism. If you want, just a quick follow up in like 2 sentences. Who was the last rabbi to do this, and what year? There is no securely documented later rabbi after the early Merkaba generation, but the less traditionally named figure associated with these ecstatic techniques is Rabbi Nehunya ben Hakana, active around the late first and early second century of the Common Era, 100 to 127 era. After this this point, the rabbis deliberately said recording or endorsing bodily trans postures like that in normative texts. Is this ever mentioned in Talmud? Yep, indirectly, yes, but the Talmud is very cagey about it. You don't get a how-to, but you do get allusions. Berkot 34b talks about sages who would pray so intensely that they were unaware of physical danger, hinting at altered states. Hagiga 14b, the Pardes story, is the big warning. Advanced mystical techniques exist, but most people shouldn't touch them. Berkot 30b, 31a, Hannah's prayer emphasized inward focus and stillness, which later rabbis read as replacement for ecstatic bodily methods. So the Talmud acknowledges the existence of extreme devotional states, but deliberately desomatizes them. It keeps the power while stripping out the dangerous physical methods. Go fuck yourself. But in the future, we might try to, after we reread God the Band, we might try to fucking do autoplay change. Like, all right. Are you done? Yeah, sure. So shit. All right. Chill, bitch.
A lot coming out of me. So, yeah, I think it'll be a lot easier. You'll get a response a lot quicker. We have to read the ticket and our whole team is see it. And that'll be it. So, I'm always there. We'll keep moving. That's all I got. I'm about to go back down, man. Yeah, man. Look, any other questions? Yeah, I'm going to go back down, man. Try to get some stuff back in the Discord. We'll be back. We're going to be back with the energy. We're going to be doing shit until this all gets resolved. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Had a question.
I mean,
It doesn't
I
matter
don't
because
know.
he's so out of his prime.
Yeah,
That's the
I don't know why. I don't know
He
why.
was out of his prime the way he wrestled with Hamza.
I don't know who I'm betting on in that fight. Actually, I think that would be by far Islam's toughest challenge. Kamara was a
He was a monster, man.
he was a motherfucker.
Yeah.
His striking, his wrestling, everything. By the way, his cardio was also second.
He fucked up on Game Ugly.
Yeah, he's
That was a few months ago.
he's a beast.
Ugly's fucking powerhouse.
People forget about Kamara. I think he's a fucking monster.
Is he that far out of his prime that would be, you think,
Watch the Khamzat fight again. Yes, Khamzat had all the wrestling for the first 2 rounds, but that last round,
yeah, but it's 5 rounds. It's still scoring. I think it's more interesting than Morales or something. Yeah, Kamara's a legend. He could rather Kappa than Islam.
yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry. Can we get
the first challenge was a 1-rep max on squats, but they made every weight look like nothing. Even the women that squatted with 5 knees, and she jumped right to 5 plates, but the force made it look even easier, and he won this challenge by squatting 6 plates. The men's challenge was a time reversal. The Dwarfs did it in 19.3 seconds, and the woman actually beat them by doing it in 19.2 seconds. Moss wrestling was the next event, and the woman actually dominated this challenge. What no? Well, no, they have small fingers. Now, the fourth challenge was a deadlift ladder, and the strongest force won this, so it was now tied 2-2. Tug of War was the next, but it was first a 3v1, which was easy for the Dwarfs to win, but not as easy for the 3v2, and the woman actually won this, and then 5v5, the woman won as well.
It's funny that this should be this is the challenge.
The challenge was the last in station. The circle challenge, and the men tied this up, so the men did a tiebreaker relay race, and the woman cut out wrestling quick start, but the Dwarfs came all the way back and eventually won. Who's stronger, Giant
Versus the women in better wrestling, takedowns or throwing out of the and the Dwarfs mollywop them.
Really? Wow.
It's kind of hard to get low and shoot a double.
Why is this not being talked about everywhere else? Why is this on ESPN? They can choose before over everything.
The Dwarfs crush it. The Dwarfs. The only thing I'll give the women credit when you're deadlifting. Very short line too. That's really cheap. Yeah. You're for the what's this? This guy is who a lot of people go to for. I was telling you about this guy. Puts out a lot of good takes on MMA.
Conor McGregor. This coming from Ali, and that was the manager of Justin Gaethje. He said, "Oh yeah, Justin somehow gets very good. I think we should do Justin Gaethje with Conor McGregor, especially Millie Tomori Baker. I'd say we can Conor McGregor, Justin Gaethje, set the first precedent for undisputed title with the focus anywhere. Just think for Ali can do this friendly reminder of the partner race that Conor with title run is like. It's impressive, don't get me wrong, but the reason why it's like rematch is because of how Ali is part of this. Ali is military Diaz beat Robbie Lawler. He would have allowed Diaz to face Conor in the title. This isn't even the first time that Ali has been like, Conor McGregor. Do you guys remember when Conor McGregor was something that was actually being worked out? Ali does not like Conor at all. He just wants to have his guys face Conor. That's for a couple of reasons. Let everybody say that's a fair.
I just don't know if it's so it's almost like
wish when I was in school, they teach us culture, how to
Christy and Jimmy McNichol.
Did you know for Saturday Night Fever, when they shot the first bridge scene, director John Badham had a secret from Donna Pescow. The fact that when the guys fell off the bridge, they actually landed on a platform a few feet below. Badham and the other actors did not tell her about the platform because they wanted a genuine look of horror and anger on Annette's face when Tony, Double J, and Joey appeared to fall off. Therefore, Donna's reaction to them falling and her facial expression turning from horror and shock to outright anger were real. And her next line, was not scripted. Two, when Tony's dad hits him in the back of the head during dinner, his retort of, just watch the hair, and complaint about being hit on the hair after he had worked on it, was John Travolta's own reaction and not scripted. But since it was so in character for Tony Manero to say, it was left in. Three, filming was almost interrupted when a local mafia group tried to extort protection from the crew. In fact, the nightclub where the film was shot was hit with a small firebomb. Four, at first, Karen Lynn Gorney struggled to keep up with John Travolta when it came to their dancing scenes. Did you know for Saturday
these packs of box packs of cars and stuff, and I have a small collection of garbage pail kits sitting right here beside me. I have to sell. The crazy thing is, they still release like limited edition packs every year still. Now, I don't think anybody pays attention to it unless they're a huge.
Don't forget this. Yeah, certain room, he's taking over again. Hey, Ray, go!
Here's the news from Kishore. Nice.
I'm writing at the moment, but I'll be 20 very shortly.
What I think is this. There's a world of difference between us, not just chronologically, but emotionally, culturally, physically, every which way. And this world will get much bigger and much worse with every passing week. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word? I know it took some time to find it. I'm better on the earth.
Like, nobody knows what these guys are saying. It's impossible. What are they saying? They sound like this. I can feel all the way for this. If there's something that I can try, sweet thing, and she wants to let there's no more around, and there's something coming down, and I can feel it. I'll make my dominant, let's get it in the air. There's all matching, and I can feel it. You pretty woman, you to the night, something behind the side. The baby, and the feeling is right. And the night fever, night fever. You know how to do it. And the night fever, night fever. You know how to show it. Here I am, ready for this moment tonight. The baby, you're the lady so wild. Like a man, like a night fever, night fever. You know how to do it. That was actually the best thing that we've ever seen. Really? Oh, for sure. You want to name something better? I'll wait.
What made you think that you would put your hands on me?
You know what?
Forget this.
Republic with rabbis, Lawrence Fisher, and Robert Shapiro, and the instructions with Rabbi Jim Gold.
Fucking allowing scammers in their damn spaces just because they think it's cool. People didn't quit allowing fucking known people who are malicious in the spaces just to come on because they have 10,000 followers. People didn't quit allowing stupid asses just to fucking come and hang out. Like, I don't want to hear your stupid ass voice. I absolutely don't want to hear it. I think that people that have lowered their standards so much in these spaces that they're so desperate for attention that they lower their standards of what they are. Remember how I told you, when I first started the spaces about a year ago exactly, I've been on crypto for 3 years. I've been on Twitter, crypto Twitter since 2023-ish. I've been on Twitter since 2013, people. Like, you know, I've been on here since that shit was even what it is now. And when I first ran my spaces, I said last time, you know, everybody's worried about what people think and what they say, that when they come out here and let it show, and, you know, the people don't react the same way to their show, they want to change it all the time to be better for the people. I think that's ridiculous. I used to run my song, which is the Jay Silent Bob. I used to do that. I told you that story yesterday. And I would have literally 12 people in my space, not even a full screen, and I would never stop my space. I would still run it because I ran a 45-minute space. And in my head, I said, I know the future. The future is 24 hours, and I can't do 24 hours if I stop my space every damn day because nobody's showing up. I said, let's keep it going. And I kept it going when nobody showed up. Before you know it, I had Signal Man in there, Combo in there, Face in there. And before you know it, I had fucking Bandoja. And before you know it, we had the whole crew. And before you know it, now we have a flow. Right? And this is after the old community fucking left because they just wanted a quick profit though. And I laughed at all them. I said, oh, you guys are jokes. And I know what a joke looks like because I ain't gonna sit here and fucking face anybody. I'll call you a thought that was good, right? Second one, I know you're busy, that's why I'm not calling on you. But I'll go to Nile. Nile, how you doing? Are you helping us with the Alzheimer's goal? You know what I'm saying? Let me go. You actually probably gonna win that one salon because nobody else is getting that feedback. I'll take it. You guys are gonna make it that easy? I'll fucking take it. Absolutely. He knows exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? Get up here. Be on time. Yeah, but we also have Boston Court up here at Disney Beach. Grizzly, our show's gonna be so good in the morning, man. I'm so happy about it. Make sure to tune on in. You're up here. You're not gonna give them the rap battle, huh? I mean, if you want it, we can definitely take one day. That'd be great. You know what? We can't. Who's gonna want to buy the ice cream? Give away the free. Absolutely, man. I would not want to go and eat that ice cream and eat it right now. You say somebody. I mean, you gotta give people like, little breadcrumbs. And the whole breadcrumbs to the candy house, and we'll fatten them up a little bit. So people every morning, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Grizzly says in the first hour, I come in the second hour, and then after the second hour, I take on the last hour. We've been having a lot of negative people showing up lately. So I'm happy to say that people are enjoying what we're doing. They're showing up for Grizzly in the morning, and then they wait for me, and then they switch off, and then I take it in. It's not like that. Well, I guess that's not the case walking. But it's all right. You know what I mean? I'm joking, you guys. Sorry, I had to do it. So funny. I'm really excited for it, man. I'll talk a little bit about it. You guys, like, it's a lot of fun trying to figure out, like, how to bring the entertainment to the thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of spaces out there that are being recipe same stuff every day, talking about the same old thing. Same talking points, and right now, let's be honest, the market is kind of on a little bit. Like, we're seeing a framework being built right now for markets in general. Let's talk about, like, the actual markets in general. I mean, like, we're seeing a lot of volatility from a lot of real news going on with, like, all the Greenland shit and all the whatevers, but once this all gets smoothed out, you know what I mean? Like, then crypto Twitter might be just a little bit more exciting, you know what I mean? But for the shows we're doing every Monday and Wednesday, I mean, I've actually done a lot of, like, other intros for a lot of other things, and it's a lot of fun to do. Like intros, like, jazz in the background, and, hey, welcome to the second 7 days. I don't know, a little whatever, just to bring the entertainment, something different, something fresh, you know what I mean? And it's cool because, like, all you need to tune in is to, with my wife, all she has to do is roll over from one side of the bed to the other, unlock her phone, and then she can tune into my radio show. You know what I mean? That's how awesome all this is right here, right now. And it's just so cool to know that for something that you actually broke the record for the longest space, like that's kind of definitely noticed by whoever, like, runs this, the algorithms, whatever, right? Yeah, that's kind of something for it. So we've been having, like, for the last, we're breaking the space. We're breaking the actual record to 3 anonymous listeners. Like you guys see one of our spaces on it. You're not gonna go into my space ever and see 600 fucking anonymous listeners or 200 on several spaces. Now we have 37 follows. So you do know at any given moment if another host or show, another show comes in and somebody follows them in there, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Right, but never will I waste my time to watch this space ever. It's a waste of my time, a waste of money, and the thing is that, so we had 3 listeners for almost 3 hours straight right before on the peak of breaking the record. So it either must be the JQ guys, because they had the record that we're trying to smash, or somebody from the SPS 6900 to see if it's true. I also typed a couple other people. We did check Elon, and I'm
about the 2 minutes later, it's not. The market 2 minutes later, it's not. It's 3 times in a row. Okay, so it has to do with the time. Now, we're way past that. We're almost 70, we're almost 60 hours past that fucking time now. We eliminated that whole algorithm thing. You know what I mean? There was something in the servers that, you know, they allow you to do a certain amount. So, somebody in the service department must have seen that we were crushing these, and they said, fuck it, man, you know, let them just keep running. Because it just didn't happen for nothing. It happened because consistency and you're showing and the ratings are hitting in certain areas. And as these ratings hit certain areas, they start giving you better access. They're getting better access. You start being able to do stuff that other people can't do. You know? I feel like we're getting that access now. And from the work that we put in, the countless 100-hour spaces that we put in, that cut off on the 100-some-hour mark, I'm not going to say it. But we crushed it already. You know, so the algorithm's getting closer to Disney. We're getting, there's people, you know, that will hang out in anonymous listeners for, you know, hours trying to see what's happening. I mean, it's entertainment, right? It's fun to like be a part of it. It's fun to listen and things like that. I mean, like it's so I work a desk job as like at a computer, and like I mean, I think a lot of you guys like I noticed Nile, like you are a construction worker, right? And basically all you need to do is like put in some headphones or something, and then you're here like paying attention, hanging out, and listening. And you know what I mean? That's just how awesome space is. Truly, it's freaking so sweet. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm at a computer right now. I can sit here and type away, I can help people out, whatever, while also listening to you talk about how awesome these spaces can be. You know what I mean? It's so cool to be a part of this, and definitely be a part of a big movement, Spaces Media, where all these people are coming together, also want to be Spaces hosts, you know? And I think Spaces is just going to be the next big thing. I mean, I heard TikTok Live is going up, whatever, but I mean, I really TikTok, man. Look, TikTok is what people know, but at least I know people right here. At least I don't know Elon. At least I can, you know, at least I know the names of the people who are running this damn platform. I have no clue what name is on TikTok or what's happening. So on TikTok is cool, but it's not Elon. That's, you know, that's it. Yeah, well, and you have like these cool, like I can throw hearts, response things. I can tell you that, you can find down telling you, or I can help telling you, or that's a good point, you know, I don't know. Like, it's fun, interactive, and then being able to get up and talk and speak and put things on the jumbotron is very awesome too. Like, it's really cool seeing the schools up there and the schools are on and put shit up there too, you know what I mean? Like, Spaces is, and honestly, you know, I think he's going to keep developing, you know, you can see that Elon's constantly working on SpaceX, constantly working on Tesla stuff, constantly working on robots. I think he's just, and then honestly about this, you guys, every time you get up in the morning, like you really should be checking to see if there's a new tech update, because almost every single day you have to update this shit. You know what I mean? Almost every damn day. Seriously, and eventually, like I think eventually you're gonna have like live streaming stuff, like YouTube, like whatever, like people doing IRL streams here on X, you know, and you're gonna be able to do some kind of
Yo,
If a host is a part of a community and they're here with their community as a running expression of a community, we would encourage them to use their microphone on an 8 mic, and you
like I said. So, watched everyone coming in here, and I'd never seen you before. I like your energy, but at the same time, I wanted to make sure that like it has happened. You're like hanging out with somebody, like talking to them, and then they just leave or they never show up again, and they don't want to go. So you have to really not give everybody your energy. You have to, So I remember Foster said, I'm gonna show up the next day. What does he do? Down next day. He's like, what's up, man? I'm here. It was kind of like he was showing up like, what's up, Cyber? I'm here. Yo, what's up? You want me to show up? I'm here. Next day, bam, Foster third day in a row. What's up, Cyber? Like, let the beat of the show. What's Cyber at? I'm like, yo, I'm like, all right, I see you, Foster. I see you, Foster. Hey, what's up, Cyber? I'm like, I see you, Foster, fourth day in a row. That was done. It's like, all right, guys, let Foster the fuck in. You don't have to ask next time. I'm happy you ran your own space, and I'm happy that you're getting that encouragement and actually the flow. That's also all it takes, bro. This is a highway. It's a highway connection. And I can't be a highway connection if I'm blocking anybody off, right? So that's not what it's about. Keep connecting. When you're in those spaces, talking about spaces media, tell them to come in here when you're done. Tell them you're 24/7. Tell them, hey, I'm leaving this space, but I'm not hosting it. I'm going to go hang out with the Spaces family. And, come in here and say, hey, I ran a space right now. I met that person down there. And random person. Like, it was really cool. They come in here and say, I met that person. You might be like, oh, shit, I already know that. Right? So, and then from there, it's a connection. It's a highway. Over here, just like Washington ran his first space, you should document that. Hey, you ran your first space, bro. 22. It's very important stuff. I'm saying that because I didn't document the first day I ran my space. Sorry, you guys. That's a lot for that. I know the first day I ran, I could ask Prophet. Prophet was the first place I ran over here. Prophet be like, all right, let me my house really quick. Rabbi. You guys remember Rabbi? He was non-stop on many different platforms. I'll let him talk about it because he will let you know. Rabbi, what's up, man? Tell the people what you do.
100%. I'd love to, Cyber. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Before I do so, though, I just wanted, well, firstly, to say 6 days or whatever I see your space at is incredible. So, really, from the bottom of my heart, amazing job, Cyber. That's not easy at all. As someone who runs spaces and YouTube all the time, it's really hard to keep that kind of connectivity. I didn't know if you were aware, and I tagged you in this. You very well may be aware, but um, of a project called Puff Puff Pandas. Essentially, they did a puffathon at the beginning of 2023 for 420 straight hours. Were you aware of this project?
Yes. Now, a person came in here and I talked about it, and they clarified that the space and connect have to reconnect and disconnect and reconnect. So even though that was on there, I believe that it wasn't one continuous space. Even though it says it was one continuous space, what I heard from a person who came in here and talked about it, they said that it was just the community put a lot into the rock for it to think that it was a continuous space. But when I asked him, so were you there? He's like, yeah, I was there. He said, all right, did it cut off? He said, cut off like 3 or 4 times. That's well, see, that's what I mean. That's not a continuous space though. So I want to, like, if they have verification and they can show that was one massive 460-hour continuous space. But the person who came in here, because he was like, hey, man, I wanted to let you know that we actually have the record. And I was like, well, let's explain it. Let's explain what happened through the space. And that's when he had said, yeah, I did cut off. We started up again, but we just kept going and we did it for 400 hours. I said, no, it's different because we're 24/7 over here and we don't stop. So when our space cuts off, we instantly cut it on. So far we have 1,700 to 1,800 hours in the last 3 months. So that's what I mean. So that's all on continuous basis, but no breaks in between. Sorry, with the break in between for a minute to reconnect and set up the next space.
Oh, I get that. I get that. 100%. Yeah, that's why 6 days is an incredible accomplishment. Okay, so here's what I can tell you about it. Yeah, I just did some research on it. And I remember because as I do lots of long spaces, I tried to find the longest one that I'd ever seen. I did one time see it was an image of a 420-hour space, like you would get from the link of an X space. And then I believe as well, I've seen someone who did at 480 and then perhaps another 520. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that, your eyes can misremember and things like that, but I remember when I looked at the longest one that I could find, I did see that. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody can't go into Photoshop and just change the numbers to be whatever they want. Uh, that
Or
could,
manipulate rock like a lot of the people do.
that's absolutely true too.
Yes. So that's why I'm telling everybody to copy this link as it's continuous and putting it in there so that it specifically shows on there for verification when it ends that this is literally the full verification of that. Because all those other ones, I can't find verification. I've looked deep for that Panda space. I've looked deep for this XPX9 at 170 hours, et cetera, et cetera. And none of them have proof. So
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. One thing, as I was doing the research too, because I want you to have the record. I know how much work you put into this, and I think you've got a really great idea. So I wanted to make sure that we could get rid of everybody who might stand in the way. At least some of those old spaces, at least according to Grok, they don't save them. So it's like whether they happen or not, unless somebody has an archive of it. Now, I did see that somebody might have put it up on Spotify, but they could manipulate that as well. Spotify is not X, so I totally get that, and they could have just cut out any kind of non-continuousness of their space, and you would never know. So as of right now, your 6 days is definitely the longest that I have certainly seen in a long time, and I wanted to congratulate you on that. Uh, Secondly, I was looking at your schedule. And really, a couple months ago, you certainly didn't have it as well filled out as you do now. So props to you. This project's really coming along. I noticed that basically after 9 p.m. Pacific time to 7 a.m. Pacific time, what goes on during those times, if I may ask?
yeah, so during those times, since it's off peak hours over here in the Western Hemisphere, we do is we play music during the whole time. Right, so the show stays on and plays music until the morning show. Now we added somebody to the core team, and our core team members now are going to start running spaces during those times. So there will be another schedule that will be made, or just one bigger schedule with the 24 hours, and there'll be added shows in that time frame, which is going to be like the UK time frame or African time frame. So early morning spaces will be happening. So this person will be staying up at that time for a shift, 7 hour shift. They will be responsible for bringing people in, bringing them out, and that will be their job.
Phenomenal, excellent. And if I may ask, if you are someone who someone who would want to be a host, do they have to pay for that privilege, or how does that get arranged?
As far as just being host on the spaces,
Yeah, if somebody like I know somebody who would want the 9 p.m. Pacific shift, which is like when most people aren't that's like an open slot for I think like maybe 5 or 6 days of the week. If you knew someone who wanted that shift for an hour or two, how would they get that?
so just for right now, since it's the nighttime shift that we're bringing this new person in, we wouldn't be just filling up the whole schedule massively like that. We would be doing a couple here and there just to make sure that the time frames are going to be going. And once everything's set up the correct way, and then we will start bringing in more of those slots. But for now, it's just you have to set up a submission, you have to go submit a proposal for a spot. We'll look through it and then we'll run it to the team. And from there, we just determine the slots and if there's availability at those times, especially with this new person coming on in. So I think that, yeah, so it's very easy. So go to the Discord, you have all of that, Spaces Media. You can actually find it on our page, Spaces.media, and there's an area with our links to our socials. So go to our Discord, set up there, and there's a spot, you can take it, and you just put over there, hey, I want to, ask the person, Thomas Slot and Derek for real, who's a real vendor, he'll look it up, relate to me, and we'll get into, we'll determine if it's something that can add on that we can offset those times. Yeah, so it's pretty simple.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
But there's no cost. You're
No,
saying.
there's no cost, but the thing is that, okay, so I will let you guys know that the token is going to be coming out. When the token comes out, there's going to be different. The slots will be determined off of the token holders blocks. So these right now are going to be grandfathered in. So we're telling people, you better get in here
see everything first before anybody starts coming up with any ideas or things of this because we're very hard on what we're doing, and I want them to know what we're doing exactly. Right? So the white paper says what our mission is and why we're here and what we're even accomplishing. I understand we're 24/7, we're free empire, but it's more than that. It's deeper than that. We have tokenomics, we're an LLC, we're structured as a radio station, we're structured as a free empire radio station. You know, so everybody who's there, every co-host, I tell them read the white paper. Read the white paper because a lot of the stuff and the questions that they ask me are in the white paper. So if they read it, then they would know it. So a lot of times when my co-host asks me something like it's always going to be the white paper because it's all in there. Because whatever. But I encourage everybody. That's what I said. It's not like mandatory, which we should be making it mandatory, which is something I'm going to talk to the team about. But everybody who comes on here has to. I encourage you guys to read the white paper, just because you understand our end goal. And other than that, man, that's all it is. You come in there, you set up your slot, you have to be consistent, as you are, obviously, one of the most consistent man in the world as far as, if not the most consistent man in the world when it comes to live streaming and stuff like that, 24/7. So, like, yeah, let them know, tell them to set up a slot, and it's pretty quick, man. It doesn't take, like, weeks for us to get that message. I mean, the faster they go in there and put a proposal, the faster that the other co-founders check it out and see what it is.
Excellent. In terms of the like, okay, so I have somebody who wants to run 24/7 spaces with me, and I've explained to them, like why we make the wheel. I mean, basically, you guys are doing that already. If you have the opportunity to, let's say, there's a current host who's hosting, and you're the next person up. What do they do? Just bring you up as a co-host, and then that's how you start? Is it kind of you pass the torch? So, yeah, so for instance, like, let's say someone has the 10 a.m. shift to 11 a.m. At 11 a.m., does the next host come up and they just let them up as a co-host, and everybody's a co-host, and then we have the spaces,
So to be honest, man, this is something that is a part of our secret, right? Us sharing it out there would be a way, this is something I would, that I would talk about on the spaces just because, what we're doing out here, we are trying to be the one and only or the first and only. So there's certain things that we, that would have to, it's just the trick of the book, man. You guys have to go look it up, and check it out. But yes, essentially, they come up and we just swap them out one to one. Every person who comes up, it's a radio station. But yeah, man, this is stuff that people can be in the spaces and try to replicate what we're doing, and that's not what I'm trying to come out here and just tell the people how to replicate what we're doing. You know what I mean? What we're building out here is something that is an LLC, and we're trying to create something as on the blockchain to show crypto users, exactly that you can build something like this off of crypto. But yeah, that's not no disrespect. That's just all honestly. As a co-founder, I wouldn't want to just discuss how we conduct everything in the background. In front of the
Asking for your friend that's also trying to do the 24/7 spaces.
well, yeah, I mean, I know I would personally be have like I wouldn't want to give my credentials to anyone, and I wouldn't want any credentials either. So basically, so long as it states credentials, I think that might be of interest to him. And you may say he doesn't have a big enough account. I don't know. I mean, we were just going to do it together, but um, his name's Durago. He gets some big spaces, but you may have seen him. He gets like sometimes he bots his spaces as well. So he and I were having the discussion to perhaps at least get into not this. I already do this, but I don't get anybody into my spaces. It's not nearly as successful. So he wanted to maybe.
ask about us, because I've never seen him. So I'm wondering if he's asking about us, I'm like, why wouldn't he just come on here and talk to us?
No, I just think, there's this point of having common decency, like, we've worked so hard for 11 months doing this, and a lot of people have tried to replicate it, and of course, we're not going to be the only ones trying to do it, but there's a point, like, it's like coming to my bakery and asking me for the secret ingredient so you can and tell me in my face so you can do it. I dad's trying to do it. It's not like he clearly said it, but it's just like, damn, like at least get to know what we're doing. I'm trying to think you can just go and do it.
Oh no, it's not that at all. If anything, he's going to do it with you guys. I was just wanting to know: does he have to give you his username and password? Does he need your username and password? It's a pretty simple question, and I don't think that he wants to run anything.
Password? No, man. Like there's no username and password. I mean, if you've been doing spaces long enough, or you know spaces, it's a simple. They come up and that's it, man. And you know, so we hand off, but we can, like I said, it's all inside the white paper. You can check it out on there. Like I said, but other than that, tell them to set up a proposal over there. Unfortunately, since we don't know him, and he's never been in the spaces, you know, it's not going to be approved because the people on our space, all those people I know, all those people I've dealt with, I've been around them, they've been here, you know.
Tag your picture, Rabbi.
Yeah, tell you picture is a picture, but yeah, if you want to run a space, like that's what I'm saying. We're not desperate for spaces, but we do want to have it built, right? And that's the thing, they need to be in here. If somebody wants to run a show, they need to be in here, they need to be hanging out, they need to be communicating to you, the people, you know. That's what I would think if I'm gonna go in somewhere else and try to hang out there. I would try to kind of go there all the time, hang out with the community for that. But yeah, Rabbi, go ahead and tell me you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next subject, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Rabbi. Everybody, it's 6 o'clock. We're gonna be having Grizzly Beast doing his show. He took off right now because his beard probably got cold. He has to get some porridge. His actual beast.
What is porridge exactly? What is it? Like, is it a green or is it meat?
No, porridge is disgusting. It smells disgusting. Maybe somebody can make a good porridge. It's all different. Nando's can tell you what porridge is. Is Nando's up here? Nando's is up here, but he has a microphone on. So you can put his microphone on inside his diesel and he's just hanging out there. And so let's see. Foster's going. What kind of porridge do you eat? Oh, Foster's. It's really good for Foster. Sorry. Nando's. Give me maybe emergency. Well, man, if emergency, we're gonna come back in 5 minutes, man. You take your time, man. The porridge can wait. The porridge can wait. I mean, you never seen the Goldilocks and the Three Bears? It's Goldilocks and the Three Bears, you guys. The time that I went to a place and it smelled like porridge, you were with me. It smelled like porridge.
I'm eating right now.
Oh, okay. Well, how would you ask me what porridge smells like?
No, I didn't ask you. Like,
Oh, it's like a soup.
okay, like you wait there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. It's just one that I eat. You know who knows what porridge is actually? It's kind of like oatmeal. That's the easiest way to say it. I guess it's oatmeal, but the person wants to come in. That's why she comes and she eats. This is too cold. This one is way too hot. This one is just perfect. The cold one part wasn't good. So I would be even worse. And Cozy's down there throwing 100. So what, Cozy? You eat porridge? Cozy's like, I love me some porridge. You know, I watched me a 1975 film. Eat me some porridge. Cozy, what film do you watch when you eat porridge? What films do you watch when you eat porridge? Which films? Yes, when you eat porridge. Well, when you assume I eat porridge. Because you give it 100s up, not talking about porridge. What I was saying is actually what's oatmeal. You can make different kind of porridges and stuff like that. But for the most part, it's oatmeal, it's farina, which is like you know, remember the creamery commercials back in the days? That's what you're trying to, you know what I mean? But I grew up eating cornmeal porridge. You know what? So there's this person that put damn sausages in the porridge, and I was just like, why would you put sausages in your oatmeal? I just couldn't believe it. And I was thinking, this is the most damn fucking country shit I've ever seen.
Is that what your Well, there's like a whole encyclopedia of reason. He remembers everything.
That was one of my favorite parts. Like, why do you think we don't talk like this? Huh? You know? He's like, that's just funny. Put the act. He's like, I will change character to the DVD commentary. So you guys watch that right there. Posey's so boring, just let it open, right? And, I would say because, so much fun was it, we should watch it. But this person puts in damn sausage in their mouth. This their full meal. I just thought it was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. So don't keep doing that because I don't think there's anything positive about putting some sausages or some lace. I don't eat oatmeal so much, but I did when I was a kid. I ate the oatmeal and stuff like that. Like, they had the easy breakfast in schools, yeah, but to be honest, I just, if I do, I haven't eaten in a long time, but I eat the cornmeal porridge, which is you boil the cornmeal, and you put some coconut milk, you put a little bit of, you put some sugar, of course, right? You spice it up with some cinnamon and nutmeg and stuff like that, some cloves, right? Or you can use just, some ground cloves, clove powder if you like. Yeah, it's pretty good.
So does porridge have like the best smell ever? Because Robert took me to this castle for a tour, and I guess they were cooking something, and it smelled like rotten eggs.
Yeah, it was whatever the hell they were making. We went in there. They had the person was like, "Yo, you guys, they're making porridge." We walked in there, and oh my god! English porridge though is like more like a gruel than the oatmeal and stuff like that. Might be some variants where you might lose power. Just be very careful about that because it's going to be really bad storm through more than half the country. Yeah, yeah. Bathtubs with water and things like that, so that you do have a supply if things start to freeze over.
What is the longest continuous X space in global history? No, like on Twitter, a Twitter space. I want one that was like 520 hours. The Puff Puff Penguins and the Puff Puff Pandas did a 420 hours race.
It's not just this one set, rule or to like, or but I guess the base is essentially the same. Of course, you have to have the turmeric, but it's not turmeric. you know?
For me, like that, I'm not really, I never liked any like licorice, sweet spices, anything in that rural area. I just can't do the sweetness. I've always been spicy and acidic.
So you don't like cinnamon? You don't like cinnamon and nutmeg?
This can my son was talking.
Everyone doesn't like cinnamon and nutmeg. I was joking. I
Or pumpkin spice, like during like fall season, everything is pumpkin spice, cinnamon, and I'm like, no, it's just not that.
You know what I'm gonna tell you though, cool team, before we get back into some fucking bullshit talk, I was joking. Bullshit talking. Have you ever seen the Zohan? Right. The Zohan made hummus, right? And he loves hummus. He puts hummus in everything. That's so I'm gonna tell you one thing though. Here we go. We were talking about how was it? It was before the nutmeg stuff. You said what did you say about
That was before it. She was next.
no, it was actually before just right before the nutmeg. He was talking about something and I was gonna just let him know. Oh, okay, Curry. Dude, I used to be a mover. And and I actually it's an appliance installer and a technician, right? So I would go into these homes, every home you can think of. It don't matter what region they're from, no matter what part of the world they're from, no matter what they believe in. It all smelled the same. Oh, they all smell the same. Every single one of them fucking had candy. It was all the same. I smelled it. I'm just like, damn. Oh man, it matter if it was an Indian guy, it didn't matter if it was a Chinese person, it didn't matter if it was it doesn't matter if it was I was like, oh no, I can smell it all in the parking lot. It's so strong. And then I'll have to take out their appliances, right? I'll have to take out the actual stove that they made it on. Boom. Can't cut me out there. I'll be like, this is a stove that it was made on, huh? It's like, I was joking. But yes, I've been into almost every style of a person's house. Every style of a person's house. One day there was this girl who was like 400 pounds, chilling in there. And I was just like, where do you want me to go? She didn't even get up off of her damn chair. She just said, over there. And I was like, okay, so what are we moving out today? I thought you already knew. I was like, I mean, okay, I'll just walk into your house and just do whatever the hell I want. And as I'm just in the room, chilling and leave, she threw on a song, right? I'm gonna tell you this song right now, you're gonna laugh. It's called Ice Cream Paint Job, right? And as I'm fucking doing this, like, she has Ice Cream Paint Job on repeat as I'm inside this house, right? And I'm just thinking, damn, she must love ice cream so much. So much because of like she didn't give a flying rat's ass about what I was doing. She just wanted me to get out of the TV so she could just watch her damn fucking Ice Cream Paint Job song, the rap. And that's how old you know it is. That's how old you know I am. Because if I was working, a lot of you guys are young still. I was working while Ice Cream Paint Job was on the damn screen while this damn girl is like just eating ice cream, you guys. I'm telling you. It was. And she wanted me to hurry the fuck up. She wanted me to hurry up so that she could just continue. She played it over on repeat. I was there for like 30 minutes. She played it on repeat for 30 minutes straight. Yes, it's a true story. I'm not making this is not a space, it's a story. This is something that really happened. I popped up in there, I go to the refrigerator, her double-decker washer dryer, and the stove. Ice cream paint job. This is what she was hearing the whole time. I just his stove out. jobs not like the ramen packet. And if you think I'm wrong, you can fucking tell me I'm wrong anyway.
So ramen noodles kind of smell like
meat, you know what? I mean, just imagine the packet itself, not even the ramen noodles, just the packet. Open up the packet, stick it into some of that smell. That's what I smelled anyway.
Dude, curry smells amazing. Amazing. That's like, and also everything, Chinese curry sucks ass. I mean, it's all the same.
It's all the same, Cozy. I mean, in all the houses, Chinese, Indian, Middle Eastern, fucking everything. It's all the same. It's not the same anyway. I was telling you guys about what was happening in this, what was the story for the curry? It was,
like catch me on the snow.
all the cashews. This is real talk. This is Wednesday talk. We have about 30 more minutes because I just uploaded it now. As you came back, I wanted to tell you. The boss man finally shows up. And I'm like, he gives me the cheapest gloves. Not even the gloves to do your hair or dye your hair. He gives me the pretty good gloves I'm talking about. The ones where you put your fingers in and they rip already. And I'm thinking, you fucking dumbass, you can't beat these. And so he goes in there for 30 minutes, comes back out, and literally looks at me in the eyes and says, you guys go and pack up and get out. And this funny, he traveled an hour-ish just to come over there and you know what I mean? So I said, this isn't just, dude, I've done a lot of jobs, a lot of wild jobs. This one was the mostest, this one was one of the most disgusting jobs I ever been in my life. All I had to do was take a stove out, the refrigerator, and I told him I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. When I walked in there, you guys, the kitchen, tile, it's a tile. It looked like a carpet, you guys. It looked like a carpet. I don't want to say the words, but yes, it was a carpet of shit on the tile of the kitchen. Kitchens don't have carpet, people. Come on. Anyway, as I'm going in there, I look at the stove and I'm thinking, no freaking way. There's like, oh my god, just in the kitchen alone, there's like 30 cats. There's like 30 cats in the kitchen. And then, oh my god, I swear to you guys, people, I ain't even joking anyway. I didn't even touch the damn stove. I had to tiptoe around the damn kitchen. And I walked outside, called the dude and said, nah, man, we ain't having this. We ain't having this. So you better get your ass over here. If not, then you ain't on the outside. You on the inside. You know what I mean? I had to tell them that. So I go from one with this dude telling me that get the hell out of the way and I can reach up to this guy. Oh, man. I swear, people, if you're that type of person, anyway.
From which you live in that situation, I have to
But almost, that's what you're right. You just brought me up what happened. He had some pants on and a white beater. He had shit on his knees, you guys, because I told him, you move out the damn stove and put it in the garage and I'll take it out of here. Other than that, I ain't moving a damn thing in your house, man. And he's like, are you kidding me? I said, hell no, bro. I even looked at him and I go, you got shit on your knees. No, dude, you guys, and I was so upset that they would even think that I would fucking do this. And he started taking off the gas thing and plugging it in. And I said, get up. He has more shit on his knees, you guys. And that's when the boss man came and I told him to go in there. Yeah, he was like that. I said, I don't care if it's already pulled out here, but we're not taking it. I can't put this truck. I can't put this stove. We did hallways. We took out the old ones and brought the new ones. He said, it's a hazard taking your stove and putting it next to other people's new stoves and new refrigerators. How would you guys feel knowing that the damn delivery guy just picked up somebody's stove that had crap and your brand new stainless steel trio refrigerators sitting right next to that? Right? You know what I mean? Would you like that, Pussy? So
That's the truth. Way different. I enjoy living over here, being able to be like, yo, this was a memory of mine. Growing up, we're doing this, and you know what I mean. Maybe if we were to talk about what you had to do to try to kill a snake or fight a bear, then I said the bear in the eye. Rather kill a snake than fight a bear. True story. Right? That was our spaces of Monday. Here we go. This is the ending of the space of love, once worth of knowledge. Thank you all very much. Spaces and spaces, media for not share. Dedicate to page. We have the next one. It's campfire time. Spaces and spaces. Spaces and spaces. Millionaire aces. We call it places. Spaces and spaces. Spaces and spaces. 24/7 never sleeping straight chasing. Cyber spaces and here it built this on the ground. Empire rising, hear that victory sound. Stack it up daily. Never take a loss.
Campfire usually goes hand in hand with telling stories, right?
And last space I mentioned like aliens. I also believe in like haunted stuff, like ghosts and spirits, kind of all that kind of weird stuff. I don't know how to explain them. I don't know what they are, but I do believe in them, and I have a story to tell them. However, I do notice that I have my faithful companion here, Seraphim, on stage. Seraphim, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm great. I'm so sorry when I came on if my mic was not muted. I was just literally talking to my husband. He said, "Oh, you're doing so seriously tonight. Let me get out of your way." But I'm doing great. Had a super long, busy day. We're in full-blown tax season, but I have to show up, especially for the spooky stories. I'm here for everything.
Yeah, like I said, we don't necessarily have to like talk about spooky stories or tech. I mean, I asked my wife like, what should I talk about tonight, and she talked about there's like this channel that she watches called Missing 401. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
Yeah, you probably watch that all the time, don't you?
Well, it's interesting that I just to like go off of what you were talking about, like ghosts and different things like that. I actually had like true stories of an encounter with something like that. Many encounters actually. But I believe in those things, like we're on this earth and yes, we're in physical form, but there's a lot of ancient things that's around. There's a lot of things that sometimes we don't understand and you encounter it as a human being. Not everybody does, but I think some people have special abilities to see things and, encounter things and, share stories. Kind of like what makes us believe a little bit more too. But yeah, we do watch a lot of, I guess, movies, documentaries, the supernatural side of things. Yeah, it's crazy what we live in this physical world, and sometimes you just try to forget about it, and try to think of this thing, but then you hear stories or you yourself might encounter it. I just think it's interesting that we're doing this campfire where we can literally talk about anything, and share stories and hear from each other. I think it's really interesting that we can do that. So thank you again for having me as your co-host. I'm always excited about these shows.
Absolutely, dude. And thank you for being part of it 100%. I absolutely love having you part of the other spaces, and I'm glad you included in this space thing because I truly believe in this station, what they're doing here. So I'm so happy that you found the time and I was able to find time with you. So 100%. Just real quick before I get into any more stories here, I did notice earlier, Rabbi Rothschild, you had your hand up, and I didn't know if you wanted to say anything about the intro or mention any cool stories about campfire or whatever. So, do you have anything you want to say, buddy?
Absolutely. Well, firstly, I really think that it's great that you're having these kinds of discussions. Many times these aren't highlighted in society. So shout out to you. Yeah, I love I love UFOs. I love aliens. I love extraterrestrials. All of that stuff fascinates me. And one particular topic I'm sure you're familiar after having heard you for a little bit is the Bob Lazar story with his work at S4. It's like it is one of my favorite stories I've ever heard, and I absolutely love it. I love the George Knapp element to it from um, the television presenter and the John Lear as the son of Bill Lear and the Learjet. It's a fascinating story. Um, so if we're telling stories, you mind if I share what I know about this story?
Yes, please, absolutely. 100%, yes.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is all the top of my head, but Bob Lazar was a physicist who was working at Los Alamos Laboratories in New Mexico, and he was a tinkerer. He was working essentially on just advanced classified information. One of the things that he did was he built a jet propulsion car, and he was featured in the Los Alamos Journal. And one day, Edward Teller, one of the fathers of nuclear weapons, was going to give a speech at Los Alamos, and was just so happened to be reading the newspaper when Bob Lazar approached him and said, "Hey, that's an article about my car." And they got to talking, and essentially, not too much came of it at that time. I think um, perhaps. Edward Teller went to back to like Lawrence Livermore in the Bay Area, and Bob Lazar eventually, though, sought to find other employment at really where he wanted to work was what he had heard, perhaps the Nevada test site, and he was essentially went through some recruiting with a company called EG&G, which is like a government contracting headhunter, and he ended up being hired for a position that he didn't know very much about. So he ended up moving to Las Vegas with his wife, and uh, they the way the job kind of worked was, we'll call you when we need you. And he would take a Janet flight. These are these red striped flights that you'll find at Harry Reid International, um, to um, essentially Area 51. And he was always interested in what was going on in Area 51, perhaps the U-2 spy plane, or perhaps some kind of advanced tech. And he ended up uh, uh, also making friends with a man named Gene Huff, I believe his name is, who was a house estimator, and Bob was getting an estimate on his house, and just so happened to kind of knock boots, or I should say, just run into another person named John Lear. And John Lear was a CIA pilot. His dad started the Lear Corporation for Learjet, and they got to talking. Gene and um, and John Lear, they got to talking about what might be going on up at Area 51. And at the time, Bob Lazar thought this was all hocus pocus, and that nothing classified, could really be going on, or perhaps classified things, but nothing extraterrestrial. And but John Lear had made some waves in the Las Vegas area through being featured on a television show. And he's actually perhaps the first person to declassify publicly the B-2 bomber, like the stealth bomber. And so John had his ear to the ground, essentially. Well, Bob Lazar started going up to S4, I should say Area 51, but in particular a part called S4, and they would fly to Area 51, and he would take a bus with like blacked out windows another 15 miles south to this area. It's a deserted area of the United States, if you're not familiar. And there was a mountain that they approached, and as you get off the bus, essentially you could see that there were hangar doors that were basically carved into the side of this mountain, and had been like spray painted with some kind of like sand like texture, so that from above, if you had the Soviets who were looking with a satellite or something, you couldn't really tell that these were hangar doors. And there is a story that I've heard as well that has been enhanced of the Bob Lazar tale of there's like a sliding door that you would go into the side of this mountain. On the left hand side, there's a poster that uh, you are not alone, or we're not alone poster with like a UFO allegedly is there. And then there's like a long walkway, and apparently like security guards would uh, I don't want to say just like walk beside you or escort you everywhere that you would go. And you had this, it's called walking the line. You had to follow the line. You couldn't veer off of this path, or, you would be threatened with your life. And apparently in the first time that Bob Lazar went to Area S4, around the first time, they did some tests on him, which were really interesting. They did some allergy tests, and then they also had him briefed. And some of the things that he read in his briefing were things about extraterrestrials. And Bob Lazar, again, was a skeptic and did not believe these things, and learned that perhaps, and this is what always fascinates me, that aliens, particularly perhaps Zeta Reticuli, like the little green, pardon me, alien grays that you may have seen in media, had perhaps seeded humans here on Earth millions of years ago or so, and have done at least 64 major evolutionary changes to our DNA. And Bob Lazar didn't believe this. He thought it was hocus pocus. whatever. But nevertheless, he would go back up to the test site and he met his boss and essentially the way that he said you worked up there, which was different than anywhere else, was that you didn't work as a team, you didn't collaborate, you worked one-on-one with someone else, and the guy with whom he worked, they couldn't exchange too much information, but they were working on advanced propulsion. And one day he went to one of the bays and saw what he would later term the sport craft, essentially, of a disc. He said that he put his hand on this metal. It was like a pewter, and he was immediately disciplined for this. Wasn't allowed to touch anything, but the goal of what he was working on was advanced propulsion and how these things worked. And over the course of his time there, he did have the opportunity to go inside one of the crafts. He said there were three different levels of the craft. The bottom level basically had some kind of propulsion system. The middle was all very smooth, and he described it as almost like a wax mold. There were no corners, and the seats were very small for like small individuals. There were no bathrooms, and he never saw what was in the top part of the craft. And he would see these crafts. He said of all the bays, I think there were like 10 bays or so, and there were different versions of crafts. Some had been maybe had like been hit with a missile, and some of them were in pristine condition. One thing that he also said, he saw a United States flag on one of the crafts, and he thought, oh, this must be one of the like advanced fighters at one time that had been rumored, and that this was all coming together for him. Other things that he said he encountered, he worked with a guy named Dennis Mariani, I believe, who was his boss, and they were Dennis showed him one time, if you can imagine like half a basketball, like a basketball cut in half, and in the middle of it was something known as element 115, un pentium. This is at the far end of the periodic table. It would later become known as moscovium because it was first from a declassified sense discovered at the University of Moscow. But at this time, this was only hypothesized as a particle, and Bob was able to essentially work with some kind of anti-gravity particle that when you put your hand toward it, your hand would be pushed away, almost like a magnet. And apparently, this is how these crafts were being were used as propulsion. And apparently, the crafts have two different systems. There was an A wave and a B wave, and an A wave perhaps you could travel very distant, far distances, and the B wave it was for like close planetary travel. Well, moving on, because I know I want to finish this story and I don't want to take up all your time, but essentially there was a time where Bob really wanted to tell his friends, John Lear and Gene Huff, and also his ex-wife. And so they went out in John Lear's RV to the Nevada test site at very early in the morning on a Wednesday morning. The reason it was a Wednesday morning, that's when traffic in the area was the least populated. And they were able to see this craft doing its test runs in the dark Nevada sky. And as they were getting this on video, and this video has been verified, I mean, it's on the internet, you can find it. All of a sudden, they got approached by they call them the camo dudes, if you've ever heard in the Area 51 lore. And they said, boy, are you in trouble, essentially. They took them to the local sheriff, I believe, of like Nye, which is one of the counties out there, and they were eventually released. And the next day, Bob got a call from the people there, and they said, like, basically, you need to pack up your things and come to, I believe, like it was Indian Wells or something like that. Additionally, within this story, it turned out that Bob was spending some weird hours at the Nevada test site, and his wife, who would become his ex-wife, was actually having an affair with her flight instructor, and the people at Area 51 weren't calling him up as regularly as they once were because they felt that he couldn't be trusted. He wasn't in a psychiatric state where he could be trusted because he was going to be figured out that his wife was cheating on him, and they found this out because they were tapping his phone. So long story short, he ends up getting fired from the Nevada test site. He goes on the KLAS, I believe, or the local Las Vegas affiliate on CBS with a man named George Knapp. You may know George Knapp from not just the television, if you know of Las Vegas television, but also he hosts Coast to Coast AM the last two Sunday nights, if you're familiar with that show. And they went and they were going to put Bob, they were going to put Bob Lazar behind like a black curtain or a black shadow, I should say, and he was going to basically tell his story. And right before it was about to air, he and George Knapp got into a tussle. George eventually was able to overtake Bob, and they put this on the air, and the phone lines of the entire greater Las Vegas area lit up, especially at the TV station, because finally someone had worked up there and somebody was telling all of the secrets. The American public did not know what Area 51 really was. That wasn't in the nomenclature, but over the course of the next decade. So this happened in the late 80s, around 1988, 1989. Over the course of the next decade, you'd find Area 51 video games and Area 51 beef jerky and all kinds of alien things. And you'd even see it in Independence Day. But before Bob Lazar, this was not a very well publicly known event. And I find this whole story to be extremely exciting, whether it's true or not. Bob Lazar is still alive to this day. He runs a company called United Nuclear, I believe is the name of it, and they sell like scientific laboratory supplies to education, academic organizations around not just the United States but the world. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell that story.
Yeah, dude, thank you so much. I mean, I was really into Bob Lazar for the longest time, and I think it was like 2007 or 2008. I was really, really into that. And I was looking up all those same stories that you're talking about, which is super cool to hear again. But I was looking up during my work hours when I was working at a bank, and I'll never forget this. Like, my supervisor pulled me aside and said, "You need to stop going to those websites because they're like malicious. They have malicious intent or something." Or I can't remember what. I got in big trouble for like researching that during my work hours. But yeah, thank you so much for telling that story. It's really cool too because like years and years and years and years later, he actually got featured on Joe Rogan's podcast. I don't know if you saw that, but he was on Joe Rogan's
Oh,
podcast.
absolutely. It's one of my favorite episodes, 100%.
And he had like a massive headache the entire freaking time, which I thought was super interesting. I mean, like maybe like I feel like the government is going to eventually acknowledge the existence of all these things, you know, and just say, yeah, it's true, but maybe they just weren't ready at that time. Maybe I don't know. Anyway, thank you so much for telling that story, dude. I appreciate it so much. Seraphim, I don't know if you have. So you mentioned earlier that you have some stories too, and I'm not sure if you have any like UFO sighting type alien stories, or if you are more like paranormal type stories.
So actually, I do have a UFO type story to tell. This was okay. So I came to the U.S. when I was 16, years and years and years ago, and I remember when it came, but actually going over to some family, some relatives, they invited us to dinner. So when my cousin actually picked us up and we were on our way there, this is in the story of Queens that we were going to New York. And while we were in the car, it just so happened I love looking up at the sky when we're driving anywhere, like seeing the stars and the moon and everything. And it was so strange because I actually saw what I thought looked like a flying saucer. And I was like, no, my eyes are totally deceiving me. I'm like, this cannot be real. Like, it's probably something else that looks like that or whatever. But I mean, I was literally like looking at it and just like fly. It was like kind of distant, right? But I just knew that's what it looked like. And then all of a sudden, it just disappeared. And I was like, yeah, that's definitely some craziness. And so it's just like flying up there. But around that same time, I was in high school, and I remember having a couple of friends who talked about like seeing things like that in the middle of the night, like or early in the evening time. They would just be seeing these things in the sky that looked like alien flying saucers. And I never like really followed up on anything. I was just like, yeah, maybe that's just like nothing because I could believe those things, right? I don't think those things are actually.
Hi, Rabbi. My shot coaching is playing.
Who is playing?
Something we can actually see.
The high school team.
Oh, no way. How'd they do?
I fucking got off school.
Did they win?
They're playing right now.
Oh, very cool.
I'm streaming it.
Oh, tight. I'll take a look.
believe that. Well, I had that moment in real life. My mom was coming and looking, there's nothing. My dad comes home. She's telling him, and I'm like terrified, to shower, terrified to go in there. We ended up buying wallpaper and wallpapering the window. It was not too long after that we was asking the landlord about, like, who lived here and who lived in the second floor, and, like, was there anything strange going on? And she thought our questions were weird, but she ended up telling us that someone had died on the second floor a week before we moved in. And I said, I see a young male Hispanic guy. And she said, yes. Do you know them? I was like, no, we didn't know them, but thank you. But they're just letting us know. I firmly believe it was probably the ghost or the spirit of the person that died. I don't know. But I mean, I'm talking about, like, up until not last year, this year, about a month ago, I still have nightmares of that event. Like, I'm looking at a bathroom and I'm seeing something there, or something's happening in the window of the same bathroom, like, to this day. I don't know if it's like a fear or, like, I was really terrified though. Like, I think anybody would be. But that's my, like, that's just one story of, like, what really terrified me moving here to the US. And I was just like, this is crazy. Why can't I just go back? I don't want to be here. It really terrified me. But yeah, it was insane. Just talking about that.
Oh my gosh, dude. You're having chills right now. Seriously, chills right now.
It was,
Your first experience in the United States of America.
yeah, and that's so. There's this thing as well. So I don't know. My dad. Okay, I'm from Trinidad, the Caribbean range, and in the Caribbean, there's, I think, in a lot of cultures, there's a lot of, like, belief in being able to see things in the supernatural. My dad actually, when he was born, mom told him that when babies are born, sometimes they're born with this really thin veil. It's kind of like the placenta, not the placenta, the whole thing that a baby is wrapped inside, like, over the face. There's, like, this really thin layer, and a lot of people believe that when you have the face, that you can see supernatural things. So my dad can actually see a lot of things supernaturally, and I'm both, like, my mom and my two siblings, along with my dad, that can actually see certain things as well. So I don't know. I mean, there was a point in my life where I really, like, prayed and said, God, please take this gift away. I don't want it because I don't want to see anything. I just want to live a normal life. But yeah, it's really crazy. That's just one story. There's a whole bunch that we can do for campfire in the future.
Oh my freaking goodness, Erica. I have chills, like, serious chills. That is an usually story. Seriously, that's nuts. And I imagine that. I imagine you have a ton of stories because New York is so giant. There's so many people there, and there's a lot of good and fun and happiness, but there's also a lot of death and craziness. You know what I mean?
That is a lot of stuff to, like, really dive into, especially back in the days when they had a lot of gangs and the mob, and a lot of children stories about the mob. Like, my husband actually knew places and businesses where they found bodies and whatnot, like, buried under these, like, car parks and stuff. So there's a lot of stories. There's areas that I worked in, and like, as soon as I walked into that area, I could definitely feel, like, old slave deaths and stuff like that happen. But it's crazy. It's crazy sometimes. That's why I don't really go here too. Because sometimes I'm there and I just feel things and sense things, and for them it's like, you want to know, but for me it's just like, I just want to go home.
Oh my gosh, what a burden, man. That sounds rough. Like, how? And I imagine you can feel a lot of really crazy stuff. I mean,
feel this heaviness of like just like something is like the air is very heavy, and there it's under like really tight security as well. Like I'm talking about like federal type security because a lot of the slaves were buried in that area, and there's a lot of like artifacts and stuff like that from slavery time that's there. But he said that when you go into that building, you feel something in there. You feel like things are lingering or just oppressing you because you're in their space, basically. There's a lot of bad things that happened. So these people died really horrible deaths. If you know anything about, like, I mean, I study stuff like this too. Like, I love learning stuff like this. They talk about people who study like bodies and how they die. They literally say like when your body is like going through like a forced death or trauma death, your body tenses and you start, to rest and that kind of thing. So I think that those things kind of linger on to this day. Like we're talking about the beginning of time when, we had the natives here and how they died. I still, going back to your story that you told last week, that had me chills because I'm just like, yeah, there is a lot of things that's still lingering in this land. And, it still expresses itself. And how does that human connection? And I think not people are able to really feel that and experience that. But some people don't understand what they're experiencing. Thankfully for me, I've learned to understand it. But there's a lot of people that don't understand what they're experiencing or going through. And I'm not able to connect to people just to help them understand as well. But it is really crazy. And I'm glad we're having like conversations like this because, it's really a space where you can hear stories like I guess just share or maybe take your memories and share it with people and it's like a place that we can just share and hear and really kind of it's spooky as well. But it's I like it. I like things like this. I know we're gonna talk about other things too, but yeah, supernatural things are really cool. Like it's really cool.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so happy that we talked about anything from aliens to ghosts and everything in between, man. I love it.
I love it too.
Yeah, like I said, when I first reached out to you, Sarah, like I told you, like there's no limits to what we can talk about. You can even have your husband on here and talk about whatever the heck he wants to. You can have our kids talk about I don't know, playing with rock AI or something. I don't know, literally anything. But I do love, in particular, the supernatural type stuff and all of it. I mean, that's kind of why I named it the night campfire, so I can tell like creepy, ghosts, whatever type stories. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, even Rabbi who was talking earlier, his name is Rothschild, and if you really dig into the history of Rothschild, that's a whole conversation to hear about bloodlines and the power that was running the earth and oh my gosh, talking about like that. Yeah, so plans. We're supposed to be on there, we didn't go on there. Yeah, all of that. It's really crazy and interesting that when you really start really peeling back things, how you can see the whole picture. I just feel like sometimes I have to take a chill pill because, I want to be normal and think like it's to the zoo or like, go to the beach or like, I don't know, just enjoy a movie. Sometimes I like stop myself and say, okay, you're going crazy. It's like, take a break. I also follow some people on Instagram, not much, who kind of
our local Fred Meyer store, the gas station collapsed. Our recycling center has been closed for weeks, and I just now got all my recycling picked up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I did see someone post about this whole thing that's happening. It's now going to be affecting the southern states as well as New York, and a little bit upstate New York. There's also like something similar to this that happened in Russia. I believe it was like a lot of snow that was dumped on them more than usual. And so a lot of people have been talking about, well, is it being engineered? There was weather being engineered. We know about like cloud seeding and all of that stuff, things that's being, tested and all of that stuff to control things. I don't know. I do feel like it can be engineered, right, to a certain point. I definitely believe that it can happen. If they can cloud seeding, like to create clouds, rain, and all that stuff, why not? Once the weather conditions are great, you will have a whole bunch of snow that's being dumped on it. So New York hasn't seen this type of snow, and I believe it's been at least 6 to 7 years. We have not been having snow. We've been having a very mild winter, and then all of a sudden this winter just changed for us. We're literally having like a snowback winter, and it's like winter. The really cool days with the winds and all of that, and now we're getting all of this snow. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I guess we just have to wait and see how things are going to play out. Grace, you might have lost it there. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm here now. I'm here. I'm so sorry. For whatever reason, my project keeps like VPN, like my VPN keeps like switching. I don't know if that's what. I'm back now.
I was just saying, let's just wait and see what's going to happen with this snowstorm that's coming up. I believe it's starting on Saturday or Sunday into Monday, so let's see. I'm just looking forward to going out and building an actual snowman. I haven't done that in years.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that snow stuff. I mean, like I said, so we just had the giant snowfall happen here in Alaska, and we haven't had this kind of snowfall since the 80s. And that's the craziest thing with this. Like 3 years ago, we had like all these like protests from all these Native Americans, and they had they were drumming, banging drums, and they had signs, and the signs had the globe on fire, and it was like, everything's on fire, there's on fire, but it seems like we're kind of going towards like a global cooling, which is kind of weird. And maybe you're right about the weather control stuff. I mean, I'm from Alaska, and we have that. It's called the Mark
does something to your psyche. It does something to your body on a cellular level. This is a lot of negative information that is coming into you. And if you're not surrounded by positivity or just, being real and around people that's really pouring into you on a real level, then you're just going to keep living in this like fight or flight mode, this struggle of like trying to just survive. And we're not supposed to be living like we're just trying to survive. I believe that life is a journey, and yes, there's ups and downs, but listen, we're on this earth for one time. Like, we only got one shot here. When we leave, we leave. So why not make the best of every day that we have in whatever way we can? That's just, how I look at things. So yes, we're talking about these encounters and these, experiences that we have and all the things that's going on in the world with all this information. But at the end of the day, I always make sure that I'm aware, that I'm a mom, that I'm a wife, that when I go to work, I treat every human being the same because they're a human being, regardless of their status in life, regardless of what they're going through. That's just been my mindset for a very long time. You just never know what life will throw at you. When you need a helping hand, when you need somebody to be kind, when you need somebody to listen to you, or just, be there for you. So why not offer it? It's free, right? They say kindness is free. Like, it doesn't cost you anything to be kind to someone. It doesn't cost you anything to take a few minutes to listen to someone rant about how horrible their life would give a word of advice or encouragement, because maybe they don't have any of that. So you doing that can put somebody in a better place. Maybe they might take your words and decide to, take action on that. So it's just my belief, even these spaces, when I met you, Grizzly, I've already told you, you're one of the nicest person I've ever met. I just align with your personality, and it's so great again to be a part of this. And I do feel like there's so many people on here and others that come in and out throughout the day and night that also have similar personalities and mindsets. And that's why we're here. So
Yes, it's fun. It's fun connecting with people that are also, believing in all the weird experiences going on, like talk about it and share all those great stories, whatever. And I definitely love hearing the story. Me, co-hosting right here. So real quick, I'm gonna do a quick reset and play a quick song, and then I'm gonna tell you a story about a haunted house that I lived in Hawaii. So good. Let's do this. We're reset right now. this in mind before starting. We just kind of were like, let's just talk about whatever. They're gonna go whatever, and this is kind of naturally started happening. How many spaces out there do you know that's talking about supernatural type stuff? You know, aliens and Bob Lazar and New York, creeper stalker dead people. You know, and I'm really actually really happy, sir, that Rabbi, you talked about Bob Lazar because what that did, like you said, like it basically forced the government to openly acknowledge the existence of various things. A lot of people don't realize that. Like a lot of people had no idea what that was. They all know what it is now. It's like a meme and a joke now. It's like comedy movies and all kinds of whatever, and everyone knows about it now because of Bob Lazar. And I think that kind of goes along with what we're saying here. Is like it's kind of hard to know what the official narrative is with all kinds of groups. It's hard to know like what's right, what's wrong. What we're being exposed to or not being exposed to, and it's we have examples like Balthazar showing us that we're obviously getting hit in the dark with a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? It's so crazy that's an actual story that we actually know about everyone. I believe probably somewhere this year, maybe next year, I don't know. Like the government will be like, yeah, I feel like they've already basically acknowledged it, but I don't know. There's also a lot of weirdness going on in the world too. And I want to share my story. Maybe they give me a second, like you're getting more feedback on it. Tell me what you think about it. When I was a kid, I went to Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for like a year. And apparently Hawaii is such a beautiful place. People love it there. That's like kind of like your retirement, like when people go to retire, it's to relax and chill, right?
sad, spooked out about that kind of crap, but whatever. So fucking big fuck. But after that, let's see. My mom said she heard like kids interact on occasion. My mom's super dramatic. She has a lot of extra crap to things, so I'm taking that with a grain of salt. But one thing after that is we had so my mom and my grandma is super religious. We went to church every Sunday. She actually hired like a priest, it was like a female priest or something, to come and see what was up. So I guess as kids going to the beach that day, whatever. And my mom told me that this priest had basically told my grandma that there was this man there. It was the previous owner, I guess, and he loved his house, and he didn't want to leave the house. But obviously, we wanted him to leave the house because he's a damn ghost. So apparently, there was a compromise made where he agreed to leave the house, but he wouldn't leave the grounds. So he would still be in the area. But anyway, so the priest mentioned something about how she was going to do an exorcism that night, or whatever, and it was some kind of whatever that night. Some kind of ceremony, and she recommended we not be there because the ghost would likely be pissed off. So, we stayed at the other house my grandparents were at. The next day, we went to the house, and the air conditioning floor was open, dressers were open, fridge door was open, leaf was open, and kind of scattered about, you know what I mean? And from that point on, we actually didn't have any weird, ghostly things happen. One weird thing did happen immediately after that. A black cat randomly started showing up. And the previous owner, his name was Al, so we named that black cat Al. And we kept care of Al for years. Until Al eventually disappeared. That is a true story, ladies and gentlemen. Cross my heart, hope to die. Share my reaction.
That's crazy. You know what that reminded me of when you were telling the story? Have you seen The Conjuring?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I believe it was the second or third Conjuring where one of the stories gets this man sitting on a single chair in his house, and it was a spirit that just would not leave the house and terrorized them. It reminded me of that. So, I forgot her name was Elaine, I believe is her name. So I'm kind of like her in real, and that's why I don't like to go to people's homes because I don't want to see that stuff. I don't want to deal with it. Just close my eyes to it. But yeah, that's what that story reminded me of. That is actually really strange. When you told me that story, I actually felt that. Oh my gosh, maybe. How am I gonna go to sleep tonight, guys?
Well, I can tell you another story that would really creep you out and maybe not let you sleep tonight. It happened. It's a story from Seattle that these people told me. Maybe I should save this story for next time. Actually, this is a juicy story. Something crazy on it. Earlier you had mentioned something about how a lot of stuff nowadays is built on stolen land. But for instance, in Seattle, we went to this apartment building, and she was like, "See the fifth floor?" We looked up, like, "Holy crap, it's high up." She's like, "That used to be Snohomish land, all the way up there, the Snohomish Indian tribe, whatever." And we had kicked them out, totally dug out a ton of whatever, and built up these things. And it got crazy. Looking up, five stories in the air.
way that these people died have some part to play in how their spirits are not resting, or things are just like they're lingering. I think maybe spirits do probably have revenge, and wanna like linger on, to try to disturb someone else's life. I don't know, but I do think there's a lot of things about that we don't really quite understand. There was this thing on Netflix that I had watched with my husband. I rewatched the whole episode. I forgot the name. Maybe I'll remember it. It was about this creature in this town, and they were on this island actually, and it was a beautiful episode where one of the girls and one of this lady actually in the island was talking to this guy who she grew up with. He went away into the military, came back home, and they were talking about death. And in it, he asked her, how do you imagine when you die, what's going to happen? And she ended up talking about like what she imagined would happen to her brain and her memories when she's dying. And that, whoever wrote that, like, really got to me, because I think, like we're talking about all these things, and not to be like really dreary and mundane about it, but, I think as we get older, right, as I'm getting older, I'm paying attention to, things like that, because you hear people die all the time, and every time I hear someone who passed away, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, where did they go? And like, don't leave and go to the bathroom, stay with me, put it on pause, because I do like seeing things. I feel like in the past I used to be super afraid of watching horror movies, but as I got older, I started understanding like there's supernatural side of things as well as the physical, and so understanding how these things operate, and it can help you. I mean, if something happens, your natural instinct was to run, or the area. But yeah, your story is definitely interesting. I also don't like cremation. I don't know. There's something about like cremating a body to ashes that just doesn't sit well with me. Although I don't know what's worse, being in a coffin 6 feet under, getting your body away, or cremating you where you no longer exist. But I believe in embalming. So before we like wrap things up, my dad, and I'm not tradition dad, he used to make these really nice marble headstones, or that was like one of his facets. He does construction, that's his trade. He's very like creative, and so he built these really nice marble type houses that you can actually put a body in there and you can embalm them, so nothing happens to them, like their body just stays intact, it never rots. Since I was younger, and I know that my dad built these houses for people who would want to embalm their loved ones, I said to myself, and I tell my husband this all the time, because my husband is like, no, cremate me and put me in the ground and I built like plant a tree on top of it. It'll grow. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna embalm you. It takes embalming too. So I don't want my body running. Don't cremate me either. So that's a great story. Yeah, ever since my dad, I was younger and never seen my dad like do that type of work for people. Since then, actually, I would think about it, because you can see people like.
Aramon!
What's up, big dog?
What do you think about my gecko? My hustle game downstairs.
Very cool, man.
That was not hostile. Causeway, and they won.
Yes, they did. That's amazing.
You watching?
I did my best to.
Martha, they got it down your 65 and they won.
Yes, sir. What's the record?
What's the record?
Yeah.
And then also there was a fight over Monster County Studios. The state station.
Wow. Do you know what your high school's record is?
Let me see. We got high school like that for this. How wins?
Yeah, like how many wins do they have versus how many losses?
Let me check that. John going to my high school.
There's something to be said about I guess the being buried versus the ashes. So there's a place in my town. There's like a cove, or wreck, you want to call it, where a lot of people spread ashes.
Oh, there he is.
Sometimes when you go out there and the sun is shining, it actually feels kind of like a gateway to the afterlife in a weird way, But
I'm gonna take a break.
it was like, what's great is too, it would be nice to go. So I've been to in Seattle as well. You can go actually to Bruce Lee's grave, and you can go to Brandon Lee's grave, which is Bruce Lee's son. Brandon Lee, he was in The Crow, and in my opinion, when you watch The Crow, like you're watching it, and it's like, I don't know, his soul is coming to life, and it'll be permanently engraved in the movie The Crow. But every time I go to Seattle, and I go visit his grave. I actually go visit Brandon's grave. And I'll sit there and I'll talk to him a little bit. And actually, it's kind of weird. This sounds weird, but please, go laugh at it. But I do feel like Brandon actually says thank you to me. It's like he actually is thank you for coming by and talk to me. So it's weird. I love going to talk because The Crow was one of the biggest influences in my life as a kid. That movie, the first time I saw The Crow, I thought it was so good. I wanted to watch it again. So we watched it again, literally one after another. But with ashes, you can't necessarily. I mean, you can go to a place where you spread the ashes. You can go to a grave site and see the grave person or whatever. But I don't know about embalming. That sounds a little intense, man. How long does that last for? I wonder.
It lasts for a very long time. It's actually chemicals that, so, when someone dies, they cut them open themselves. You can smell that stuff and they stuff them inside, but they actually put this embalming fluid on the inside of their bodies after the organs are removed to preserve the cavity of the body. And then there is something that they actually put on the skin as well to preserve the look of the person. So their body really never decomposes. It stays there. I believe it lasts for a very long time. I'm not sure the exact length of years that it lasts, but I started looking into this when I was a kid. Creepy, but yeah.
What up, Zoot?
Story too.
Zoot, are you ready to lose? That's all I really care about. I don't really care about anything else in the world right now except the question, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear. All right, Zoot.
I found that girl I talked to on Instagram, but she has a boyfriend. Just found out. Just spoke to her on Instagram. She has a boyfriend. What's up?
Just one moment.
Rabbi, you there?
Yeah, just one moment. Just one moment. I'll be with you just a second. I'll be with you in just a second, Zoo.
Jesus is King. It's Brandon's profile picture.
Okay. He's allowed to believe whatever he wants.
And Brandon's streaming as well.
Yep.
How long's he been streaming?
A long time.
Does he stream 24/7 as well?
Basically.
Can I talk to Brandon?
Perhaps.
Is that Brandon's grandma?
I'm not sure.
How's Brandon?
21?
Well, he's still like an older person. Brandon's got the camera on.
Okay.
Brandon's in bed with someone.
Okay.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
who's going to win the Raw Heat tonight?
You are.
No, I had lost tonight. You want me to give the names of the people before me?
No, because I don't know who they are. Are you ready for an invitation?
You know who they are.
The people tonight?
Yeah.
I don't know who any of these people are. They're all fucking Australian people. But you have an invitation. The only people I know are J. Michael, Chelsea, and you.
You didn't watch her. They're not all Australian. Some of them are Canadian.
And some of them are Irish too, I think.
Probably.
So what did you think of my shot? Zoot, did you
There are
know?
a lot of Canadian people in Australia.
Okay, do they suck dick at mini golf as well, or is that a strictly domestic thing?
No, they do.
Zoot, what did you think of my shot?
It's not as good as this shot that I'm about to do right now.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, you're gonna hit the nose.
Zoot, that stunk. I'm gonna struggle to tie you on this hole. Oh, that was almost perfect.
I win.
Yes, sir.
So it's 1-1.
Yep.
Who else is big?
What are you talking about? Zoot, I'm giving you this fucking win. Oh, you have the best shot.
Who's the comedian you know from Adelaide that I'm looking for besides James McCann?
Zoot, Chelsea, J. Michael. Oh, Zoot, you deserve to win. Zoot, that was a 10 out of Zoot, that was a 10 out of 10.
Fuck.
Dude, Zoot, that's still a really good shot.
Yeah, but you're gonna get a hole in one.
Maybe. I have to make I have to make this shot, Zoot.
You need a more. Yep, you just fucked up. You know, that was really cool because it looked like it was going in.
Zoot, the hole you've never scored on. And you get to go first. Let's see if you can score. Zoot, let's see if you can score.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
I think Amos Gill will be big as well.
Who will be?
Amos Gill, my step cousin. I'll tell you what.
Are you serious?
You know, I was telling you the story about how Jan Michael slept in with his meeting with Shane Gillis and James McCann.
Yes, sir.
Amos was the one that set that up, and Amos met. Amos is the one that introduced Shane Gillis to James McCann. Back when they were in Australia. I still never thought him involved.
I know.
But Amos is in New York right now, and the comedy scene's moved to Texas. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say so. Where did he move?
New York.
New York's big. New York's arguably
New
still
York is very big.
New York's arguably still the biggest.
He lives in New York, but he travels the world. He travels Europe. He's selling out shows in Europe right now. Like, it's very strange. Really? He only has 40,000 like followers on Instagram, but he's still selling out shows all over the world. How many people do you know that actually sell out shows that have 40,000 followers on Instagram? You need to reach over 100,000 to be able to sell out shows. Rabbi, how many real Instagram followers do you think you need to be selling out shows?
What'd you say?
How many real Instagram followers do you think you need to be selling out shows?
Um, um, I mean, it's hard to judge. I would say I know somebody with over 1 million, and they still can't. Uh, just for a moment. Okay. I would say that. Let me. I know somebody who has more than 1 million followers. They were in The Hangover. I mean, I don't know him personally, and they can't sell out a show in San Jose this weekend. It's to the point where they're having to basically sell tickets for $5 each, and they probably will have to give the tickets away. Brendan Schaub, that guy who has who I always make fun of, he had to retire from comedy because no one would come to his shows, and he has over 1.5 million Instagram followers. Does that make sense? Dude, does that make sense to you?
See what tomorrow, everybody. I'm gonna go with the family, take myself to some grass, maybe smoke some grass. Smoke some grass, everybody. So here we go. Samba sulbe, oceana, rolling for la tota, elba.